What's going on, Canucks fans? We're back. We're here. It's finally draft day. We're 15 minutes away from it. I'm Tyson Cole. We've got our co-host for tonight for the draft, as my regular co-host is in Buffalo on the draft floor right now, Dave Hall. But we got the guy who makes us look pretty and hits all the switches in the back, Jake Fraser. Jake, how pumped are you, brother?
I'm excited. This is gonna be a fun night. It's gonna be pretty long, but I think we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Oh yeah. There's gonna be hopefully there's a lot more change coming, because I mean this week has been absolutely crazy. But we got a lot of things coming for you guys tonight. We got tons of special guests. We got Irfan Ghaffar coming on in about 3 minutes. He's gonna kick off the show with us. We've us three also, the Blackfish boys, me, Jake, and Dave. We've also put together a mock draft, just what we think is going to happen, so we can follow along with that throughout the episode or throughout the entire draft and see how many we get right. I remember me and Dave did this, I believe, last year before we had the show. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Yeah, so Dave beat me, shocker. But I will say, Dave did not have the Canucks taking Braden Coots at 15. I did. So just because he beat me 5-4, I think since I nailed the Canucks pick, I actually won that one. For those of you who watched me on Convo, you know that I wasn't looking at the comment section. But I'm locked in now. I've got the comment section up and running. So whatever you guys, if you guys have any questions or anything you want me to ask the guest, feel free to just put it in the comment section, and I will. I'll try my best to get to it. Yeah, I'm excited. There's a trade right now that's kind of pending. We don't have the official news on it yet, but sounds like JJ Peterka's going to the Boston Bruins. We're gonna ask Irf about this when he gets on, but that's kind of out of left field. I didn't see JJ Peterka necessarily moving, considering they had just acquired him last year. Now, it wasn't a great season for him. He kind of got buried on the depth chart. He was playing like third line, and he wasn't even producing in that role. So just didn't really seem to be a fit there for Peterka in Utah. But it was interesting that they're kind of giving up on him kind of only a year later.
Yeah, I was surprised when I saw Friedman report that. I think he said it's like almost a year to the day that Peterka was moved to the Mammoth. And at the time when he was moved to the Mammoth, I thought he was going to be a big piece of their core moving forward. And clearly there's not that belief there anymore. So we have Irf here if you want to bring him on now to talk.
It's a perfect time to do it.
Yeah, I'll bring him on here with you.
Welcome on, Irfan Ghaffar, Daily Face-Off, Insider Edition, Irfan Ghaffar. We haven't done a show together since what? Like the Abbotsford Canucks playoff run? It's been a while, buddy, so it's good to have you on.
It's been a minute. How we doing? Draft day.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about you, but I'm a big prospect guy. We got our own prospect show, so of course
I do. I see that. I'm very proud of you guys. Our own prospects are getting it done doing this show, and it's been going really well. I like the stuff, everything. Obviously with Dave Hall and all the content that you guys do, and obviously all culminates into what happens and what we see tonight here at number 3.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Before we get into some of the Canucks news, I kind of want to just take a step back and look at the league as a whole right now, because you're very tapped in around the entire NHL. And we were just talking about, what's going on with Boston and they're acquiring JJ Peterka. Do you have any other information on that? Or did you hear any rumblings that Peterka was actually available?
No, I think that's one of those famous Frege bombs. Utah's up to something. They're up to something, right? Peterka's got a lot of term left on his contract. Interesting note is that Kevin Adams is joining the Bruins front office as well. He, formerly of the Buffalo Sabres, is now going to be joining the Boston Bruins front office in a position there. So Kevin Adams obviously knows Peterka well from the time that Peterka was in Buffalo. But it's interesting because everyone is just either trying to clear cap space or trying to do something because they know what players are available. And I think when you look at it from that aspect of it, you look at the Colorado Avalanche, what they did, they got rid of Valeri Nichushkin. Maybe there's a bigger deal down the road there. They obviously signed Brett Kulak and Brent Burns. You're going to see some other teams with deals. Owen Zellweger going the other way, obviously, from the Anaheim Ducks. There's a lot of teams making a little bit of noise right now. I don't think anything crazy happens right now. I think the focus probably will be the draft here for the next little bit, but maybe after, in the days leading up to free agency, we're going to see things start to go a little haywire.
Yeah, well, that's kind of a perfect lead up for my next question. I mean, we're hearing now Zach Werenski, and I mean, you guys had this. You were pretty convinced that he would be on a new team by training camp on your hit on Convo yesterday. That kind of was surprising a little bit, and I know everyone is like, oh, well, the Americans want to leave Canadian markets, blah, blah, blah. But you're seeing it even in America, like Dylan Larkin and now Werenski. Do you have any like fits that you would necessarily see with Werenski and where he wants to go?
I mean, immediately Werenski makes any defensive core better instantly, no matter where he goes. Doesn't even matter. Even if it's the worst in the league, they're better automatically because you're getting him. I think that it's not so much the Americans wanting to leave Canada. Like, that's the one thing. I think that if you're on a bad team and you're a really good hockey player and you have control and you know that you can use your no movement clause as a weapon, exercise it. Look at Dylan Larkin. He spent, I don't even know off the top of my head how many years in Detroit. He's got 5 years left on his deal, and he's like, I'm out. I've given everything I can to this organization, and I'm ready to go now. I want to win. And I feel like that's where Zach Werenski probably is at, because the Columbus Blue Jackets are mid. They've been mid forever. And until they do more moves or can convince more players to go there, they're going to continue to be mid. They get Val Nichushkin. I wonder if they get him to keep Kirill Marchenko happy. That was the interesting thing there, because you hear Kirill Marchenko's name obviously being thrown around left, right, and center, but we'll see what happens. I think Werenski is a hell of a hockey player, and any team would be lucky to have him.
Yeah, all 31 teams should be lining up if that guy's available. Another one that kind of shocked us last night, Jason Robertson. You and Dave kind of had it pinpointed, like he's going to make 14, 15 million. He gets that offer from the Kraken, but he turns it down. Now, in my eyes, I don't necessarily think it was like he was turning down that money like he wants more. It's just a fact, like, he doesn't want to go to Seattle.
Yeah. Again, much like Columbus, what have the Seattle Kraken proven over their tenure that they are going to be a winning franchise over the term of an 8-year contract? Now, I know that you're going to be the backbone of it as a player making that kind of money. At the end of the day, 120 million is 120 million. I think you got to sign that contract if you're him. I think he had some bad advice from people around him. I do. I think that that's an insane amount of money to say no to. But I don't know. Like, does Dallas come back around and say, okay, we're going to not go to 14, but we'll go to 12 and a half, 13? And does maybe he just wait for them to do that? And it's just a game of chicken and who decides to blink first, right? So there's definitely a situation there. I mean, if I'm not going to, I think Seattle's a hell of a lot better than St. Louis. Like, you said no to St. Louis too. So for that kind of money, it's just wild. At the end of the day, he's going to get paid. I think 12 and a half, 13 million is the same as 14 million in some other cities in Dallas. So we'll see what happens and how that one plays out. But yeah, I had a lot of guys and a lot of different group chats around the National Hockey League that kind of went haywire when they saw that what he had turned down.
Yeah, I was blown away. I can't believe it. 120 sheets. Like, I don't care where I'm playing if that's what I'm getting paid. You mentioned St. Louis, and that was a good thing to bring up because they were another team in on Robertson there. They've got 4 first-round picks. I can't imagine they're going to make all 4 of them, are they?
No, they probably won't. I bet you they move some for to trading back, or maybe you can get an asset back. But here's the thing. When I look at this draft, you have your top tier of players within the top 9. There's a significant drop-off after that in that second tier of players. And then you go into like that third end of the draft where it's like 20 to 32. Then there's another tier of players. So where do the St. Louis Blues think they have value? And where do other teams think that there's going to be value if they trade? If you give up an asset to move up, you better be damn sure your guy's there. And I think that when you look at it from a perspective of, is it worth it for a team, say like the Vancouver Canucks, to trade up from 24 to get one of the St. Louis Blues mid-round picks at, 13 or 14 or 50 or whatever it is.
11,
is
15, and 16.
11, 15, and 16. Is it worth it for the Canucks to trade up, maybe give up another asset to move up if you're only getting a player that's in that second tier caliber, right? And I think that when you look at it from that aspect of it, I think there will be people that, come and tell the St. Louis Blues that, okay, let's kind of make a deal happen here. But wouldn't shock me if they did making all 4 picks. Like it just wouldn't. I mean, we're getting into the nitty gritty now. We're 4 minutes away from when the Toronto Maple Leafs are on the clock, and then things are going to get going for real here. So it should be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I can't imagine. I mean, maybe they go Liam and Marcus Ruck, kind of get the brothers together. It does seem a little high, but
stop it. Stop it.
Okay.
Not
okay.
Not here. Not here.
No. I agree.
Not here.
I agree.
But
I agree.
And here's another thing. You have to really love those 2 players if you are going to give up an asset to try and draft them back to back, because you can't bank on one being there at 13 and then the other one being there at 17. You just can't do that. It's just someone's going to screw you over for the sake of doing it. And those 2, I think I read somewhere that they've only been apart for 4 days in their entire life or something like that.
Yeah.
It was wild.
But they can do it at 15 and 16 because they have the back-to-back picks. That's what I was saying.
Are those 2 players worth being drafted that high?
No.
I'm not entirely sure. So. I think that they're late first round, early second, maybe even mid-second.
Yeah. And I mean, I did a study yesterday. It took me a week long. It was forever, but I was like doing comparables for scoring profiles, and like they were up there. But what I really found in this draft is it's kind of weak. It drops off significantly after you said, the 9 picks, and then there's that second crop. So if the Canucks could move up to one of those picks, I'm sure the Blues wouldn't mind trading down. But yeah, I mean, that would be something of interest of me because I do think that there is a significant drop off there. What are you kind of hearing about the Canucks and kind of their draft strategy with 2 minutes to go?
It's interesting. Like, I think it's going to be Reed. I'm shooting from the hip. I think it's going to be Reed. I do. I think that when you look at kind of how everything has shifted a little bit here over the last little while, he's the best player at that position, available at number 3. And I don't know if you've ever seen Draft Day, but best player available no matter what. No matter what. Like, you have to. This is an organization that's made that mistake in the past. I don't think they can afford to do that again. I love the Caleb Malhotra angle. I think it would be incredible. It would be fun to watch. It'd be cool to be around. It would be cool to cover. I'm not entirely sure that they feel like that totally. I think that, they trust Manny to be able to deal with it. Caleb is an absolute professional as well. So is Manny. But he's just throwing everybody into a tough situation. And in fact, if Reed is the best player available and you have scouts in your scouting department that do suggest that as well, you have to go with the best player. I don't think the Canucks need a center right this second. So we'll see. I'm more interested in who they're taking at 24.
That was my next question.
Like that's the pick where you look at it and say, okay, like, let's see how much homework you did. Like, who is your guy? Who's the guy that you think that this is the pick? 3, pretty easy pick to make. Like, you've got a plethora of players that you can get to. But when you get to 24, it's like, okay, let's see how much homework you guys really did and see who you really value in this draft.
Yeah, it's really hard to mess up that 3rd overall when there's, that crop at 9, right? Like, they're all kind of grouped together. Obviously, McKenna's leading it, and Stenberg's up there too, but you can't really mess up. You get your pick at the top center or the top D in the draft. But do you think it kind of depends what they do at 3 for what they do at 24? Because the way I see it is if they take a defender at 3, like a Chase Reed, then I can kind of see them going with like a Ilya Morozov or Dejanay or some kind of center at 24. But if they go one of the centers, then I think it's kind of open season for 24.
Yeah, and I think you're going to see a couple picks here that are going to be completely off the board. Like Viggo Bork, like how high is he going? right? Is he going to be a guy that can fall into the top 5, or be a guy that goes at 4 or 5? Like, I don't know. I think a lot of people, value him very high in some of these war rooms that, we're seeing on TV and stuff. So that's an interesting one. But for the Vancouver Canucks, again, like I said, it is best player at that position. Like, you've done your homework for that number 24. You know who you have. Your draft board is out. It's all in front of you. Take the guy that is the best player, right? You can figure it out after. Right now, if you get a defenseman, you're right. If the forward is your best player, if it's a left winger, it's a right winger, it's a center, that's available at 24, you take it. And unfortunately, if it's a defenseman, you take that player as well. It has to be, especially then, best player available.
All right, Irf. Nuts on the table. Who's going 3? Who's going 24? Make your pick.
Reed is going 3. I like the Mathis Preston kid. I don't know if he's going to be there at 24. He might be.
Friend of the show, Mathis Preston.
Yeah. I like him. You know what? Let's go with him. Vancouver Giant.
Yep, that's where I'm seeing all the mocks. So, I mean, we'd love to see it. It is 4:00, so I will let you go. Enjoy the draft. Enjoy the soccer game later. Thank you so much for popping in, Irf. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Be well.
Irfan Ghaffar, everybody. Jake, you're back. What's going on? Did I miss anything in the chat? Because while we had... Oh, I did. All right.
Yeah, just a couple questions.
Yeah, from Krista Giles. Or Gills. I apologize. How do you feel about sending Mancini to St. Louis with, say, Höglander and Drew O'Connor and a third to get 15 or 16 or both? I don't think that's enough. I think you kind of like William Eklund got the 9th pick. Like it's kind of quality over quantity when you're in the first round like that, right? Oh yeah, and obviously they had to attach a couple pieces, but where's your William Eklund piece in that deal? Like Mancini's probably a 7th defenseman right now. Höglander has been struggling, and Drew O'Connor's a speedy bottom 6 winger. Like I don't think that's enough, unfortunately, to get one of 15 or 16. Maybe if you go DeBrusque and then you throw in like 33, that's where I can kind of see it, because now you're getting a top 6 forward, and then you're only moving down a couple spots to do so. But I do definitely see. I was talking to Irf, or we were talking with Irf about this, but I definitely see St. Louis can definitely trade one of these picks. They've got 4, they've got enough, and there really is a drop off. I say you keep 11 because then you get that kind of one of the top players in that next range, but yeah, 15 or 16, one of those could certainly be moved. Thomas D 4936, likelihood PD or DeBrusque gets moved today. I don't know. We heard stuff about PD, and I mean DeBrusque's name has been on the trade board for a while, but I don't know. Like I kind of agree with Irf where we're at the draft now. We might just see draft. Like we might not see too many trades unless they're traded picks. But I mean, this week has been crazy. What I think Drance had it today where he's really wondering about Ottawa on 25 for DeBrusque. There's been a connection there. We're actually going to have someone from that covers the Senators on today to kind of talk about some of the stuff, because they've been really in the news lately. So we'll have them on kind of later on in the show, and maybe we'll ask about him, or maybe there will be a trade already and we can break it down with him. Yeah, surprised the draft.
Yeah, they're just chatting with Matthew Schaefer now, it looks like. But I wanted to ask you, obviously Ottawa made a trade earlier today, Andre Burakovsky for a 6th-round pick. Now, Andre Burakovsky, he's not a needle mover by any means. Probably doesn't slot into the top 6. But do you think that decreases the likelihood of a Jake DeBrusque trade to Ottawa, just because, like I said, like obviously Burakovsky's not a needle mover, but he does take a spot on the left wing for that team?
Just looking up their wingers right now. No.
And he comes with a pretty significant cap hit as well.
Yeah. Well, what's their cap situation now?
Good question. I'll look that up.
I mean, if you just, I'm pulling it up right now. I mean, they still got 9 million.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they definitely have the room to add. And who do they have to re-sign? Like a Nick Jensen and, I don't know, Lars Eller, Nick Cousins, like no one of significance. So, I do think they want to get a backup goalie, though. Well, they just traded for Sam Merson. I wonder how much he's going to cost. Probably not too expensive, probably around the $2 million range, but that still puts them in the camp to get a DeBrusk. And I would be surprised if 25 for DeBrusk was on the table right now for the Canucks, and they haven't done it. So maybe that does come up, but I think the Sens are probably waiting to see if they can get a better player than DeBrusk, and they might circle back. So we might see that happen today, but I don't know. I don't think Burakovsky, he's got one more year left at $5.5 million. I think Jake DeBrusk is clearly the better player. He brings a lot more in terms of speed and what he can do on the net front or at the net front on the power play. So I don't know. I think there's some shuffling to be had because like you can, if we're just doing it now, Eklund, Stützle, Zetterlund, Ridley Gregg's on the second line. You put DeBrusk in there with Cousins and Batherson, and then you can move Gregg down to the third or fourth line, and then Burakovsky can kind of be that third line scorer. So there's still room. There's still room on that roster to add. So I don't necessarily it takes them out of it, but would have been a lot better if he was there, of course.
Yeah.
Or if Burakovsky wasn't there, of course.
Yeah, and I do really like Ridley Gregg, especially if you were on your third line. Like, I think he's a great third liner, especially if you pair him up with like a Shane Pinto, and then like Warren Fogle. Like, I think that could be a great third line for the Ottawa Senators if they were to add someone like Jake DeBrusk. So
yeah,
I think that makes sense.
As I mentioned, we do have a mock draft, but I'm not naming names. Somebody has yet to fill it out. I'm not pointing any fingers, Jake. I'm not, but somebody's a little busy. Somebody was a little busy today, so I do apologize about that, but that's me. I need to finish that. Yeah,
it looks like things are starting now. Gary Bettman's walking up onto the stage. Someone just commented multiple firsts for Peterka. Has that been confirmed?
I think I saw something around that, like that it might involve that, but I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, Jake, I finished.
Awesome.
If you want to take a screenshot, we can pull it up.
Yes, sir.
Brant Clark has signed a 5-year deal, 7.4 AAV. Oh, wow. Dion Dawkins on the screen. Who? Any NFL fans in here? Who are your favorite teams? Who are your favorite teams? I'll give you a little inside the Canucks media realm here, but Adam Kierszenblatt and I have a little beef because whenever it's NFL season, he always chirps me about the Denver Broncos, and that guy knows how to get under my skin. Apparently, Brad says Emily Kaplan is reporting the multiple firsts for Peterka. That's
okay.
That's interesting. That's interesting because, he went for Shane Doan and Michael Kesselring.
Josh Doan.
And then, what did I say, Shane?
Yeah.
Not Shane, Josh. And then now he's getting multiple first after a down year. As I've said,
it just goes to show what the market looks like now, hey?
Yep. It's crazy, man. Crazy.
Yeah.
What up, Millie? Definitely not the Broncos. Screw you, buddy. It's a buddy of mine. I'm not being mean to somebody I don't know. I swear. Anyone but the Broncos. Come on, Thomas. Come on. I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan because rooting for the Canucks isn't traumatic enough.
Yeah. That's how I'm feeling as a Dolphins fan.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Dolphins? You got nothing going for you. Like,
no.
You got first overall pick written all over you this year. I feel so bad for Malik Willis, man. Like, he had such a good year when Jordan Love went down. Then he gets a starter's opportunity, and now he has no weapons to throw to. Like, who's his wide receiver one? Malik Washington?
Yeah, Malik Washington right now.
Mm-hmm.
I've got our mock draft, so it shows picks 1 to 27, and then I'll scroll it down afterwards, but I'll pull that up right now. Oh, I forgot to show. So Tyson's the one on the far left. I'm in the middle. Dave's picks are on the right.
Yeah. So pretty chalk for the first three. We've all got McKenna, Stenberg, and then Reed. Me and Dave have Vigo Bjork, which I kind of like the sound of that because Dave's on the draft floor. Maybe Dave knows something we don't know. And then, me and Dave are in lockstep until through the top 8. I didn't even top 9. I didn't even realize that.
Wow.
He copied me.
Well, and if you watched Dave on Convo earlier today, what they could get out of him because of his internet connection.
You watch Dave. Yeah, that was tough. Hopefully that doesn't happen when he comes on live from the draft today.
I think we've got the fix for that. But yeah, he was saying like it based on what he's hearing on the draft floor, it could get pretty crazy. So that could be exciting.
Where did he say that it would get crazy? Or did he just say in the first round it'll get crazy?
He just said in the first round.
Yep. I could see that.
But based on his mock draft, I'm not seeing anything like super crazy.
He kind of went chalk the whole way.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like we kind of all did, but.
Yeah. I don't know. I got Nikita Klepov not going to the Kings. He's a little higher. I got Wyatt Cullen all the way down at 13. And I also, Oscar Hemming, I like his profile quite a bit. But I don't know. I had him a little bit lower. It'll be interesting to see where he goes because he kind of got screwed around this year, right?
Yeah. For sure.
Here. I'm going to pull up
Spatzilly asking if it's started yet. It's Gary Bettman talking. I don't have my volume on for it, but
he just put him on the clock. Toronto just got on the clock.
Okay. All right. So first overall pick, we all went Gavin McKenna in our mock draft here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think if you were to put a percentage on it, what would you say is the likelihood that McKenna doesn't go number 1 and that it's like Ivar Stenberg or something?
Like 0.1. I think it's just pretty clear that it'll be McKenna. I don't know who would have. Oh, he's on the phone. He's on the phone. They're showing him on the broadcast on the phone. I wonder who he's talking to. That'd be so funny. He's calling up. He's calling his parents, just like that guy on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Hey, actually, I don't need help here, but I'm going first overall. Like he already knows. No, but he's smiling. We all knew it.
Yeah.
We all knew it was going to be him.
We've got a super chat from Spatzilly. Thank you for the donation. I'll let you handle the ad reads, though.
Right.
And the super chat says everyone loves you guys, so I appreciate that.
Sorry, I didn't pull up the ad reads. Spat Silly with a super chat. Everyone loves you guys. Well, we love you too. We love everybody in the comments except for that Millie guy who said something mean about the Broncos. yeah, we appreciate all of you guys coming in here. Yeah, our Super Chat charity partner this season is the BC Mental Health Foundation. You want to make sure your question or comment gets on the show, hit us with a Super Chat. Proceeds from Super Chat would go to the BC Mental Health Foundation, changing the face of mental health and addiction by supporting breakthroughs in care, public understanding, research, and knowledge exchange. First of many, hopefully. Everyone's going to send in Super Chats now just so they can hear me mispronounce and mess up all the all the ad reads today. That was rough. Well, we don't do ad reads on Blackfish. No, we haven't been picked up yet by anybody. So, here comes Bettman. Yep, there's his booze. All right, get to it. It's going to be Justin Bieber. I heard that there was going to be a massive celebrity guest for the Leafs pick.
Oh, I keep forgetting that they do that now.
Yeah.
I love
Bieber.
the Happy Gilmore last year for James Higgins.
Wow. Yep, it is Biebs.
Too bad my wife's not here. She'd be freaking out.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. I mean, I heard that McKenna was coming out to Yukon by Justin Bieber, so now it all makes sense.
Yeah. Are they booing Bieber?
I think he had mentioned some about the Leafs.
Oh, okay.
So it kind of makes sense. The math is mathin'. Why are people in Leafs jerseys booing Bettman? He gave them first overall. Good point. Yep, prime killer. It is J. Biebs. Yeah, this is just taking a while. Clock's expired.
Yeah, this is the thing. They said the draft last year they weren't happy with it because it was too long, and now they're milking it out.
Now they just drag it on like this.
Yeah.
And then Bieber didn't even do like with the first overall pick from the university or for Penn State University of the NCAA, whatever. Yeah, there we go. Gavin McKenna, first overall. Jake, green it out, baby. We made it. We're 1 for 1. We are perfect so far, everybody. Who would have thought? Yeah. RD 2564. This is going to take forever. I think you might be right. Hopefully
we'll be here for all of it, though.
Oh, yeah. Be here breaking it down the whole time. We're going to have our next guest on in between picks, I believe. I think he's coming on shortly. Just let me know when he's in here.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Will do.
Oh, yeah. There's Yukon. Still haven't seen anything on the any confirmation. Oh. Apparently,
get the DoorDash order in, fellas.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while. David Pagnota. Oh, Boston's first rounder tonight for JJ Peterka. So 23 overall. That's right before the Canucks pick. Who might they snake from the Canucks? That's gonna be a talking point.
That's Utah getting that pick.
Yep, Utah getting that pick, and then Florida in 2028.
I mean, I could see if Herbert doesn't go to the Pens like Dave and I have, I could see Utah snagging him But I think it also depends on what they do at 19, because Dave and I also both have Elton Hermanson going at 19 to Utah. So if that's the case, I don't see them taking another skilled forward. I see them going maybe a little bit safer, and I like maybe an Ilya Morozov, Oliver Savanto. Our next guest is here. I'll throw him to you now.
Throw him up. This is perfect. Perfect timing. Harman
What's going
Dial.
on, guys?
The Athletic. Thank you for joining. I joined you on your podcast. Now you're over here with us for the live stream of the draft. Harm, how you doing?
Doing well. I'm excited. I have a lot of thoughts on how just the presentation of the draft has been so far, the broadcast. First of all, Sportsnet nailed it bringing Matthew Schaefer on. How charismatic was he? Funny, humble, telling all those jokes. What can Matthew Schaefer not do? So that's a great touch by Sportsnet there. I will say I didn't love that it took 15 minutes for the NHL to kind of get to the point and make their pick. But that's out of the way now. I hope the rest of the draft moves on a little bit quicker. I remember last year it took, 3 hours to get through the first round. It was exhausting. So hopefully the pace picks up. But obviously no surprises with Gavin McKenna going first overall.
Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to speed up because now they're doing a sit down on a couch interview with Jay Beebe and a Sportsnet host. So we might be in for a long one here. We were just kind of breaking down the trade that just came through. JJ Peterka going to the Boston Bruins for 2 first-round picks, including tonight, 23 overall, the pick right ahead of the Canucks. Harm, what did you think of this trade when you first saw it?
Yeah, I only just saw the return. I understand that people are down on JJ Peterka after the down season he had in Utah, not only the regular season, but in the playoffs as well, not really producing. But I still think there's a lot of talent there. And hey, he just didn't fit in Utah. I think this is where it gets so interesting sometimes when we talk about the fit of players. And this is something that I've actually asked different NHL head coaches about, where Peterka is a one-dimensional player. He's exceptional in that dimension, which is attacking off the rush and scoring, but he is a one-trick pony in that way. And so the question that I have often asked people is, a team like Utah, where that team is built to attack off the rush and loves playing that way. Like, I've posed this question before, does adding a player with that same skill set amplify that advantage, or is it redundant and it's difficult to capitalize on that player's success because you've got so many other pieces that already play in that kind of way? And so that player maybe gets lost in the shuffle and doesn't get the top of the lineup opportunity that he might get elsewhere. And people will give you mixed answers. Quite clearly, it didn't work in Utah, where he got buried further down the lineup, was on the third line by the time the playoffs rolled around. And now he's going to a Boston team where it's kind of the opposite fit, where if anything, the Bruins are desperate for speed or desperate for adding some dynamic rushability to that offensive attack and need more in their top 6, right? That offensive group has been way too reliant on Pastrnak, Geeky, who's broken out, Zaka. They were a one-line team for way too long this regular season. And look, ideally for them, given a multiple first-round picks, it would have been like the ideal target would have been a true number 1 center, but those types of pieces are rarely, if ever, available. Clearly, they weren't able to swing something for Dylan Larkin. Either maybe the player didn't want to go there, or the Bruins just didn't have the prime assets to entice Steve Yzerman. But Peterka's a track down option. It's a lot to give up, even if one of the first round picks is a late one. The fit is what they need, but also big picture. I'm looking at the Bruins, and in that Atlantic division, you've got Florida, who's bouncing back and adding Brady Tkachuk. They're going to be an absolute wagon next year. Buffalo keeps getting better. Montreal isn't going anywhere. Ottawa's still competitive. I'm probably missing a team there. Tampa as well is still kicking around. How are you going to win and go deep in the playoffs with this group, especially because I feel like they overachieved to even reach the 100-point mark in the regular season this year?
Yeah, absolutely agree. But I mean, it's kind of what Alvin said when Hughes is on the team. Like, you don't rebuild when you got a Quinn Hughes. Like, you don't rebuild when you got a David Pastrnak. Where do you kind of see him fitting in? Can he? I know he kind of dabbled with playing the left side a little bit in Utah, but obviously it didn't really work out there. Do you see him potentially playing on passes wing?
Yeah, I guess it depends on what they do with Morgan Geekie, right? Because Geekie's initial breakout, which happened in the 24-25 season, started with Pastrnak on his wing. Like Pasternak's playmaking, which is such an underappreciated part of his game, was the catalyst for Geekie breaking out. Now, I think this past season, the Bruins were a little bit more comfortable using Geekie away from Pastrnak, but there is that question of between Geekie and Peterka, who's going to be more effective driving their own line in a way, because they're obviously only one of those guys can play on the wing opposite of Pastrnak. So I think that's something that they're going to have to answer in training camp. Because, yeah, if they feel that Geekie is a better driver on his own on a second line, then sure, that could work. But I almost feel like looking at Geekie's skill set where he's got the unbelievable elite shot, but he doesn't have many play driving elements. If it were me, I'd almost be tempted to keep Pastrnak and Geekie together on the top line and then try and inject Peterka's speed, because I think he can maybe be a bit more of a driver with his puck carrying on a second line.
Yeah, I would agree. I would split them up. Split them up for sure. They're two good snipers there, and Geekie and Peterka. So split them up. Give Geekie with Pastrnak. Harman Dial is the greatest Vancouver media member of all time. That is from SG 550.
I'm not, but I appreciate the compliment.
I don't know. You're up there for me, Harm. You're up there for me. Hey, Harm, St. Louis got 4 first-round picks in the draft. Do you think they're making all 4?
I'd be surprised if they make all 4. Quite clearly, this is a team that is attempting some kind of retool rather than a rebuild. And just when you look at the depth of this year's draft class, it's not spectacular, right? If this was the 2015 NHL draft, then all right, you might want to take 3 picks in a relatively tight window, like Boston did in that year. Although they whiffed on 2 of the 3 picks entirely, which was kind of funny. But unless your scouting staff is so confident and has so many favorites in that kind of range from 11 to the mid 20s, I think you are probably looking at that front office to move 1, if not 2 of those picks. Hey, maybe even the idea of trying to move up. Like, can you go from 11 to somewhere inside the top 10, maybe even inside the top 5? I expect St. Louis to do something. I'm not quite sure what exactly it's going to be, but I'd be surprised if they make all 4 of those picks.
Yeah, I don't foresee it at all. And the only problem I have, I think they would absolutely love to package maybe 15 and 16 and move up into the top 9, because there is a significant drop off, but I just don't see any team like willing to do that, because in my eyes, there's a top 9. So why would you kind of leave that realm to pick back to back? Like, unless you're really high on the Rocks and then you want to take them there, but it wouldn't make much sense to me. They were kind of pokering around Mason McTavish, and that's kind of, and Jason Robertson even too. That's kind of what I envision that they'll do. Try and go get young talent out there now. But I think it does say something about yeah. I don't know why Toronto would move him though. Like, by all accounts, like, they want to go for it. They don't have their first round pick in the next 2 years. So why Ivar Stenberg, 2nd overall to the San Jose Sharks? Sorry, lost my train of thought there. But yeah, sorry, Toronto. I don't know why they would take a step back necessarily, you know what I mean? And trade Knies, because you don't have your first round picks. If you're going to be bad, you're going to give the Bruins and the Flyers like a top 10 pick. Like, I just don't foresee that happening. So the Matthew Knies trading him never really made sense to me.
Yeah, although just based on how much smoke there's been around it, it's quite clearly still something they're considering. I don't understand the big picture game plan. Like you said, you're trying to entice Matthews to stay. Nye should theoretically be part of that solution. But I suppose if prices are going crazy, which they have been to some degree so far, and you got JJ Peterka garnering multiple first round picks, I guess the thought process is if someone offers you the moon and the stars for Matthew Nyes, you maybe take it. But then it introduces that question of what comes next. And that's where we don't know what John Chaika is cooking up.
Yep. I want to kind of park the Leafs talk because I don't think anybody cares about the Leafs. I mean, they already made their pick. The Canucks are now on the clock, Harm. We've had this conversation now that Ivar Stenberg is officially gone and not in the Canucks' reach. Who are you kind of looking for here? Who do you want versus who do you think they're going to take?
My guess is it's going to be one of Reed and Malhotra. It's been really tough within the last week trying to get a handle on which one of the two. I suppose it's still possible they could also go Carls or Bjork, but there's been a lot less smoke around those names. For me, I think any one of those four options would be completely defensible. I've said this many times before. I don't think there's a huge gap between those four names in terms of their future projection, their upside scenario. I don't think there's a landmine this year where you look at a guy and say from a probability standpoint today, this would be a really suboptimal bet. And if you force me to try and pick someone from the litter, I'd lean toward Chase Reed. I think he's the best defenseman in this draft class. Again, not by a huge margin per se, but as a 6'2", 6'3" right shot defenseman, his buttery smooth skating ability, how poised he is with the puck, how much he grew defensively this past season. You look at some of the micro stats and the workload in transition, how he sets his teammates up for passes, even and like I know the draft year production this year wasn't stellar, but D-1 production was pretty damn impressive. So he's shown the elite offensive upside, even if it wasn't this season per se in the raw point totals. He's shown that just the year previous. And when you think about the overall trajectory of his game, he's really appealing to me.
Yep. I have an answer for that, but we do have a little bit of breaking news here. Per Darren Dreger, Pavel Dorofeyev to the New York Rangers. I wonder.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if that's kind of crazy to me. He was a great goal scorer for them, so I don't know how they're going to replace that. Anyway, we will table that for now. We'll get back to it later, but Canucks are on the clock. In my eyes, yeah, if I had the choice between the two, I'd probably go Chase Reed, because the way I see it, like, yes, Malhotra is great. He deserves to shoot up the ranks. I've said this countless times. But he kind of projects, and this is not just coming from me. Like, not a lot of scouts out there can see him project to be a 1C at the NHL level. Sure, 2C at the ceiling, maybe a middle six center. But a lot of other people are saying that Chase Reed could be that number one defenseman. So if you give me the choice, like a number one defenseman or a second line center, I'm going to pick the number one defenseman every single time, right? Especially right shot with the offensive prowess that he has. Like, I think that would kind of be a slam dunk. But yeah, the draft starts now, man. Draft starts now. We kind of knew that the first two picks were going to be that.
I think with Malhotra, if you are taking him, the bet is on the rate of improvement, right? This is a guy that just last year was a pretty mediocre BCHL player. No one even thought at the time that, okay, going into the season, he was projected to be a first round pick, but not nearly this high. And at that time, it was third line upside, like heading into the season. That's what you're thinking is the most likely scenario for Caleb Malhotra. He takes off this year, dominates the OHL playoffs, and now that ceiling has been raised. So when you look at that rocket ship trajectory, if you are taking Caleb Malhotra, you're betting that after next season, you're upgrading that upside to, all right, maybe he could be a low end 1C.
The pick is in. Commissioner's coming up. Are you watching it right now, Harm?
I got the audio on.
Okay. I might be a little behind, so I'm not looking at the chat. I'm not looking at you. Whew. I'm going Chase Reed. Harm?
Reed as well.
Hey, it's Robin.
Oh, wow. They are going Caleb.
Whoa. Caleb Malhotra, Canucks fans. Wow. I got to be honest, I didn't see it coming. I didn't think so. I didn't think they'd be doing it, but there's been a lot of smoke around the Canucks and Malhotra for a long time. Reuniting him with his dad, Harman. Initial reaction.
Yeah, totally a reasonable pick. You look at how he dominated the playoffs, 13 goals and 26 points in 15 games for the Brantford Bulldogs. And like that was a wagon of a team in Brantford. And I think you saw toward the end of the season in the playoffs, he became not just part of the team and one of their main drivers. He was the catalyst, and especially on a team that had guys like Jake O'Brien on it, Jetlachenko, some like highly regarded first round picks, and Caleb kept raising his game to the next level. It'll be really interesting, of course, over like he's going to take some time in the NCAA to develop. Might take 1 year, might 1 year, might take 2 years before he's NHL ready, and then that's when the conversation around the working relationship between him and Manny will become fascinating to monitor. I'm sure there will be storylines throughout, but it's not something the Canucks have to worry about next season because you're not rushing him to the NHL. He's going to go to the NCAA, develop his game there, and I'm really curious to see what level of offense he's able to produce in the NCAA next season.
Yeah, I actually have a little bit of numbers about the offense here. I did the comparables in their draft year and everything. So I did the OHL, and Malhotra averaged 1.25 points per game. There's a long list of guys, and I just did like 0.3 on either end to kind of cap it somewhere. And the list is hit and miss. I'll just read them out to you, okay? Greg McKegg, Josh Hosang, Brady Martin, Nathan Horton, Matt Pumple, I can't remember how it was pronounced. Owen Tippett, Derek Roy, Cody Hodgson, Gabe Velarde, Jacob Perreault, Brandon Perlini, Tyler Toffoli. Those were all the guys that were kind of in the same range as Caleb as a draft year scorer in the OHL level, or in the OHL.
I think it's a little different because first of all, the positional value. I think that the list looks a lot different if you're looking at centers, which I think matters, right? A lot of those wingers that you mentioned, like Pumple and even Toffoli, guy that penned out, they were late first round picks, right? And didn't have that projection. And of course, part of the appeal for Malhotra is he's got an extremely high level of defensive value to his game as well. You're talking about a guy that if he reaches a ceiling case, you're hoping is in Selke Trophy conversations in addition to the offense. So I'd be a little bit careful about sort of including some of those winger names in that conversation. You're right, though, in the sense that for like centers that are taken top 5 out of the OHL, he is on the lower end of that range. Now, Cam Robinson's provided the context that OHL scoring has been down compared to the last couple of years. So that makes his draft year production a little bit better when accounting for this slightly lower scoring era. But you are right. Like the production profile doesn't leap off the page. And yet I think part of what you're hoping for here as well is also, and this isn't something that I've fully been able to dive in on. I think I will now since they've drafted Caleb, but this idea that sometimes sons of NHLers outperform their statistical profiles in draft years, right? I've mentioned before, Josh Doan was a mid-round pick. You looked at his, like what his point totals were that year, any of the NHL draft models, they weren't very high on Josh Doan at all. And when Doan was taken, in fact, a lot of people thought it was just for a good story. Oh, he's Shane Doan's son, and Arizona's taken him. And look at what Doan has become now in Buffalo since being traded. He's a monster. Same thing with Jackson Blake, son of Jason Blake. But mid-round pick, you looked at his scoring numbers, would have thought there's I wouldn't say no chance, but like a 1% chance he's going to be what he is based just off the statistics. And he's beaten all the odds and become way more than anybody could have anticipated. Even a guy like Brady Tkachuk. Brady Tkachuk, he had good numbers in the NCAA in his draft year. They weren't spectacular per se. And yet he's become a first-line winger in the NHL and absolutely lived up to the third overall billing from that 2018 draft class. So I think there is something to this idea potentially of when you got the NHL bloodlines, at least recently, it seems like you sometimes find a way to become more than what your numbers say you will in your draft year.
Yeah, totally. And you made a good point. You know, the NHL bloodlines. I mean, Steve Nash was just on the screen too. He's his uncle. And just going back to the scoring profile stuff, like obviously there's so much more that goes into it. And you make a really good point. But if I were to adjust for era, I would maybe be done at the end of August. So yeah. Anyway, Harm. Yeah, I guess Caleb Malhotra now, Vancouver Canuck. What do you think drafting a center does for them now at 24, and who's kind of your pick at 24?
I think it opens up the possibility of taking a defenseman if one falls, right? If you had taken Chase Reed third, well, then with that other first round pick, if a guy like Ryan Lynn had fallen, or like a Tommy Blyle, Xavier Villeneuve, there's no way you would have taken a shot at one of those defensemen. You would have been looking at a center, probably one of the ones with size, maybe an Ilya Morozov or something along those lines, Brooks Rogowski. Now that you've taken a center first, you can still take a forward, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it at least makes it more palatable or more appealing to, hey, if Ryan Lynn falls, all of a sudden that seems like a slam dunk at 24.
Yeah, we had Irf on before you, and I kind of asked him a similar question. Like, do you think number 3, what they do at number 3 matters to what they will do at number 24? And honestly, like if they took a defenseman, then I think there was no doubt they would be taking a center there, like you mentioned, like a Morozov, Dejanay, one of the big ones, right? But now that they've taken a center, they've gotten that out of the way. Now you can just kind of go best player available. So that's kind of what I project that they'll do. Give me a name. Who are you stamping on? I believe Irf said Mathis Preston. What's your pick?
Okay, this is tricky because he might not fall there. But if Ryan Lynn, I'm really hoping Ryan Lynn falls. Not just because he's from BC, a Richmond kid, but that kid is a top 15 talent, no doubt about it. So he's my guy.
Rudolph just went 4th to the Sabres.
Wow. Okay.
Anyway, Harm, I know you got to go, but that was surprising to me. I didn't know. I didn't think he'd be the first defenseman off the board. I'll tell you that. But thank you so much for joining us today, making the time. We really, really appreciate it. And I mean, the chat loves you. Chat loves you. Best media member in Vancouver.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Harman Dial, everybody. What's going on, Jake? Good to see you. Holy crap, dude. What just happened?
Yeah, I'm shocked.
But Dax and Rudolph at 4? Wow. I wonder, Dave is probably just, his blood's probably boiling right now. I guess first we'll start off with what'd you think about Caleb Malhotra?
You know, I've been monitoring our chat here, and a lot of people aren't happy with it, and I can understand. Because yeah, maybe the ceiling isn't quite what you would hope for from a 3rd overall pick. But that being said, like now you add Malhotra to your pipeline, he immediately becomes your best prospect. I get that you don't want to draft for need, but this team, like you see how the league is going nowadays, you need elite centermen, you need elite center depth, and having a combination of Malhotra and Coots potentially as your middle 6 center duo for the future. Next year, maybe you get another top 3 pick. You grab a Nazar Privalov or an Alexei Joseph, something like that, who can be your 1C. I don't. It wouldn't have been the pick that I made, but I don't mind the pick of taking Caleb Malhotra. And one thing that I will say, I've talked to you about this off camera as well. Like I had the chance to do a little bit of work last year with the Chilliwack Chiefs. And so I got firsthand look at Caleb Malhotra and how he operates. If this kid doesn't pan out, it's not going to be because he doesn't work his ass off. Like that's the one thing that I noticed from him when I was going to Chiefs practices and stuff like that. Like he was always a workhorse on the ice, last guy off the ice every single practice. One of the practices that I was there for, I think he was out there an hour and a half after practice, working with the coaching staff. So he's going to be a workhorse. He's, like I said, he's not going to pan out because he doesn't have the attitude for it and doesn't have the work ethic for it.
Yeah, and I think you're kind of seeing now what like the profiles that RJ and this regime really want, and that's good character guys. And I mean that's what you're going to get in a Caleb Malhotra. You know, he was raised right, raised in a hockey family, raised in an athletic family with Steve Nash. So, I mean, I don't. It wouldn't have been my pick, but I don't think it's a bad pick. You know, I don't think the Canucks could have made a bad pick there. But yeah, that was a shocker. So, I guess let's just think. How long do you think? Because when Jim Rutherford was still running the team, he was like, "Oh yeah, we want Braden Coots in the NHL. We want Jonathan Lecaire-Mackey in the NHL. We want whoever we pick at 3rd overall in the NHL next season." Caleb's already committed to BU for next season. Yeah. But how long do you project him to kind of play in the NCAA? Like, do you think he needs a little bit more conditioning? You think he needs maybe another year, or think he's ready to go?
I think it'll be interesting. Just like next year, obviously he'll be on a team with Tynan Lawrence.
I wonder how they're going to stack up against each other.
Yeah. I think that will be pretty telling. But I could definitely see him being one of those guys that plays the year in the NCAA next year and then finishes the year in the NHL.
Yep, we could see that. Okay, just checking my phone now. Pavel Dorofeyev for pick 2692 and a conditional first in 2028, top 10 protected. Is that the Rangers 2028 first? It's top 10 protected, but still, I mean, if that shifts over, I mean, I don't know. It appears that, I don't think the Rangers aren't rebuilding at all if they're going out and doing this. That's why I think
another interesting thing.
Hindsight 2020, obviously, if I could make any changes to our mock draft here, I would definitely go with your pick in Albert Schmitz right now because he's the most NHL ready. Do I think he plays NHL games next season? I don't know. But he's the best bet to play NHL games next season, I believe. So, I could. That's an interesting trade for me for Vegas. Why are you trading what did he score? 35 goals this season? I don't think he quite hit 40, but
and it was like back-to-back 30-goal seasons.
Yeah, back-to-back 30-goal seasons. Who's going to replace that goal scoring on the Golden Knights? I don't understand.
Maybe Brett Howden with his playoff performance.
That's true. Or who was that guy they called up from Henderson who played on the top line and actually scored? Can't remember his name.
In the playoffs or in the regular season?
Regular season. I think it was like a BB name.
Braden Bowman.
That's it. Knew it. Yeah, him. Interesting, though. Dorofeyev was an RFA, so he was due a new contract. They only have $4.625 million right now. If I remember correctly, is Pietrangelo potentially coming back next year?
I haven't seen anything about him like
I thought I might
coming
have.
back, but I do want to ask you, like, what do you think about the Daxon Rudolph pick? Because we didn't really get into it. Like, I thought he would be the 5th or 6th defenseman off the board.
I thought he was going 9.
Yeah.
Okay, the Rangers are on the clock. Then we'll get to. Yep, Albert Schmitz. There it is. Albert
I can't
Schmitz.
take credit for that.
No?
I watched a TikTok before I did the mock draft, and Cam Robinson
You
said
cheated.
Albert Schmitz.
I watched the same thing, and I should have probably listened to Cam, but I was like, I don't know. Might be a little early, but that's why he's the prospect guru, right? He kind of knows what's going on.
So what do you think's going on with Chase Reed here?
I don't know.
And do you think there's a world where Carroll's and Verhoff get taken before him?
I don't know.
Like 6 for Calgary. I think Carroll's is the perfect fit for Calgary.
I think so too. But I was thinking like, yeah, man, Carson Carroll's in Calgary just makes sense, dude.
Yeah.
Makes sense. They've got the righties kind of locked up. Their top 2 in Zane Parekh and now Simone Nemec. And then you don't really have like a lefty of the future. So you pair them up with Carson Carroll's. I think that's a great, great fit. Let's go back to Daxon Rudolph because I mean, that's the obvious talking point right now. That's a shock. I don't know. I don't necessarily see why they would choose him over Reed. Like, I know I was. Oh.
Do you have a trade?
Oh. Oh, it's the Leaf stuff. Oh, they're probably announcing the Dorofeyev trade. That's probably what it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Oh, it's the Peterka trade. Yeah, Dave was saying that he was kind of questioning the decision making by Rudolph. Like, he's obviously got a very good scoring profile. I can pull up what I had on him. He was right behind Carl's, so wasn't too bad. A little bit better of a goal scorer, had 28 and 68 over guys like Carter Yakubchuk, Bowen Byram, Ivan Provorov. So it was a good pick based on talent, but it is the puck or game, kind of the defensive side of his game where Dave had a lot of question marks. And he didn't really have that about Chase Reed or Carson Carl. So kind of interesting. It's the big shock of the draft so far.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. There it is. Brad Canucks convo. Tyson, that was reported that Pietrangelo is feeling better and thinking about coming back, but still unlikely. Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I thought I saw something on that. Yeah. So jumping back to Vegas here, $4.625 million in cap space. They probably couldn't have gotten Dorofeyev signed unless they made a trade. And I mean, if you look at their lineup, who would they really trade, right? They've got that $4 million, and I would just. But if Pietrangelo goes in LTIR, then that almost surely opens up the money for Dorofeyev, right?
Yeah. How does I can't remember off the top of my head how the LTIR works now under the new CBA rules.
Well, the new
and everything.
CBA doesn't kick in until September. And I remember last year they hadn't put, you can go over the salary cap in the off season, but you have to be compliant for the start of the league year, I think, mm-hmm. or it might be the start of the season. I can't remember which of the two it is, but you typically just don't see teams go over unless they have LTIR space or have someone who's going to go on LTIR. Because if you go over and teams know you're over, they're going to take advantage of you. They're going to rip you off because they know you have to make a move, right? So you typically don't see it. But yeah, interesting. I don't know. I don't necessarily like that for Vegas. It doesn't make much sense unless they got something else cooking, but who knows? Just looking at the comment section right now. What was some of the reaction for the Malhotra pick? I wasn't looking at the chat there.
Well, you and Harm were chatting. I threw a poll in right before the Canucks pick was made, just asking the chat who they wanted third overall. Chase Reed, 38%, Viggo Bjork, 33%, Caleb Malhotra, 20%, and then other, it only gave me 4 options to put in. So I put other, like Karels, Verhoff, etc., 9%. So I'd say a large amount of the listeners were not too thrilled with the pick. And I, like we talked about, like I get it, but at the same time, we've made our points about that. Like I think they needed a center. Well, Calgary's making their pick now.
Yep. Lanny McDonald. Where are you? Are you behind me?
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind you.
Okay, so I don't want to ruin it for you.
I'm just going to say right now, I think it's Karels.
I hope it's Karels. Well, actually, I don't, because I don't want Karels going to Calgary. Yeah. Oh, damn it. I ruined it for you. That just makes so much sense.
Yeah. So Chase Reed goes from top D-man in the class to potentially the 4th off the board.
4th? Wow. Oh, Carl's isn't at the draft.
If you were getting drafted, would you be going?
I don't know. Maybe not at a decentralized draft, because like, what's the fun of it anymore, right? Like, you don't even get to go up there, get your picture in the jersey. They kind of steal that from you now, right?
Yeah.
It's just whatever celebrity guest or just the commissioner that you get to take your picture with. I don't know. They've taken away all the fun from it, and I really hope they go back to the centralized draft, because it just seems like that's more fun. Even speaking with some of the prospect guys who cover prospects and stuff who go to all the drafts, they're like, oh yeah, like there's not even a point. Like, why would players go? And if the players aren't even going to be there, then why the hell am I going? Like, no one's going to be there. No fun's going to happen. So yeah, interesting. Can you imagine, dude, if Chase Reed falls to 9 and the San Jose Sharks get Chase Reed and Ivar Stenberg? Oh my gosh. We're going to have to put a petition into the league. Whatever they do for expansion, get the San Jose Sharks the hell out of the Canucks division. It'll never happen, but that's going to be a dangerous team. For sure, I'll tell you. We do have a guest. I believe he's coming on in about, he said 10 to 15 minutes after the Flames pick. So we'll wait on him. But we got a Flames guest coming on, and I know I'm going to glaze him a lot about this Karels pick, because
yeah, that's your guy.
I like it a lot. I know he was my guy. It's planted my flag in him when we did our guys. So yeah, we'll see. How about a checkup on the mock draft? How we doing? Who's winning?
Yeah, I'll pull that up here.
Yeah.
So everybody swept the board first 2 picks. All 3 of us wrong on 3rd overall and 4th. Only me right at 5th, and then we're all right at 6th. So I got the lead right now.
Jake's got the lead. Producer Jake. I mean, hey, if you beat me in this, I think you might have to take HR over for me, and I'll learn how to produce. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. Chase Reed isn't that good, guys, from Vancouver Canucks, huh? Or Vancouver Canucks. I missed it. There's no N in there.
You know, like I can see people, like I can see why people are down on Chase Reed, because he's supposed to be an offensive defenseman, power play quarterback, and I've heard Harm talk about this a lot on Convo. Like the numbers that he put up this year in the OHL weren't spectacular, but the profile is that of a potential top pairing power play quarterback defenseman.
Yep. Okay. You still got Vigo going here to Seattle? Oh, I think there's too many Pacific Division teams in this top. Yeah. Like,
they don't take defensemen.
I know they always take centers. They have always taken a center, but I wonder now if now's the time. You see Chase Reed, who was supposed to be the top defenseman, taken. You see him on the board, and you're licking your chops. You're ready to go. But I also think we're kind of getting to a point where it's like, okay, like the Rangers, despite Reed being there, they were like, okay, well, we're pretty locked in on Smits, and they take him. Calgary, the same thing. They're pretty locked in on Carrolls. They take him. So I wonder if, Seattle, I have Verhoff going to the Kraken. I wonder if, they kind of go that same route. They're like, okay, well, we've been pretty locked in on Verhoff. Didn't think Reed was going to be here. So we're going to take Verhoff. But it looks like the pick's in for the Kraken.
It's funny, the draft day reference that Irf made. This makes me think Chase Reed, Bo Callahan, sliding down the board.
There it is. Chase Reed, number 7 to the Seattle Kraken. We all strike out.
Yeah.
We all strike out there. Any other news going on? Any other news?
Well, I'll ask you, what do you think of the fit for Reed in Seattle?
I think it's great. I mean, they needed defensemen. I know they have Brandon Malhotra on the right side and everything, but Reed's going to take a few years. Is he going to Western Michigan? Right? I think he is. Am I wrong? Yeah, he's going to the NCAA. I think most of the defensemen in the class outside of Smith's probably need some more conditioning and going to the NCAA. Yeah, or Michigan State. Sorry.
Yeah, Michigan State.
Western Michigan. I got my college football in me still. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a steal for the Kraken, and I hate it for Canucks fans because that's a good pick, and he's probably gonna make the Canucks regret not picking him because that could be the start of the I-5 rivalry.
Yeah,
a lot of people
Prime
here
Killer in the chat. This is a good shout from Prime Killer. Reed at 7, just like Quinn Hughes. I
was just about to read that exact comment. Yeah, it is a good shout. I mean, Quinn Hughes fell, but it was kind of maybe based on size, but yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. It doesn't always. I know the Kraken are looking for that stud, right? Like they offered that big contract to Jason Robertson. Obviously, it didn't work out. They did the same with Artemi Panarin, but I mean, getting Chase Reed in the draft. I mean, that's a pretty good start on getting guys to want to come to Seattle, getting that superstar talent that you need. 7 overall. Yeah, that's surprising and a really good pick for the Kraken.
Yeah, some people in the chat asking just about Verhoff being the only top defenseman left in the draft, like in that top higher tier.
Mm-hmm.
Would you put Malte Gustafsson in that tier as well with Keaton Verhoff, or would you put Verhoff a tier above?
Yeah. Like I I'm a firm believer that, I mean, Verhoff is still great, man. Like he's still a really, really good prospect. Like when I was doing my my study, let me pull it up. Yeah, I mean, the guys he was connected to here or similar. Where is it? Yeah, like Noah Hannafin, Owen Power, Ryan Whitney. Like I know Ryan Whitney didn't play his whole career, but he still had a really good career as like a top point producer. Owen Power was looked at as a great deep prospect, went first overall. Like these are the guys that he's compared to. And I had that whole thing back in May about Malhotra and Verhoff falling, but like why, at the start we were talking about, oh yeah, McKenna might not be making it work, as like it might not have been a great decision for him to go to the NCAA because he's not actually like tearing it up as we expected him to do so. And then obviously he had the second half of the year when he did. And we were kind of docking him for that. And then everyone kind of turned around like, oh no, he was just challenging himself. He wanted the next test at the next level. And why are we not saying that about Keaton Verhoff? He did the same thing. And his point production is on par with some of the best defensemen kind of in the league right now. Like, I don't understand. Like maybe, yeah, I understand his skating is off, but as a 17-year-old, there's only been two others that were drafted in the same year that had better production than him, and that's Zach Werenski, Noah Hannafin. Like, if you're in the same conversations as those guys, I think you're going to be pretty solid in the NHL.
Yeah. Quads in the chat. Just ordered dinner. What time do you guys want me on?
I don't know. What's for dinner, Quads? What's for dinner? Let us know. KK Canucks, San Jose probably will get Verhoff if he's still there. I think there's absolutely no way that the Winnipeg Jets let a Western Canadian kid fall past them in the draft. They have a real problem, but it does make sense about Vigo too. I think Desjardins, 25-20, just said they go Vigo. I mean, they do need center help too. I mean, they can't really mess this pick up. Could you imagine if they go, oh my God, then San Jose's going to get... There it is. Vigo Bjork to the Winnipeg Jets. I looked at the chat and I ruined it for myself. I already knew. Oh my gosh. So the San Jose Sharks are going to get Keaton Verhoff.
Man.
And Ivar Stenberg.
That's a great haul for them.
That's fantastic, dude. I mean, I'm going to call Quads out because he's in the chat, and I didn't even remember he said this, but he called himself out. He was like, oh, I called Mike Greer the worst GM in the league. And that was probably because of the Askarov trade, and not a big Askarov guy, Quads. But, I mean, the work he's done now, like this Eklund trade to essentially, like you trade away Eklund, you get the 9th overall pick, so you ensure that you're going to get that defenseman that you need. Everyone thought it was going to be kind of Daxon Rudolph, but now it turns out to be Keaton Verhoff. That's some great work, like upgrading on Eklund to get Stenberg. Now you're going to get one of the top defensive prospects coming into the year in Keaton Verhoff, who I just went through all of his comparables and points in the NCAA. Like, San Jose is going to be a problem, man. San Jose is going to be a problem. And even if it was Vigo Bjork, like, you still take that guy and then try and pull another trade off. But I think the Jets hit a home run here with Vigo. Very interesting.
Oh, we've got a chat. I live outside the Peg. Saying that Vigo will hate his first winter there. He's from Sweden. They've got some harsh winters up in Sweden.
That's a good point.
Might not hit him too hard.
Yeah, maybe just stop. Yeah, like draft the Swedes, draft the Finns, because they're used to the cold up there. They're used to it. So we all brick there. All brick there. Who do we have here? Daxon Rudolph across the board for San Jose. So we're getting another one wrong, guaranteed. But would you see them passing on a Keaton Verhoff here and going like a Malte Gustafsson? I can't imagine they're going
I can't
forward.
see it.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't think they go forward. I wouldn't think that they pass on Keaton Verhoff. I mean, if they come out with Stenberg and Verhoff at one point in the year, like not too long ago, both of those guys have been projected to be the number 1 pick in the draft.
Yep. 100%. And that's wicked for them, man. It's a good time to be a Jets fan, I'll tell you. Wasn't Patrick Laine a Finn? Great point. My bad. I think the Laine situation, though, I don't know if it was necessarily about the weather. He wasn't like the star on the team, I don't think. He was kind of getting second line deployment. And I think he wanted to go shine somewhere and be the guy. Obviously it didn't work out for him, but you saw him in Montreal, right? And then I heard reports that he wanted to come back to Montreal. I don't think it's going to happen, just with the direction that they're going in. But yeah, it didn't sound to me like it was weather related, which is why Laine wanted to leave.
Mm-hmm. My one Laine memory in Winnipeg is when he ripped that rebound into his own net.
Yeah. That's funny.
But yeah, so we can assume Verhoff's off the board. Predators, I'll pull the mock draft back up in a bit here, but both Dave and I have Wyatt Cullen. You've got Malte Gustafsson. Assuming Verhoff is off the board, do you still think that Gustafsson's the pick
for the for the Preds? Yeah, because I think that was, we all kind of knew that there was a consensus top 9, right?
Yeah,
and so yeah, I'll stick to my guns here. I'm pretty high on Gustafsson, and like I mentioned, yeah, I still would, because I mean they just farm defensemen, right? And if you let's look at their defensive prospect pool. Do they have the next defenseman coming? I don't know. I don't know if they do. Vigo Gustafsson, Andrew Gibson, Tanner Mollendijk. So they have a couple guys, but I mean they're 21 and 21. You know, I think they're just a defenseman factory, so I think it just makes a lot of sense to go there. And I do see Gustafsson kind of shooting up the board. So that one made sense to me. They could go forward though. I don't know. Like it's tough because the new GM there, you don't know what strategy he's kind of got in his head. So yeah, we'll see. But I think this is a slam dunk for Keaton Verhoff here, and then I guess the draft kind of started twice. You know, started at 3 with the Canucks, and then it's going to start again at 10. Yeah, I'm just curious about this St. Louis. Are they actually just going to make all these picks? Just seems odd if they would.
Especially in this year's class where it's a little bit weaker.
Right.
But maybe that's why you make all 4 picks, just so you can throw as many darts at the board as you can.
Yep. Hopefully one sticks.
Yeah. Well, hopefully more than one.
Okay, you asked me off the top, Gavin McKenna, what's the percentage that he doesn't go here? So what's the percentage Keaton Verhoff doesn't go here?
I'll go 5%. I think it's pretty much a guarantee.
I think so too. We knew it.
Yeah.
We knew it. Damn, man. San Jose just home run here. Just fell into their lap too.
Yeah, Sam Dickinson, Keaton Verhoff, future pairing like that. That's
Watch out.
really exciting.
Yeah.
Big
We
Dickinson
should
can
move to San
skate.
Jose, man. It might be more fun to cover them.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Yeah. It's hot. Let me turn my fan on. One sec. Can you take care of all the kitties?
Yeah, I'll take a look at the chat here. Retain 50% of Pedersen and send him to St. Louis for 11, 15, and 16. I don't think St. Louis gives up 11, 15, and 16 for Pedersen, even at 50% retention.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't see it. Can't see that happening. He drops.
I could see a world where, like, if you retained Pedersen, though, you could maybe get one of those picks off of St. Louis. But I don't think it's all three.
Yeah, what if... Yeah, I don't know. Maybe? I think
it depends on
for sure get one of those picks.
Yeah.
For sure one of those picks. I was just thinking, yeah, I don't know. I think I did hear something that St. Louis was kind of poking around the Pedersen front, but yeah, I don't know. This should be interesting. Let's see what's going on with Dave.
SG552, Jake, you're an unsung hero. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Should have won the award this year for the Canucks. Oh, it is a commercial now.
Considering how long that first pick took, we're under an hour since then. And we're outside of the top 10 now, which is good. It's starting to pick up.
Outside of the top 10. Brother, we're still in the top 10. We're at 10 right now.
Oh, that's right. Scratch that unsung hero comment. I clearly don't know what's going on.
Well, that's good. Unloading the 7th pick to get Stenberg and still get Verhoff. Amazing. Canucks aren't making a move tonight. I have a hidden mic in their war room. I would agree. I don't know if they're making, unless it's at the end of the first. Like Drance was talking about Caleb or Jake DeBrusk to Ottawa. I don't know, but I mean that would be interesting at that point. If say hypothetical here, Jake DeBrusk for pick 25. Both Rucks are on the board. You pulling the trigger?
I'm going Preston 24 and the Rucks at 25 and 33. And I mean, when we interviewed Mathis, he's in the car with those guys. I think that'd be an unbelievable trio.
That would be kind of cool. Kind of cool.
Yeah.
Huh. And he even said it. I know the audio at the time was kind of glitchy, but he was like, "Oh yeah, like if we were all drafted together, like that would be special." So
maybe he's like hinting at something.
Maybe he knows.
Yeah.
Maybe he knows. Nashville. I got Gustafson. You've got Cullen. I don't know. This is the definite tier break in the draft. For sure. Are you still leading? Yeah, you must be.
Yeah, because I don't think we've hit on anything else.
I mean, the fact that you've got 4, it's pretty good.
Yeah, just a guru.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, you're back to being the unsung hero.
Yeah.
All right, here comes the Preds. Malte, do it. Not looking at the chat. You can't ruin it for me.
Tynan Lawrence.
You think they go center back-to-back years, though?
I could see it.
I honestly have no idea what Nashville's thinking.
I just don't know if Brady Martin's necessarily a number one center.
Yeah. What do you think Tynan Lawrence is?
No, but I think that's like your middle six for the future.
Yeah.
This Luke Bryan announcing the pick?
Yeah. Can you hear it?
Yeah. On my end, I can hear it.
Okay. Damn it, I looked at the chat.
I did too. But I don't know if it's true.
I'm slacking, man. I'm slacking.
There we go.
Yep, you guys take an extra big lead on me now. I had him following.
I want to say Wyatt Cullen's dad played for Nashville.
Matt Cullen?
Yeah.
Kind of sounds right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did, because I think in Hut a couple of years ago, I had like a 94 overall Matt Cullen for the Nashville Predators.
He was never that high.
Yeah,
he was never that high.
2 seasons for the Nashville Predators.
Tyson, I know you have it muted, but Luke Bryan just started singing his ChatGPT song. Wake up, coffee, camel, climb tree. I don't know what that is. What's his ChatGPT song?
I don't listen to Luke Bryan, so I don't know either.
Am I getting baited here by Quads? Yo, Quads, what up?
I'm more of an Ella fella.
I'm an Ella fella too.
Oh yeah.
Ella Langley's got it.
Yeah, I mean, let's get into the Wyatt Cullen pick a little bit.
I'll be honest, he's probably one of the guys in the top. Like, he's probably the guy in the first round that I know the least about. I didn't do much research and much diving into on Cullen. So I'll let you kind of take the reins here.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about him a little bit on the show. He was tiny a couple of years ago, like 5'6", and he's grown a little bit. Obviously, he's another one of the NHL bloodlines, which we mentioned earlier, but he's got a ton of speed. Left winger. He's now listed at 6'1", which I don't know. I think that might be juiced a little bit, but yeah, like this year for the national development team had 45 points in 40 games, and then 16 points in 15 games in the USHL. Had a great under 18 tournament. He's one of the guys that rose up the ranks a little late, so that gives me a little bit of concern, because usually, like, if a guy's jumping, like I'll pull up my rankings, but I think I had him ranked in the mid-20s like 2 months ago. And so that gives me a little bit of concern for what like taking him in the top 10. Yeah, I actually, in my March rankings, I had him outside of the first round. But yeah, I think just the speed, he's grown. And I think it's a good fit with Nashville, because I think they need more skilled, speedy wingers. They don't really have much in their pipeline as far as that goes. Like, they've got young guys like Matthew Wood. Who else do they have on the wing? Can't think off the top of my head right now, but I'll pull up their top prospects.
Okay.
Yeah, Joachim Kemmel, that's right. Riker Lee is another good player, but they don't really have a guy that necessarily projects as a top 6 winger. And so I think I think taking Cullen here makes a lot of sense for them.
The only thing that I get worried about is those guys who rise up the rankings after all the hockey's been played.
Yeah.
You know, like, what did he do to deserve moving all the way up? Like, I'm pretty sure before the World Championships, he did have a great tournament there. Don't get me wrong; he was probably one of the best players. That's what I do remember from him. But like after that, like he was like teetering. Like I remember Dave talking about him, like, oh, maybe 33, and then now he goes top 10. Like I don't know. It's a little high. I'm not doubting the player. I mean, we talk about the NHL bloodlines, right? Like with Harm when he came on, with Malhotra, right? And I mean, he gave good examples like Jackson Blake, Josh Doan. So Wyatt Cullen does have that for sure, and he will bring size and speed to the wing for the Predators. And yeah, I mean, it's a decent swing. He was, decent swing for the Preds. It does make sense there. Gustafsson would have made more sense though.
Now Gustafsson, I could see going here at 11 to the Blues.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember we were doing mocks with on Convo, and I believe I had Gustafsson going here because to me it's Ryan Lynn and Malte Gustafsson. I don't know if you can guarantee that you're going to get one at 15 or 16. I mean, at the time, I don't think they had 16, so at 15. So I was like, okay, get one now because there's going to be plenty of forwards that you can kind of get later on at 15. So it looks like the pick is in for the Blues.
Yeah, and I just looked at our final mock draft on Blackfish, and you also had taken Gustafsson at 11.
Yeah. Yeah. So what if I was right just early? I got to turn off Friedman notifications because I just ruined it for myself again.
Okay.
Got one back on you, Jake.
Yeah. You and Dave
Got
both.
one back on. Yep. Now I think you guys are tied, and then I'm one behind. So hey, I'm still in the race. Don't count me out, baby. Don't count me out. But once the later picks start coming, I mean, it gets a lot harder to get those right. We're going to have a guest coming on pretty quick here, I believe in 2 minutes. But in the meantime, we'll just go over some Wyatt Cullen comps that I did. Scoring profile comps. It was Max Plant. He was sick. Like he led the NCAA in goals, I believe, this season. JT Compher, solid like middle six center. Cole McKinney, who went last year. But you want to know what was interesting to me? And this is why I kind of think that this draft might not be as good as, even last year or the year before. Definitely the year before. But like all those guys that he was in point comparables with, they all went in the second round. Max Plant, 47th overall. JT Compher, 35th overall. Cole McKinney, 53rd overall. Now you're getting the same type of caliber player. Sure, he has the bloodlines that all those other guys might not have, but same scoring profile, and you're picking him 10th overall, whereas all these other guys have like went in the second round. And I mean, he's the biggest. It says he's 6'1" on here, but like the other guys aren't far behind. They're both 6 feet, and Max Plant's 5'11". So, and then Tynan Lawrence, I felt pretty bad. Like I didn't want to judge him too hard, because he had the weird year, right? It was kind of questionable that he went over to the NCAA after leaving the USHL. He kind of did figure it out as the season went on, but his comparables were like Jack Hughes, not that one, the LA Kings pick. Cameron Hughes, who Canucks fans will remember from the Texas Star series and the Abbotsford Canucks. He was a dog in the AHL, but I don't know if it hasn't fully hit that he's hit his stride in the NHL level yet. And Charlie Strommel, who I'm actually quite big on. Minnesota Wild draft pick. I was looking into him as a potential. I think it was like Kiefer Sherwood trade or whatever. Minnesota Wild. So I was looking him up, and I kind of fell in love with him. He was the first line center for Michigan State with Porter Martone. So those two were pretty dynamic together. So I like that. I like that profile. If Tynan Lawrence can be that, and I don't know. Yeah, I do feel bad because he was supposed to go third, right? Like that was a conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But then, yeah, obviously questionable decision led him down to 11 there. The jersey guy. You guys need to display the actual picks selected.
Yeah, I'm pulling those up right now.
Yeah.
Just give me 1 second.
You pulling that up?
Yeah. Doing that right now.
Do we have live? Yeah, let's run through the picks. Toronto gets McKenna. Stenberg to San Jose. Canucks get Caleb Malhotra. Buffalo gets Daxon Rudolph. Albert Schmitz to the Rangers. Carson Karls to the Calgary Flames. Seattle Kraken go Chase Reed. What a steal. Winnipeg gets Vigo Bjork. San Jose gets Keaton Verhoff. And there you go. Nashville gets Wyatt Cullen, and Tynan Lawrence goes to the St. Louis Blues. What do you think this I guess someone said pull it up. I can do what Quads always does. Pull it up, Jacob. Pull it up. What was I gonna say? Can't remember. Lost my train of thought. But the Devils are up. Oh yeah. What do you think now with the Tynan Lawrence selection that the Blues do at 15 and 16? If they do hold on to the picks.
Depending on if Ryan Lynn falls there, I could see that being one of the picks for them. I think they definitely go with a defenseman with one of 15 or 16, assuming that they hang on to all three of those. But yeah, I think my target for them would 100% be Ryan Lynn.
Yeah. Yeah, Ryan Lynn makes a lot of sense. I mock drafted Gustafsson to the Blues at 11. So if he's there for them, I don't know if he will. Yeah. I don't know if you get kind of past the Islanders and the Blue Jackets, but the Gary Bettman's at the mic. Ooh. I had Ethan Belchet's pretty convincingly pegged here. It just made a lot of sense. Oh yeah, Brad says in the chat, Dave Hall will be excited. Dave is probably losing his marbles right now that Command went this high.
Yeah, I heard Dave's a Devils fan now.
Yeah, he's switching teams. I thought getting a power forward in Ethan Belchet's or even Oscar Hemming kind of made a little sense too. But yeah, I mean, Alexander Command shot up the ranks. Kind of in a similar boat to when Wyatt Cullen did too. Like, there's no hockey really being played outside of the World Championship. So, yeah. Just messaging our guest. He's a little late, but I do believe he's still coming. How's the chat looking? Oh, I guess, sorry. What I wanted to do here, I'll do this with all the players, but Alexander Command's kind of scoring profile. Oh, I put that at the bottom. Yeah, here it is. Alexander Command scoring profile. He had a 1.547 points per game. I thought it was a perfect kind of comparison when I did William Karlsson.
Yeah,
William Karlsson, because he's like that middle six center, defense first, but can put up offense as well. I don't know if he'll have like the 40 goal campaign that William Karlsson had, but their numbers were comparable. Command 0.57 goals per game, 1.47 points per game. William Karlsson 0.53 goals per game, 1.42 points per game. So he actually outproduced William Karlsson. But again, like Command was just 12th overall. William Karlsson was 53rd in the second round. So, and it's not all about scoring profile. Obviously, things are different, but I mean, similar statures as well. 6'1" for Command. Yeah, so it'll be interesting. I do think though. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, that being said, like I think if Command turns into a William Karlsson, you'd be very happy with that. Even though I get 12th overall might be a little bit high, but I think you'd be very happy with that. And I think the fact that they have Jack Hughes, Nico Hischier, and now putting Alexander Command into that lineup in a couple of years, like Jack Hughes with his injury troubles, we've talked about Command quite a bit being a great third line center, possibly a second line center. So if you have him as your 3C, say Jack Hughes goes down with an injury, then you've got Command who can fill in that 2C role for a period of time, you know?
Yeah, and that's been the problem with the Devils, right? Because Jack Hughes can never stay healthy, and so who do they have? They got Dawson Mercer kind of fill in that 2C role where you kind of would rather him on the wing or rather him 3C. The only thing is the Devils have a lot of question marks, man. I'm not sure that Jack Hughes is long there after seeing what his brother Quinn did. Maybe they meet up forces somewhere else. It might be New Jersey. So all three of them are together. They don't want to leave Luke behind, but also like Nico Hischier, like his name has kind of been involved in some trade rumors and everything. So, and I think his contract's up at the end of next year.
Yeah, it's up soon.
Yeah, because I think he's extension eligible July 1st.
And so even then, like maybe Command is your Hischier replacement.
Maybe on the low end.
Yeah. Yeah, Command's certainly not a first overall pick caliber, but
no. Canucks posting some pictures of Caleb and Manny. What a good guy. Look at Manny just taking pictures. What a proud dad. Proud dad moment. It is a cool story.
It is.
Cool story that they're going to be together. I know I kind of came I had a couple hits where I was like, yeah, like you just got rid of all the drama. Why are you going to potentially bring in another situation? Well, I do think I think the locker room talk where it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, you're talking a little bit of smack about your coach, right? With the boys, what he said or whatever. Now it's going to be a little awkward because his dad's there, and who knows, man. Like, I wanted to walk that back a little bit because like NHL coaches they're hired to be fired, right? Like they do not last long, especially in today's NHL. Like Martin St. Louis, who took over not that long ago, is like the third longest tenured head coach right now after like Cooper and Bednar. I might be off a few years there, but he's definitely in the top 5. So yeah, who knows if Malhotra's ready or Caleb's ready by the time that Manny is still there. Obviously, we all hope that Manny is, because like we've seen what he did in Abbotsford. He brought a championship to the Canucks organization, the first one in franchise history, and then the way he's able to build a culture and everything. So we're hoping that he's there. And you know, I got a lot of flack that like, oh, like I think it's unfair that that you say that about them based on the character and stuff. They're professionals, blah blah blah. But I always prefaced it with like, I know that they're professionals, but it's about the other guys too. But that's an issue for down the road. It's not an issue for right now. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun watching Caleb at BU next year, and to see if he can actually take that next step in a more difficult, challenging league against against older guys, more physical guys, more developed guys, right?
Well, and he could be on the Canadian World Junior team. Like, how long has it been since we've seen a Canucks prospect? Well, I guess Braden Coots, but like
Last year,
Coots,
yeah.
yeah.
It's been
But
like maybe 6 months.
but Coots and Malhotra like likely make that team together. Like that'll make that tournament even more exciting to watch.
Mhm.
Having
Yep.
two Canucks prospects, the two best prospects in the Canucks system playing in that tournament.
And future Canuck Landon DuPont will probably be on that team.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna get to see him later this summer.
Oh yeah. Oh right, that's correct.
Yeah.
Dang it! I gotta stop checking the chat, man. I'm turning Friedman notifications off. Can't do it. Can't do it. He's ruining it for me. Malte Gustafsson, if you had missed it, to the New York Islanders at 13. I think that's a great pick. I kind of really thought it was. I think we could see two defensemen go here, Malte Gustafsson, and then I think this is probably a Ryan Lynn spot.
Well, and look at that
And
left
then
side for the Islanders now too. It's Schaefer, Aitchison, and Gustafsson. Like that's a pretty deadly left side for their decor for the future.
I forgot about Aitchison, dude. I don't know. I probably would have gone Lynn here then.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But I think you're probably projecting Lynn to be like a second pairing guy, and Gustafsson.
But I think that's okay.
I think that's okay too. But I think Gustafsson just fits more. He's more. Like he has a lower floor or a higher floor. Sorry.
I don't know. It's well, because now what are you going to do? Schaefer first defense pairing, Gustafsson second. Then you're really going to have Aitchison on the third pair. I think he's too good for the third pair unless you can get him to play the other side. But I don't know. I don't think it's not that easy for everybody. You can still do it, but that's why I thought maybe going the right because yeah, you don't need Ryan Lynn to play on your top pairing if you want him to provide a little bit of secondary offense to the second pairing, right?
Yeah,
because you have Schaefer who's going to bring all of that on the top pair.
I'm more so thinking if they project Aitchison as their second pairing guy, Gustafsson's floor is kind of that third pairing.
Yeah, and I mean, it just sucks taking a third pairing defenseman at 13.
Yeah,
but he's I think he's kind of long to play NHL games. Like I think he will for sure. A couple of the scoring, and it's kind of unfair for like defensive defensemen like this to use the scoring profile comparables and stuff. But there were some like good defensive defensemen, like Liam Bichsel. He went 18th in the first round. He was pretty close. I mean, Gustafsson had a 0.11 points per game. Bichsel had a 0.1, but he played SHL games this year, and that's impressive. So that's a good one. Even Jonas Brodin, just like steady Eddie, minute muncher. I think that's a pretty good comp too. Obviously, it doesn't match the size profile, but yeah.
I gotta say, no Ethan Belchitz yet. I don't see Columbus taking him.
No, I think it's Ryan Lynn. I think it's Ryan Lynn here. That's what makes more sense because I mean I think it does sound like Zach Werenski is kind of on his way out. And if that's the case, then you need to replace a defenseman, right? And he's because I think it quite drops off after that.
SG552. Schaefer is the most likable player in the league right now. Agree or
it's
disagree?
I cannot disagree.
No, me neither.
Yeah, I mean he crushed it out there, like on the broadcast. I don't know. He's just such a good talker. He's great. He's great. I see him and I just get happy. I get excited because I know he's having the time of his life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And it also helps that he's sick.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Just got in contact with the guest, so he should be coming soon.
Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Columbus pick is in.
Columbus pick. Who am I gonna say here? I had mocked Gustafson to this pick.
Ooh.
Don't
Okay.
tell me. I closed the chat. Don't tell me. All right. Oscar Hemming.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. We all had pegged a defenseman here. Me and Dave had Ryan Lynn. You had Malte Gustafson. And they don't go with him. So now St. Louis is on the clock with 2 picks.
Yeah. I think Ryan Lynn is one of those picks.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
And then I could see Belchest being the other one.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of like the Montreal situation last year. How they, or no, sorry, it was the Islanders. Montreal traded the picks. But unfortunately, there's no Noah Dobson coming their way. But they just went like, okay, we'll take the best D and the best forward and the 2 that are falling, right? And I don't think necessarily Ryan Lynn is falling. This is kind of the range that he was projected to go in, maybe even a little bit later. But he's the clear best defenseman because I do think it significantly drops off. Like Tommy Blyle is a good prospect and everything, but he's a little too high for him, and you're not going to get him at 29, I don't believe. So, taking like a Ryan Lynn, and I have Nikita Klepov in here. Nikita Klepov and Alexander Command. It's obviously not going to be Command, but
we all had them taking Command.
Yeah, it made sense. It made sense. Yeah. Made sense at the time. What do we, from Krista, what do we think about Douglas not being re-signed? I don't know. I'm fine with it. Like, we saw what he was, right? And like, he's just a tough guy. But like, honestly, when you watch his games, like, he wasn't necessarily a tough guy. Like, he didn't throw the body as much as you want. He didn't fight as much as you want. I know he didn't get a ton of ice time, but I think.
Well, and I don't think guys were lining up to fight him either.
No. But also, like, you look at hockeyfights.com and he wasn't winning a lot of his fights either. So you just see the 6'9" guy towering over you who's got reach, no doubt. And you're like, all right, well, I don't want to fight that guy. So I get it. I don't know. I'm fine with it. I think Rick Dhaliwal kind of summed it up pretty well. Like, they want toughness in their lineup, no doubt, but they want toughness that's actually going to play, right? Like when he played, he was playing like what, 6, 7 minutes a night. So, yeah, that's Raj Gill, 53.92. St. Louis 16 picks here. Do they select the Rucks? I don't know. I think it's a little too high. If they had maybe traded down, let's look at the draft board, because the only threat really to take the Rucks before you would be the Canucks, right, at 24. So if they like somehow made a trade with Montreal, if Montreal wanted to move up, or San Jose wanted to move up again, or Vegas or whatever, like somewhere in between the mid-20s range, then maybe you can, or then maybe you can get them later in the first round if they still there.
Yeah, and I mean, I do think that there's a possibility that they take one of them here. Just
Maybe.
and then you wait on the other, but
I believe we've got a guest. Our guest is officially here.
I don't see him.
Oh, it said logged in.
Yet. Yeah, I see that in our private chat, but I don't see his camera on.
Uh-oh. He said in. He just sees a blue screen is what he says.
If he clicks the box on the left, it'll
click the box on the left. What color is the box?
Just like the box that shows your camera, like, when you log in, shows the camera. Yeah. But yeah, I could see a world where they
go. Here we go. St. Louis is not picking here.
All right.
Anaheim trades 15 and 29 to the Anaheim Ducks for Mason McTavish. Should we try the thing we did with Mathis? Maybe that'll work.
Yeah, I can try that. Okay.
Tell me when to tell him to log in.
Oh, there we go. We're good.
We're
now.
good?
Yeah.
Right on. Sweet. Welcome to the show, everybody. Julian McKenzie. Julian McKenzie works for The Athletic over in Ottawa. He covers the Senators. Julian, how are you enjoying the draft so far?
It's been okay. I don't know why it feels a little faster than last year. Or at least it feels a little bit more enjoyable. Matthew Schaefer's been dominating this whole thing, to be honest. He's been the MVP of the entire thing. That's been the most enjoyable part of this and all the trades. I just saw the Mason McTavish deal go down, so that's going to be it's been a wild one so far. Sorry for being late also as well. I was trying to get in a little earlier and some technical problems.
Yeah, no, that's all good. We've had that hiccup before, so it's not just you. I guess Ottawa was kind of interested in Mason McTavish. I know they were poking around a little bit there, but as we just saw, he goes to the St. Louis Blues. Kind of what was your initial reaction when you saw the trade?
Yeah, it's funny. It's at the beginning of this process, it seemed like Mason McTavish as a player of interest for the Ottawa Senators, it seemed like the prevailing sentiment would be, okay, if the Senators could find a way to bring him back to Ottawa, what else are they going to do? And with every passing move that happens where McTavish gets traded, JJ Peterka gets traded, Pavel Dorofeyev is about to sign an extension with the New York Rangers, Jason Robertson doesn't want to come here. You can go down the list of capable wingers for this team. The Senators are starting to run out of options at this point in terms of like high-level, high-quality wingers to make up some of the production they're going to lose when they don't have Brady Tkachuk on their team anymore. And this is also an organization that works in silence, and they've done a good job of going after trade targets that not a lot of people would have thought of. And people are wondering, okay, I mean, what are they going to do with Sam Ersson and Andrei Burakovsky on the team? Is there still another big-time player they can get, possibly with the 25th overall pick, to improve their team? That's what I think a lot of people in this fan base are looking at right now.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Brady Tkachuk there, and obviously that's a massive blow, team captain and everything. What can you kind of tell us about that situation and coming back from the Olympics? Like, how was it in Ottawa? Because you hear kind of what it might be, and how the fan base might have turned on him, and he might not have liked how they're booing the national anthem and all that stuff. But like, how was it surrounding him? Did you notice anything kind of change at that time?
Yeah, I think the mood around him changed. I don't think it was just an Olympics thing. I do think, well, actually, I shouldn't say it was just an Olympics thing. I think the Olympics ultimately is like a central, not character, but it's center to a lot of this, because a lot of people, at least fans anyway, were wondering if he was sort of saving himself for the Olympics ahead of time. And then the Olympics happens, and then the reactions after that with how they celebrate. And there were people who were obviously still in his corner and wanted to see him succeed. But obviously there were people who felt a type of way seeing him celebrate at the White House. It's kind of tough to escape any notion of politics with something like that. But there was still a subsection of fans who loved Brady Tkachuk and loved what he was about and were still willing to get behind him, particularly if he was going to still find a way to drive this team to the playoffs. And we know about what they did to put themselves in that position. They were tied for last in the Eastern Conference in January, and they found a way to do it in spite of their defensive core getting hurt in the last half of the year. But then he puts up goose eggs in 4 games against Carolina, and then he goes to the media and says, hey, I'm frustrated about my name being out there in trade talk. And then not long after that, he goes to Steve Staios and says, hey, I want out. There are a lot of fans who are really upset at how this ended. I still think I do think it's Brady Tkachuk's right at the end of the day with the way his contract is set, and he wants to do what's right for him and his family and the opportunity to play with his brother. I understand. Like, I can understand for any player in that situation, they deserve to do that. I do think for the sake of his legacy in this city, if he had stayed one more year, if he gave the Ottawa Senators one more opportunity to make the playoffs and try to improve from there, and then made a decision and still was like, hey, I'm not going to re-sign, but I still have a year left on my contract, and then the Sens tried to find a way to make a move, I think a lot of people would have taken that situation better. I can understand maybe the trade offer might have been a little different if they moved on from him a year later, but I do think maybe fans would have looked at him a little differently if he gave the team another opportunity to get better. And who knows what would have happened at that point. But that's at least what I think about that.
Yeah, and I mean that makes sense. It's kind of funny to me that I'm upset that my name's out there in trade rumors, and then I'm gonna put my name out there in trade rumors. Like he's gonna ask for a trade right after that. It kind of was funny to me. But how did you think the Senators did as a return? Like you mentioned, it could have been different if they waited a year, but getting 3 first-round picks and a second, I know it's from Florida, so might not be very high, but it was.
I mean, they got a ninth overall pick out of it, right? Like that was one of the 3 first-round picks they got, and they opted to move it to get a piece in William Eklund, who I understand the logic in getting him and getting 2 younger prospects in that trade. You help your team in the now, you help your team in the later. And William Eklund is a player who has a good offensive skill set in terms of being able to be a playmaker and some of the goals he's been able to score, he's been able to cut to the net. Has a little bit of pace to him as well. Like he's a player who could be of use. And if you put him in a top 6 role on this team, maybe he grows into a 60 or a 70 point player. And Kasper Halttunen as one of the 2 prospects in that trade, he becomes the best forward prospect on this team right now. Like this is a good situation, I think, for the Ottawa Senators with the way that they came out of this. But with the fact that they got all those picks, in a way, the way that they handled the trade, the reaction to it was always going to be sort of delayed because of what they were going to do with those picks. William Eklund is a part of it. If they move on from the 25th overall pick for somebody, that's part of that trade too. So it remains to be seen what could happen with that. But I think considering the circumstances where Brady Tkachuk let the organization know he only wanted to go to, yes, there were 4 teams he was interested in talking to, but there's really only one team he wanted to go to in the end, and the Sens made no bones about it. They were painted into a corner. He did as well as I think he could have. I still would have liked to have seen the Sens get a player, but 3 first-round picks and an opportunity to turn those picks into something substantial. We'll see how it plays out for the other pick, but yeah, I do think it could have been a lot worse, but they made out okay with it.
Yeah, it was always. You couldn't view that trade just based on the 3 first-round picks because Staios had mentioned, like, we're not taking a step back here. And it was kind of that 9th overall pick was burning a hole in their pocket. You kind of knew they were gonna move it, and I agree with you. Like, I think Eklund's a great player. He might not have fit San Jose anymore with the direction that they were going and taking Stenberg at 2, but I think it was a solid return, and I think he's going to be great for you. I just wanted to ask about Jordan Spence because – from what I remember, it kind of seemed like the writing was on the wall that he might be finding a new home, but I thought he was actually pretty good. Like when when the Sens had a bunch of injuries, like he stepped up in a big way when Sanderson, Shabbat, Zub, they were all out. And he was logging heavy minutes, and he was playing well in those minutes. So I was confused why they were trading him, but now they re-sign him. Like, what kind of happened there from your perspective?
Here's what I think, and you have to be careful with some of the stuff that's out there with stuff like that. Here's what I fearlessly want to, I guess, I don't know about speculate, but here's what I think happened. Jordan Spence is a good young player who's 25, about to be 26. He's in that range. You're right. He filled in a really great way on this team when their defensive core was decimated, and he found himself playing minutes with Thomas Chabot on a second pair. And there have been moments, even in games, when everyone was healthy and the Sens needed goals, and Travis Green, the head coach, would put Jordan Spence with Jake Sanderson, and they would find ways to generate offense. Like Jordan Spence, that's a defenseman you have on your team. You enjoy the offensive gifts that he has, and the fact that he's shown that he's able to play on whatever pairing you have, that's a defenseman that should be of use for your team. And I wonder if you're the Ottawa Senators and you're trying to find ways to get better, and you only have so much draft capital, you only have so many guys who might be worth moving on from a trade, is Jordan Spence a piece worth dangling to somebody? I don't know if there was any harm in putting him in that situation. I don't think it was a situation at all where the Sens were displeased with him and how he played and how he filled in admirably. I think if anything, with his name being out there, I think it was just a situation where maybe the Sens were just considering all their different options. Maybe something didn't work, and they said, you know what, we're better off keeping the player, which I think is the right move. And I think $5 million for the next 4 years for Jordan Spence, that's some good business in a rising cap environment, even if he's just your everyday third pairing defenseman. And I know the advanced stats will say, and they look really great for him, where maybe he stands to get a better role. That could work out fine too. But I also think just with the teams that we've seen obtain success in the Stanley Cup playoffs, they enjoy having depth at the back end, particularly when they go up against teams who like to beat down on that depth. Everyone's seen that clip of Paul Maurice saying, like, beat them down till there's nothing left. He's talking about opposing teams' defenses. And if you're the Ottawa Senators, you need as many able bodies at the back end who can play. And a guy like Jordan Spence has a home on this team. And I think it's the right decision to keep him around. But I also think, considering where this team is at and considering what they needed, particularly up front, I could understand why Jordan's name was out there. And I think, just to clarify for your audience, I don't think it was a situation because the team didn't like the player. I think the team recognized there might have been an opportunity to get something for that player after the year that he had.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at the trade market right now, like, it's absolutely bananas. But it's like you dangling the carrot out there, see if you're going to get any nibbles. But obviously, when you don't get what you were hoping for, then it's like, okay, we'll retain this player. We know he works in the system, and he can come up in a pinch if needed. Let's fast forward to tonight, Julian. What are you kind of expecting? Is that, like, number 9 burning a hole in their pocket? Is 25? Is that something they're willing to move? Is that something you think that they're going to move?
I wonder what's going to happen with that, because I mean, right now we're talking, I don't have a stream in front of me as to where they're at, but like, they're running out of time if they want to move on from that pick. And I mean, if they pick at 25, their prospect pool gets better with whoever they choose at that spot. And then they still have the 32nd overall pick as well, which they cannot trade. And I believe it's for the pick and the player as well. So from a draft standpoint, yeah, like, the Sens could benefit from having 2 newer players in their system, but then all the pressure goes on Steve Staios to still make a trade with the capital that he has, and then look at free agency and see what moves could be made to improve his situation up front, because, you know, a lot of people are still confused about Sam Ersson as a viable backup option on this team. You look at the goaltenders in terms of goals saved above expected. We're talking about one of the 5 worst rates from the regular season last year, Sam Ersson. Andre Burakovsky, who had 33 points last year, is in the final year of a contract with a cap hit at $5.5 million. If you find yourself in a situation where you have Burakovsky and Fabian Zetterlund on your fourth line, secondary producers, but a fourth line at $9 million, that's that's quite pricey, you know? So
Yeah.
I do think that for the Ottawa Senators, they're going to have to come up with something to make up for the fact that they don't have their captain anymore. They're not going to have his production. We know he's a unicorn of a player, so it was always going to be difficult to replace that type of player. And if you don't have a clone of him hanging around, good luck. But I don't know. I do think that there still has to be something up Steve Stamkos' sleeve in terms of making a deal to better the team. And I'm sure the organization has been in on different guys who have been out there, like a JJ Peterka, for example. But I don't know. The way I'm looking at this team right now, it still feels incomplete in terms of what judgment I can give this group, because there should still be an opportunity for them to do something to make their team better.
Absolutely. And the night of the draft, that's when the draft picks are most valuable, right? The draft week and draft night. So if they want an opportunity to pounce, like, now's the time. There's been, I've seen Senators are looking for a top pairing or a right shot defense with top 4 and a top 6 winger. Well, Julian, you're on a Canucks show right now. Canucks got a couple of those in the system that hopefully might move. Jake DeBrusk, Phil Hronek. You're hearing a little bit more of Jake DeBrusk's name rather than Phil Hronek. I don't know if the Canucks actually want to move off of him. I was just kind of joking, but Jake DeBrusk has been linked to the Senators. Travis Green and Louis DeBrusk have a relationship, and it sounds like Jake DeBrusk he won't get in the way of moving, because he wanted to go to a West team or stay out West because of his girlfriend in Calgary, but now he's not going to get in the way. He just wants to go to a contender. So what are you kind of hearing surrounding Jake DeBrusk and the Senators?
Yeah, I've heard similar stuff with that, and it wouldn't surprise me if the Ottawa Senators are kicking down that door right now. Jake DeBrusk is seen as a guy who, I mean, you would obviously know more about him than I would, consider the fact that you watch him, but that's someone who I think the Sens would benefit from having in their top 6, and they'd use the fact that he's a good skater to put him alongside a guy like Tim Stützle on a top line. They need a pacey guy who can keep up with a fast player like Tim Stützle, who could skate really well, play well in transition, cycle around the offensive zone, create offense. And the fact that DeBrusk has that scoring ability as a trade target at this point, like, that's someone who makes a lot of sense for this team, I would think. I definitely still have him as a potential target, and considering some of the names who have flown off the board in the last hours, I should say, maybe Jake DeBrusk is the top target for this group right now. We'll have to wait and see what the Sens end up doing, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Sens were kicking down that door right now.
Did Brady play the net front on the power play? I think I remember him being in that spot.
Yeah. He got a lot of time up front and all that. Like, that's a difficult player to replace. This is a guy, just considering the fact that, not just the fact that he could play those roles, but just the fact that he's able to fight guys, he's able to be physical, and he's able to produce points. What's funny about this past year, there were a lot of fans who, understandably looked at his play and they were like, oh, it looks like he checked out for a lot of games. He wasn't playing with the same physicality. He wasn't the same as he was before. And he still was a near point per game player. Like, we're not talking about a guy who had like 20 points in 50 games and looks like a shell of himself or a complete shell of himself. This was still a guy who found ways to produce nearly a point per game in the 60 games that he played for the Ottawa Senators this past year. So there's still reason to believe when he goes to Florida, he could still be an effective player, particularly on a group where he doesn't have to be the guy. He can, guys like Sasha Barkov and Matthew Tkachuk can handle a lot of that responsibility, just to name a few. I'd even get into like Brad Marchand and other guys. But like, Brady Tkachuk could just be a guy on the Florida Panthers.
Yeah, rather than in the center of the spotlight in a Canadian market. I only asked that question about playing the net front because that's what DeBrusk is best at. He didn't have that many goals this year. He had 23, but I believe 19 of them were on the power play, and he was doing the same thing every time, just tipping pucks home at the net front on the power play. So if you lost Brady Tkachuk,
the Sens would absolutely love that.
And it makes sense. And then you get a speedy winger that can help the top 6, because right now I believe on daily faceoff you have Ridley Gregg there. So there is an opportunity there, and there's a fit to me. There is a fit. Do you think that would be something they're interested in with the 25th overall pick? Like, Is that too much, do you think, for Jake DeBrusk, or do you think that's kind of in the ballpark?
I wonder now, just with the fact that, again, all these different pieces are gone off the board in terms of potential wingers. If you're the Vancouver Canucks right now, you're looking at the Ottawa Senators and you're thinking, okay, you have the 25th overall pick. What else can you add on top of that, right? Like, and again, if Jake DeBrusk is open to moving across the country to be in that situation too, that's something that's a hurdle for the Ottawa Senators throughout this entire process, I should say, where it's one thing to look at a guy and be like, oh, this guy's profile makes all the sense in the world, but does that player want to come here? Like Jason Robertson, for example, that's a guy who all 32 teams in the NHL would want on their team as a multi-40 goal scorer. But earlier this week, my colleague Chris Johnston was like, yeah, he might not want to sign long-term in a place like Ottawa. And then word comes out he's not willing to play in Seattle. Like, for a hurdle like that for a team like Ottawa to go through, it's a tougher sell. It's one thing to identify a player, but if the player doesn't want to come here, then you have to move on and find guys that want to. And if Jake DeBrusk, if it got to that point, wanted to play for the Ottawa Senators, I'd have to believe with his profile for the team, that's a move that makes sense. And it's just a question of, it's the 25th overall pick and what else going the way of Vancouver. If it gets to that point, or if they're targeting somebody else, you're thinking something similar.
Yeah, I think a lot of the talk on Canucks Twitter has been, oh yeah, DeBrusk to Ottawa for 24 or 25. The Canucks pick at 24. Then you go the Ruck brothers, 24, 25, back to back. We love our
how
twins.
many teams have not like thought of that scenario, right? Like I was joking with someone with the Sens earlier this evening, and they were like, oh, let's see if they find a way to get both first round picks to get the Ruck twins. The Flames, I still look at those teams, that team, even though I don't cover them anymore. People for a while were wondering, like, hey, is there a way to get the Ruck twins? Like, I get it. They want to play together. You find a way to get them to play together. Feels like every team that's in that range is trying to think like, hey, what trade can we make to get those spots so they can get those two guys?
Yeah, they're trying to play Tetris of the draft board. Like, how can we get those two to play together on our team? Julian, last one I'll ask you here, but say the Sens don't trade the 25th overall pick. Who do you think they might be eyeing at 25? And then we know they can't trade 32. So what do you think? Who do you think? What kind of profiles do you think they're going to target with those two picks?
I mean, saying just best player available is too easy. I think if you're able to find a skill-based winger, some kind of finishing player, not finishing player, I should say, just a finisher, because this is something that's a skill that this organization is lacking. I think they have their center depth shored up at the NHL level, and they have guys like Stephen Halliday who are able to play at center. They have hardworking players like a Blake Montgomery who can, maybe they're destined to play on a bottom six if they're able to come up. I mentioned Kasper Halttunen, who has that shot and could serve a role for this team down the line. But I think you need, and I like, by the way, Halton, I do like his shot, but they need more players in their system who have that profile. So if you're able to get someone off the board who has that characteristic, or at least has something close to that, like, see if you could find a way to do that. Maybe it is Liam Ruck at that 25 spot. Maybe you go up a little bit and then you try to see if you can get him, and maybe you work on a deal to get Marcus if you can. But you need a player of that type of profile, as far as I'm concerned, who can fill the net. Even if you are in a situation where you're in the bottom half of the first round. Yeah,
I mean, you could take Liam at 25 if he's there, and then you got 32. And then you could take Marcus right there. It's not out of the range for him. Julian, I just want to thank you so much for coming on. It was kind of a last-minute thing, but I really appreciate you taking the time today. And sorry to take away from the draft coverage. I'll let you get back to that. But again,
this is all part of it, man. This is all part of the adventure, man. Draft nights are supposed to be fun, and stuff like this is great. And I mean, it's been a pretty busy week in Ottawa, so being a part of this is really great. So thanks for having me, man.
Of course, I appreciate it. We'll have you back on soon, I promise. Thanks. Have a good one.
Let me know. You too, man.
Julian McKenzie, everybody. Wow, that was the first kind of conversation I had with him face to face over here, and man, blown away. That guy knows his stuff.
Yeah, for sure. We've got
great insight, man. Great insight on all the everything going on, and in Sens land. It's a busy week for them, so we thought we'd get him on. But yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed that. What do we got?
We've got Jacob Lazar, the Canucks conversation producer. He's going to jump in shortly here. He's in right now. I can bring him on screen. And then Dave has said that he'll be joining us shortly as well. Here, I'll bring Jacob in now.
Jacob.
Hey guys. Oh, make sure I'm not muted. Yeah,
buddy?
we're good.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem. What a day so far, huh?
Oh
yeah. I was in a group chat with my buddies. I'm like, has this been like the craziest week of NHL trades ever? And now we get to the draft, and like I've talked about this a few times as an NFL fan. This feels like an NFL draft where like we've got teams trading up and down. We saw multiple top 10 picks traded. We've seen like not like, okay, Mason McTavish, he's not a superstar, but he's a very good player. We saw him get traded for a couple draft picks. Like this is straight up what you see out of the NFL. And I love it. This is great. Still not a huge fan of the draft, like the decentralized format, but I guess that fits more in with the NFL stuff anyways.
Totally. I kind of want to run through it just because we had Julian on for quite a bit there. I kind of want to run through everything that happened because I'll be honest, I kind of missed some stuff. So Oscar Hemming went to the Columbus Blue Jackets at 14. We've only had 2 picks in that whole time I was talking to Julian. I felt like I was talking to him for like 30 minutes.
You guys talked earlier about like the pace of the draft. It slowed right down again as all these teams start trading and finagling their picks, trying to move around. Yeah, it's ground to a halt now.
Nikita Klepov to the Anaheim Ducks at 15. Man, that was another one of my guys. I really like him. And I think that the Ducks must have had to as well if you're going to trade a guy like Mason McTavish and then draft him there at 15. So I like that for the Ducks. We'll kind of break down some more stuff later. But Maddox Desjardins, a little high for him. But I mean, 6'4" center to the Blues at 16. Interesting. Tynan, so they go back-to-back centers, hey? Tynan Lawrence and Maddox Desjardins. That's interesting. And then we just got another trade here. Utah Mammoth moving up from 19, I believe. Kings move down 2 spots, and the Utah Mammoth move up. Interesting. What did you guys think about the picks so far and I guess the trades?
Well, I was just going to say I liked what Jacob said in our chat a little bit ago just about like the McTavish trade not making a ton of sense. And I'll let you talk about that a little bit, Jacob, but I totally agree with you.
Well, and it's like, okay, I get that McTavish, there was the desire for the Ducks to move on, right? Like you gotta sign him long-term. Like I get that. I totally understand them wanting to trade McTavish based on the scenario they're in. But this is a team that just made the playoffs for the first time in a while, right? There's some momentum to the Anaheim Ducks. You trade for 2 draft picks in this year's draft in a range where it does seem like, you know, the luster isn't there. So you're trading for what's probably going to be 2 players who are not going to be on your team for 2 years, maybe 3 years, when you're, again, trying to push right now. And I get that when you're making a trade on the draft floor or from your war room back in Anaheim, but doesn't change my point that, you know, you're kind of limited. But if you trade for a future first round pick, at least that's an asset you can flip later on in the offseason. You can try and bring in another NHL caliber player. So I don't know. I understand the reason why they traded, but the fact that that was the return was a little surprising to me.
Yeah, for sure. We've got Dave here, so I'll jump off screen and I'll bring him in.
Right on. 2 guests at the same time. What up, Dave? Live from the draft.
Can you hear me?
How's it going, buddy?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, you can hear me. Perfect. I don't have my headphones. My cord just broke, so I'm trying to go without anything, no cords. So here we go.
Right on, buddy.
Nice.
How's it been? How was talking to Caleb?
It's good. I mean, he's a great kid. We all knew that. I mean, he's just oozing character. So, you know, he said all the right things, and, you know, it's, you know, he brought it up himself. You know, I even asked the question. You know, he's grown up in this market. He knows the pressure that comes with it. You know, he's the highest pick since the Sedins, who are now his presidents. So, you know, I think he gets it. I think he's excited and ready for the challenge. You know, like I think, he claims that, Manny had no idea. No one had any idea, and he's not getting any special treatment. So here we are.
That's good. Was there anything that kind of stuck out in the media availability and you talking with him?
No, like I said, like just all character. Like he's ready to go. He's excited to go to BU, and nothing that we haven't heard already. That he's just an impressive kid, and like I said, we've already known that about him. So there's worse things than to have Caleb Malhotra and Braden Coots as your middle six, right? So like they're both just oozing character here. So it's great. It was a good interview. I know he was doing a lot. He had already, by the time he talked to us, he had already done like three interviews already. So I'm sure he's beat.
Yeah. Dave, Jackson Rudolph, a guy you kind of questioned, kind of the shock of the draft so far, going 4th overall to the Buffalo Sabres. What was your initial reaction when you saw that?
Oh man, so as soon as Caleb Malhotra got picked, I knew that I had to boogie. So it's kind of in 2 different rooms. So we've got, the draft floor, which I'm on, and then the media room, which is completely separate. And so as soon as Malhotra was picked, I knew that I got to boogie. And so it was a bunch of us media guys staring at a screen. And as soon as we saw Daxon, that changed the entire board. You see it with the offensive upside. Obviously, he's going to be one of the better offensive swings among all the draft picks in that. But 4th was a spicy meatball, if you don't mind. If you like, I don't know if I say so myself. I don't know. 4th overall, I did not see.
Ethan Belchet's just picked by Utah here.
That's who they traded up for. Okay,
I traded up for Belchet's. Yeah. That's
who it was.
Okay, so now that trade makes sense. Now, if they had their eyes on Belchet's, move up a couple spots, make sure they get him. Now we're getting closer to this Canucks pick, Dave. Who left on the board do you think the Canucks are targeting? And do you think, hey, we've seen multiple teams now trading picks, moving up. Do you think there's any chance the Canucks get on the phone and maybe move up a few spots for a specific player? Maybe a Ryan Lynn, a Mathis Preston, couple guys playing junior hockey in Vancouver. Could we see one of them end up with the Canucks?
Well, I know a couple guys that I'm sitting right next to they're hitting the tables for Ryan Lynn. Just it's time for him to go. So who knows? Maybe he is, but I'm still, if it's not him, I still think, everyone I've talked to, which doesn't mean much. I mean, earlier today, everyone I'd talked to, I had really thought that Caleb was off the board here. I did not think he was going to the Canucks just based on who I was talking about. It's one thing I've quickly learned about the NHL draft. There's a lot of talk. But, for what it's worth, I still think there's some good interest in Mathis Preston, which, we've talked about it many times on the show. Like it's a good swing to have. You got your guy in Caleb Malhotra, a nice, safe two-way, middle six center. Now you take some swings with a Mathis Preston, maybe a Ryan Lynn. I mean, heck, like he's in a spot where if he's not going now, like he should be going anytime soon. But if not, could be something to pound the table. It's just at this point, I don't know if there's anyone remaining that is, worthy of that trade up pick, maybe an Elton Hermanson, for the skill wise, like maybe him, but you saw Alexander Command go all the way, to the New Jersey Devils. Like all the guys that we thought were going to kind of fall a little lower have gone higher. So I don't know. It's definitely been interesting. Unfortunately, I keep getting taken away from the actual draft floor, so I'm missing all the trades. But
What's something you're hearing on the draft floor right now? Can you give the Canucks convo? This is Blackfish. What am I talking about? The Blackfish listeners, any tidbits you're hearing on the draft floor right now?
I'm hearing Mathis Preston and Vancouver connected big time. But again, like it's all smoke and mirrors right now. Like I was firmly confident about, one thing I will give you, though, is that I had a pretty inside scoop that it wasn't going to be Chase Reed, because as soon as the Vancouver Canucks were up, I looked over right to the left of me. I'm kind of right at the end of the aisle, and I look over and I see Chase Reed pass me. And he's leaving the rink because I don't know why. Maybe I had to go to the washroom or something like that, but he was getting up to go the other way. So I'm like, is that Chase Reed? And so, I kind of had a feeling that kind of meant that he wasn't getting picked. So,
okay. I got a question.
Klepoff at 15, though. I think that was pretty spicy.
Well, yeah,
I was thinking of you there, Tyson.
Okay, and then so Dave, right before you came on, we were talking about the McTavish trade, and my thought with that trade was I understand why Anaheim was moving him, but to then take 2 first-round picks in this draft in a range where you're not necessarily getting a player that's going to step in and play, next year or even the year after. What are they get? Like, are they taking a big swing here on Klepov? Is this a guy that they think can be a top 6 contributor maybe sooner than 15th overall in a draft like this one would suggest?
They have to. I mean, to make a big trade like that, to trade away McTavish, I mean, 2 completely different players. So you're kind of swapping some two-way acumen for, a high offensive swing. But hey, Anaheim has shown that they're willing to do this. Like their scouts, they deserve some credit. Like they've gone a little higher than consensus on a few players, and they've hit big. Like
Seneca,
Beckett Seneca being like the biggest one, and so obviously he's no Seneca, and he's not going 3rd overall. But they've proved. I think they've been given the benefit of the doubt that when they have a hunch, they're going to go for it. So,
okay, one more quick question for me, Dave. How'd you get your suit to Buffalo? Did you wear it on the plane?
Yeah. Oh, you know what I did actually is shout out to my wife. She found a really good hack where you actually turn it inside out and then you can roll it. And sure enough, I did that. It survived. It's looking fresh. It's got no creases. It was perfect. So
wow.
Shout out to my wife. She found a good hack there.
Awesome.
We got a couple questions for you. Or one commenter, SG552, Dave Hall's such a nail gun. Love him. Krista Giles says, do we pick any more picks or pick up any more picks this draft, or you think we're getting ready to stock up for next year? You think there's any other trades coming for the Canucks on the draft floor?
Not today. I'm not feeling any. I haven't heard anything today. I'm not feeling any picks for today, but you never know. Like tomorrow, tomorrow's going to be a whirlwind. So, if there's anything that can happen, it's going to be tomorrow is what I'm thinking. But, shout out to whoever called me a nail gun. I'm feeling like one here in Buffalo. So still haven't had myself some wings though. I think that's on the docket tonight. So
just make sure you change out of your suit first. You got it there without wrinkles. The last thing you need is a big buffalo sauce stain.
Oh, here we go. We got
Toronto fans here. Gavin's on fire. Your defense is terrified. Gavin's on fire. Oh!
We've got some Gavin McKenna truthers. That should have been us.
I mean,
it's a good time here.
Yeah,
awesome.
For sure. Well, Dave, we'll let you go party with all the other Maple Leafs fans because we know you are one too. So thank you so much, and check in with us after pick 24.
Yeah, Mathis Preston. Here we go.
Here we go, baby.
See you in a bit,
right
Dave.
on. Thanks, Dave.
And Washington just made their pick now too. So Oliver Savanto going to the Washington Capitals. So the Ryan Lindfall continues. Is he going to make it to the Canucks? I think if the Canucks can end up with Lynn or Preston, I think that's going to make a lot of fans pretty happy with that pick. Right?
Yeah, I mean, when's the last time you see them take a Vancouver Giant, a homegrown kid, right?
Yeah, well, and you got to remember Mathis Preston from Penticton, Ryan Lynn from Richmond, yeah, from Richmond. So you've got like all this worry about are guys committed to Vancouver, are guys going to stick here for the long run. You got a couple of Vancouver Giants who both grew up Canucks fans in BC, home run picks, and like 2 guys that I think most people would have expected not to be available at 24 for the Canucks. So the fingers are crossed, hoping that one or maybe even both. You might get the choice of both of them at 24, which would be crazy, insane.
That would be crazy. I'm a little pissed off here. Look at this. I had Nikita Klepov going 16. He went 15. I had Savanto going 17. He went 18. Damn, that's brutal. So close. Jacob, I'm sorry that you coming on, or Dave coming on, interfered with your appearance here.
Hey,
but
look, I'm not the draft expert. I'm here just because it's CanucksArmy, and I figured I'd help you guys out and jump on. It was great to chat with Dave from the draft. So, here we go. Jake's joining again now. I just wanted to ask you. I wanted to ask you, Jacob.
What's your reaction to the Malhotra trade? Who did you want them to take? And yeah, what's your initial reaction? Because you know how we feel as a Blackfish podcast, maybe leaving a little bit of meat on the bone there, but good character kid, and you can't deny that. But what was your thoughts?
I said on Combo today I was Team Vigo. I think when you get the affirmation from Sidney Crosby at the World Championships, where like Crosby went out of his way to talk to him in the hallway before doing an interview and then answered questions about him in that interview. Like, to me, that's, scouts miss a lot, but look at how NHL players value the Ted Lindsay Award when what their peers think of them. They value that above anything. So when Sidney Crosby, one of the greatest hockey players of all time, has something nice to say about that kid, I'm like, okay, I'm on the Vigo train. That being said, I mean, look, I think Caleb Malhotra seems like he's going to be a safe pick. He's a mature kid. The worries about, and Tyson, you were talking about this, like the worries about the locker room stuff. The worry isn't going to come from Manny or Caleb. Neither of those guys is going to have an issue. If there's anyone else that does, then, well, who knows? I
agree.
But I think when you're looking at just talent as far as who you're drafting at number 3, there were players with higher ceilings than Caleb Malhotra that you could have taken, but I don't know if there was anyone with as steady of a floor. And when you're trying to build a culture, taking someone like Caleb Malhotra is going to absolutely help with that culture. And, his uncle, Steve Nash, was there giving him a big hug. Manny there as a dad, not as coach, giving him a big hug, and hearing him on the panel answering questions. I think it's hard to look at Caleb and say, this is not one of the perfect players you could have taken as far as rebuilding the Canucks culture that we've talked so much about.
Yeah, and that seems to be the case. Like, that's what they want to do. That's all RJ's talked about, is fixing the environment. They're gonna know right from camp, right from day one, right from summer skates, who wants to be here, who's ready to show up and ready to be here. Sure, the wins aren't going to come, probably not, but it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. I wonder what they do at 24. Are we all on the Mathis Preston train?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look at. I'm pulling up the mock draft right now. Okay, what if Adam Novotny falls? What if an Elton Hermanson falls?
So for myself, I would put Adam Novotny ahead of Mathis Preston, but Elton Hermanson, I have them right neck and neck, and I mean, having had the chance to interview him gives him the edge for me.
Yeah, and I think just, I think Mathis, like Preston, to me feels like you're taking a bit of a swing. I don't think, I think there's a world in which Mathis Preston is never an NHL player, but I think there's also a world in which Mathis Preston's like a 30-goal, 70-point NHL player. And if you're taking a 30-goal, 70-point NHL player from BC, Canucks fan, wants to come to Vancouver, if you're taking him at 24, because you got to remember, right or wrong, whoever they take at 24 is forever going to be linked to Quinn Hughes, because that's the first round pick you got back in that trade. Third overall, they got third overall for being a terrible hockey team this year, right? Caleb Malhotra will have nothing to do with Quinn Hughes for the extent of his Canucks career, but whoever they take at 24 will. And again, right or wrong, I don't think it's right to make those comparisons, but people are going to do it, and I understand why they're going to do it. So I think, do you maybe go safer for that reason? I hope that's not how the Canucks are thinking, though, right? Don't take a safe pick there because, this is our return for Quinn Hughes. Take the big swing, and I think Mathis Preston is probably the big swing there, where if you can draft your BC-born Vancouver Giant future 30-goal scorer at 24 with that Quinn Hughes pick, people are going to look back on that and be like, oh, you know what? This ended up working out for the Canucks. Hughes was going to leave anyways, and we got ourselves our future first-line winger out of it. It's hard to look at that and not think ahead to what that could look like in 5 to 7 years for the Canucks.
You make a good point about this pick always going to be linked to Hughes, but and that's why I'm happy to take the swing on it, because you traded a home run. Oh God, something in my throat. Sorry. You traded a home run home run hitter. I can't talk right now. A home run hitter in Quinn Hughes. You got to swing for the fences, and you got to try and find that replacement, because like you said, if you find a first line forward with that pick, and then you have Z Bouillon, and then you have Marco Rossi and Liam Ogren, and that's all you got.
And who knows? Like maybe Rossi. Like if Rossi might get moved in the future too, right? Ogren. I think Canucks fans seem to really like Liam Ogren, but like that trade tree could go on for a long time. But the one thing that the Canucks will have total control over is this draft pick, right? Like this is their pick. The NHL players they got back in that deal, right? Like you like them, they have things that you want, but like this is the one thing the Canucks have total control over from that trade, right? I think you're absolutely right, Tyson. Like if you look back, whatever Bouillon turns into, whatever Ogren turns into, whatever Rossi turns into, or if any of those guys get moved for someone else, if you can land a first liner, and we've talked about it at length for weeks, this draft is going to have a few first liners that come from this range, right? That's just how the drafts work. There's always a star player that gets drafted in the 20s. There's usually only one, and you kind of have to get lucky. But if you get that guy, it's forever going to be linked to the Quinn Hughes trade. And I think there's excitement about that. And
I think Mathis probably has the best chance of doing that, because he was highly regarded coming into the year, top 10 pick projected. Obviously fell, but because of an injury, as we talked about, and he gave a heck of an answer when he said that, yeah, he does think that he is being slept on a little bit, and you see
injury and a trade, right? You got traded in the draft year. That doesn't always happen.
You see the player poll on the Athletic where they asked the prospects who the most skilled player is, and Mathis Preston was up there with Gavin McKenna. So you take that guy, especially homegrown. But I do have a question now. If both Ryan Lynn and Mathis Preston are there, both homegrown talents, what do you do?
You trade Jake DeBrusk for 25 and take them both.
That's the right answer.
I love that. Yeah. Could you imagine if they did that? I think like, what's Canucks Twitter going to look like if they did that?
It'd be awesome.
Like talking about like kicking off your rebuild, you land 2 BC kids by trading like Jake DeBrusk for 25, and then you walk up. It's not going to happen, obviously, but oh man, that's fun to think of. Now, if they actually did have to pick between the two, I don't know. This team just needs everything. They need everything. Like you took a center first, Preston's a winger, Lynn's a defenseman. I think you can't go wrong with either of them. I mean, my thought is take Mathis Preston, and then like, does Xavier Villeneuve fall to 33?
Yeah.
Like could you see a world in which the Canucks get Preston with that 24, and then they still end up with Xavier Villeneuve to kick off the second round? Because to me, that now you've taken a center, a winger, and like a super high upside offensive defenseman. That has the makings of, okay, like you've restocked your cupboards pretty well in basically one round of a draft.
Yep. Yeah. Buffalo Sabres on the clock right now. Okay. I'm assuming they're going to go forward here. Let's just say it's Adam Novotny. Okay. Because he's probably the top forward.
Did we mention that it was Elton Hermanson who went to LA? I don't even know if we mentioned that, but that's who that last pick was. Elton Hermanson to LA. So,
okay. Well, I'll give you the hypothetical after, because it looks like Gary Bettman's at the podium. Or somebody is. Nope.
Yeah,
and they left.
Oh, they're just checking. Yeah. Pick is in, but you got time for you to go through a hypothetical.
But yeah, okay. Would you rather Here he is.
Oh,
Here he
maybe
is.
not. Here comes Gary. Does Buffalo go crazy off the board again for the second time?
I don't know. Okay. Who do I have here? I had Tommy Blyle. That ain't happening after they drafted Daxon Rudolph.
I had Pipparainen. That's not happening either.
Ooh. Okay. Now we can do the hypothetical. So, if you're the Sabres, knowing that Ryan Lynn has fallen here, would you rather Viggo Bjork and Ryan Lynn or Daxon Rudolph and Ilya Morozov?
I'd rather Bjork and Lynn.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think it's even close.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, for me, I had Rudolph kind of at the back, or he was at the very end of that top 5 defenseman. And yeah, he was at the back 5, but then Ryan Lynn was like only 1 or 2 defensemen off. But the difference between Viggo Bjork and Ilya Morozov is just so much, so high. So I think, yeah, hindsight's obviously 2020, but going Bjork there and then Lynn with this 20th overall pick would have been much better. Also, it's been, how long has it been since we've been live? 3 hours. Man's got to pee, so I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think so. You got Philly, Pittsburgh, Utah again, Vancouver. I mean, the math would say you probably have a good shot at one of Lynn or Preston at this point. I mean,
yeah,
obviously there's a chance they both go. But yeah, Buffalo at their home draft taking 2 interesting swings, a very interesting swing in the top 4, and now taking Morozov at 20. There we go.
Sorry, cut you off there.
Yeah, it's fine. I stopped talking because I knew no one would hear me. But it's interesting to see what Buffalo did here with their draft at home. And yeah, I think, you know, we spent the last 5 minutes talking about it, but basically from the moment the Canucks picked Caleb Malhotra, things have kind of gone off the rails to a point where it might fall about as perfectly as the Canucks could have imagined for them at 24. Yeah. And who knows? Like, I think there is absolutely going to be someone at 33 who you guys have been covering these prospects for months now. There's going to be someone that you all thought was going to be a clear top 20 pick, maybe even a top 15 pick, that's going to be available at 33. Like, if you pull up the mock draft, Jake, like, who is there someone that you guys all had off the board by this point? Or Tyson, I was just saying, well, Ryan Lynn, sure. But even kind of in that next tier, right? Like, the Canucks are probably going to get a first round caliber player at 33, the way things are going here. And I know that's not a crazy thing to say. Like, it's 1 pick out of the first round, but like, inevitably someone in these next 10 picks is going to go crazy off the board, take someone that no one's ever heard of, or someone that's, you know, a projected 3rd rounder. Like, you know, more crazy stuff is going to happen here that hopefully benefits the Canucks.
Adam Novotny, maybe?
Novotny, like, I mean, okay, if Novotny falls to 24, do the Canucks take him at 24? Do you pass, like, do you pass on Lynn or Preston? Think one of those guys is gone and Novotny's still there. Do you take Novotny? Or do you just, you know, is there any chance Novotny falls out of the first round? Like, I don't know. I don't know him well enough to know. Like, he's going to be a first round pick. Okay. I don't think there's any chance that Lynn or Mathis Preston falls out of the first round either, but who the hell knows at this point?
Well, and that's the thing. I could actually see a world where Preston is available at 33 for the Canucks.
Yeah, I mean, if Preston, if you could get Novotny or Lynn and then Preston still sitting there to kick off the second round.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think you guys have got some other guests lined up here, so I'll hop off. Enjoy the rest of my draft experience from the YouTube chat.
Yeah, Jacob. I mean, if you're around after, Quad's is going to join for the 24th overall pick. But if you want to join back after, and
sure, and I know you'll bring
a little bit more.
You'll bring Dave back on, I'm sure. So we'll.
Yeah, but Dave's got to do media, so I don't think that'll be till the very end of the draft,
later.
So.
I mean, hey, you got Montreal picking at 28. You can bring me on for that too if you want.
Heck yeah, we will. Right on.
All right,
that's perfect. All right. Thanks.
You guys in a bit.
Joining Jacob, and we'll talk to you soon. What a guy. Helps us out with everything on the back end, and even comes on stream to talk with us.
Yeah,
talk us through. Give us some hypothetical. Quads doesn't have a link, but before we bring Quads on, I think we have another guest coming.
Awesome.
Sorry, Quads. I will email you the link. I believe it's still copy and pasted. Nope.
While you're doing that, I'm just gonna say, like, I think we've talked about this quite a bit too, and Dave's mentioned it. Adam Novotny seems like a good
flyer.
Yeah, pick for the Flyers here. So that's who I'm thinking.
I just emailed it to you, Quads.
Awesome.
Whoa! Dorofeev signs a 7-year, $11 million extension.
Huge.
That's huge. I believe we have our guest here.
Yep, I'll bring him on screen
right on.
In 1 second here. There you go.
Welcome, everybody. Arun Srinivasan of the Leafs Nation over in Toronto. It's been a while since the Leafs had picked here, Arun. But hey, we just wanted to get your initial reactions on on Gavin McKenna. What's it like for him? And what's it like in Leafs land? Oh no, is he muted?
It looks like he's frozen.
I think Quad's logged in.
Yeah, Quad's logged in.
Quad's logged in too early.
We'll get Arun back in a second.
Damn it, Quads!
Yeah, 7 years, $11 million. That's a pretty high price.
Do I tell Arun to join again?
Yeah, tell Arun to join again.
Okay.
But yeah, while he's waiting to join, one player that I'm wondering what the extension is going to look like is Bowen Byram. Like, I've seen rumors of like $12-13 million. Arun's back, so we can dive into this after, but I'll switch over to him right now.
Arun, sorry about that.
No worries, guys.
Leafs Nation, Arun Srinivasan, everybody. I'm sure you've seen his stuff over at TLN. Arun, what's the feeling like now that Gavin McKenna is a Toronto Maple Leaf?
Relief. After all the smoke screens about potentially Ivar Stenberg or Chase Reed, Gavin McKenna is officially a member of Toronto Maple Leafs, and he seems thrilled about it. I mean, I think that has to be sort of the reaction, right? Like, there's been so many smoke screens. It seemed all along McKenna was Leafs guy. John Jacob met with reporters yesterday at the Leafs facility, and he did tell us, like, we have the number one pick. Like, we know who it's going to be. We won't tell you who it is. Just even, like, reading, like, through the Leafs, like, the night the Leafs won the draft lottery, John Jacob spoke at length about Gavin McKenna. And then Dave McCarthy of NHL.com, friend of the show, friend of the network, asked Matt Sundin about Ivar Stenberg. And Sundin was like, yeah, Stenberg was good at the World Juniors, but there were a lot of guys who were interested in him. And then just gave a bunch of sort of more diplomatic platitudes. So, yeah, McKenna was the guy all along for the Leafs, and it's just nice to have it done.
Nice to have it done for sure. I mean, To me, he kind of seems like a Mitch Marner comparable. You know, the playmaker on the wing who's going to complement Austin Matthews really, really well with his goal scoring ability. Is that where you see him playing on night one?
Yeah, like I mean, it's either there or with John Tavares on the second line, but he's going to be in the top six for sure. Like I think it's interesting that you mentioned Marner. Some people said he'd be like, well, the Leafs found a new Mitch Marner. I mean, he's likened himself to Nikita Kucherov and Patrick Kane, who are smaller body types, right? Like it's not like Evan McKenna's an overly big guy, but he is a legit 6 feet and 170 pounds. Like he's a bigger body type than both those guys. So like I've likened him to like bigger Patrick Kane, which sounds crazy, but then you remember we are talking about a guy who went 1 overall, right? Like you always are worried about putting too much pressure, and you see the comparisons. Like this kid himself is comparing himself to Nikita Kucherov and Patrick Kane. So I think those are interesting comparables for sure. I'm weary of that because, as we all know, like Kucherov's a one-of-one talent who's got that exceptional balance where he's able to get a shot off from anywhere. I think like him and Connor Bedard are like the only 2 guys in the league who can pretty much shoot from anywhere. I don't think McKenna's quite that, but yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Obviously, Austin Matthews is really excited. I'm curious where he starts, right? Matthew Knies has been glued to Austin Matthews for the last 3 seasons. So I'm curious where to see if Jim Miller wants to break that partnership up right away in camp, but he's either going to get stapled to Austin Matthews or John Tavares. So he's going to join a former number 1 overall pick in some capacity. With Tavares, he'll be expected to carry the line a little bit more just because he's a better skater than what John Tavares is at this stage of his career. But 2 interesting options at center there for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really go wrong, right? And just to keep everybody up to date, I don't know if you've got the draft on right now, but the Flyers just traded the 21st pick to the Sharks. I mean, the Sharks are...
And they just took Ryan Lynn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Ryan Lynn, oh my gosh.
You guys must have more familiar with Ryan Lynn than I do, right? But he seems like an absolute star in the making.
Oh yeah, he's fantastic. We did a mock draft just for this. Just to follow along. We're obviously striking out left, right, and center, but we all had Ryan Lynn kind of going in the top 15. So for the Sharks to move up to 21 and get him, like that's a home run pick. Anyway, back to the Leafs. You mentioned Matthew Knies, and I don't understand why the Leafs would trade him. Like he's young, he's on a relatively decent contract for what he provides as a power forward, and I mean he battled through injury this year, but he still put up like 66 points or something like that in that ballpark. With John Chaika's philosophy of like, okay, well we can't be bad because we don't have our first round picks for the next 2 seasons. Why the hell are they going to get rid of Matthew Knies?
I listen, man. I don't want to throw anyone under the bus, specifically even like in our network, but I don't know where this Matthew Knies smoke is coming from. Like, I honestly don't. Like, I've been pretty hard line about that. I mean, look, obviously there's going to be, like, you don't want to be like, oh my God, this is what they said, taking my face value 100% of the time for sure. But like, Knies wants to be in Toronto. He's given no indication that he wants to leave. He's absolutely built for this market too, where he's like the perfect mix of like he absolutely cares, but he's like nonchalant off the ice enough to like not be bogged down. He's probably not checking Twitter at all. But yeah, I mean, if you look at it like from everything that we've seen, like Knies was, along with Chris Tanev, the most angry at end of your media day about how the season went. Like he took accountability for it. He said he wants to stay in Toronto. He just signed his 7-year extension last summer. And then John Chaika last week was like, it is not probable that we were going to trade Matthew Knies. Like, you know, here's what I think what's happened. It's like, obviously the Leafs fielded tons of calls about Matthew Knies. Mm-hmm. Teams were calling, you know, to see what they could get for him. And that obviously got out to reporters like, wow. And I think a lot of people from out of market took it as the Leafs are trying to trade Matthew Knies for the number 2 overall pick or the number 4 overall pick or, you know, X prospect to be named later. And that's not the case. What's happening is they're like, we don't want to trade Matthew Knies, but clearly the previous regime did. Like Brad Treliving he almost traded Matthew Knies for Alexander Zborowski, 2 firsts and a C-level prospect to be named later, which is just like would have been a disaster, would have been received poorly. I don't think John Chaika had any intention of like continuing that line of thought. So anyway, the long story short is the Leafs don't want to trade Matthew Knies, but teams are calling about Matthew Knies and they're saying like no. Like again, my perspective on this, maybe they would have done it for the number 2 overall pick. But otherwise, there's just like the stuff about the number 4 or the number 6, just nonsense. So anyway, man, I don't want to come out and be combative, but just being around the team every day and being the 2 separate press conferences in which Jack has shot down the Matthew Knies trade rumors, there's nothing to it. And I'm glad that was proven right tonight, because I would have been quite okay with it being right, but just the nonsense and the speculation about it, and the Leafs have to shoot us down twice. Glad it's done with. You should keep a 23-year-old power forward every time. And then finally, because I'm rambling on, it should be noted, Matthew Knies was playing through like a knee injury the whole season.
Yeah.
Pretty much the whole season. Like he had a knee injury. We couldn't report it in November. Then it came out. It's like, dude, you're clearly playing through something. And he's like, it doesn't require surgery though. So I think a lot of the reason why they didn't shut him down too at the start of the year was like he was trying to make the U.S. Olympic team. He didn't. And then the Leafs had a lost season. And then I don't know why they played him for the last 10 games of the year, but he said it didn't require surgery. So this is my long-winded answer. Matthew Knies is a member of the Toronto Maple Leafs. And he's the one piece that's sort of between both timelines, right? There's a new core of Gavin McKenna, Matthew Knies, Ethan Cowan. And there's also we're going to year 11 of win now mode with Austin, William Nylander, John Tavares, and Gavin McKenna, Matthew Knies. So this is the bridge between those 2 timelines.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Hopefully that, the Leafs can kind of get back in the mix there, because I mean, the Atlantic Division is super tough. I know you wanted to get away from the speculation and stuff on Matthew Knies, so we'll stick to something that's
cool. We can talk Knies for sure.
That happened, right? And that was Darren Radish, and this will be the last one because we got to get quads on the the Canucks pick is coming up. But Darren Radish, what did you think of that move? And it's kind of funny that he's 30 years old. You hand him an 8-year deal. It's kind of expensive because of only 1 year of production. But what's funny is he's kind of one of the youngest defensemen on the roster now.
Yeah, I mean, Christiana's older. Oliver Ekman-Larsson's older. Jason McCabe's older. None of those guys.
That's what I mean.
Significant. Yeah, I mean, look, it's interesting, right? They did get more mobile though, and I think that was it. I mean, not to say that Darren Radish is Bobby Orr skating wise, but they couldn't break the puck out last year. Like Oliver Ekman-Larsson was the only defenseman who could consistently break the puck out, which I know Canucks fans might be doing a double take, but he had an awesome year for the Leafs last year, and what was otherwise a horrific year from the team. Like Christiana played in 11 games due to multiple injuries. That's for Darren Radish, right? Like the narrative. So he's obviously coming off a career year where he had 70 points, and I think his previous best was 37, something like that, right? So there's some variation, like the team's paying for a career year Radish, but there's some nuance that's lost in that, right? He's had really good underlying numbers for 4 of the last 5 years, and this year he obviously popped in a number 1 role. The 8 years, obviously the back end of that contract's going to age poorly for sure. But as I've said, like about the timelines, if the Leafs are so let's say you're in year 5 of the contract and Darren Radish 35 and he can't skate anymore and the shot's gone, right? And the money looks horrible. If the Leafs are in year 16 of win now mode and still haven't won a cup, who cares? Like it's just like we have bigger problems to worry about. The other part of it too is like he is a clear power play quarterback the Leafs never had. Say what you will, Morgan Riley. There's been a lot of criticism about his game, and he didn't have necessarily the best year. Mo's a good skater, and he can break the puck out, but no one respects his shot velocity. Whereas Darren Radish is shooting 97 miles per hour. And I think what this is going to do is it's going to open up a ton of space for Austin Matthews and William Nylander shooters on the power play. Like what was happening last year is every team in the league could figure out what was going on with the Leafs. It's like they would have slow drop pass to Morgan Riley skating at half speed. They get swatted at the line. Or like it's like we're clearly looking for a shot from William Nylander in the faceoff circle, and we can just rotate very easily. And it was just like, and the power play didn't work. So now it creates a little more space for Austin. I mean, even if he never is the 69 goal scorer again, or in that caliber, at least it affords him a little more time and space for his release. So I'm curious about that. I love what Radish had to say in his press conference. It wasn't like, again, he wasn't like this galvanizing speaker, but he is from the Toronto area, and not to troll our friends at Oilers Nation, but he is Connor McDavid's minor hockey teammate. Played all of his minor with hockey with Connor McDavid growing up. He was like the 6th best player on his like GTHL team, so he's like a self-made guy. But when I went to go scout Connor McDavid as a youth, it was like McDavid, Sam Bennett. There was a defenseman on the team, Roland McCune, who's I think an AHL guy now, who was the far superior defenseman to Darren Rash at the time. So it's interesting to see how these things sort of play themselves out 12 years later, where Darren Rash is getting an $8.5 million from the Leafs. And
I mean, it's all about he's just a late bloomer, right? He's always had that in him, kind of, and
incredibly. Like I remember watching him in the Toronto youth circuit, and he was like a good player on a stacked minor hockey team that featured McDavid and Sam Bennett, but no one was talking about him as an NHL player, let alone a franchise caliber defenseman. So it's cool to see that he's like self-made that way. But yeah, start the McDavid countdown, because Darren Rash and Connor McDavid have been buddies since they were like 12 years old. So
I love how you're ending your segment on here with McDavid to Toronto.
It was another number 1 overall pick, man. We've talked about Austin, we've talked about John Tavares, we've talked about Gavin McKenna. We can talk about Connor McDavid.
You got to stockpile them, buddy. Stockpile them. Anyway, buddy,
Yeah, one last thing, guys. I really like Caleb Malhotra for Vancouver, so I know some fans have not felt that way. You guys should be pretty happy. Caleb Malhotra rules. He's a good player, good floor.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out. But anyway, Arun, thank you so much. Everyone go check out his work at theleafsnation.com. Thank you so much for taking the time, and enjoy the draft the rest of the
you too, guys.
And tomorrow as well.
Yeah, appreciate it, boys. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, Arun. I love him stirring the pot a little bit, talking about the connection at the end. I'm like, oh no. Arun, don't check the comments. No, that's funny.
Penguins just took Liam Ruff, dude.
I saw that, dude. That's interesting. Where do they pick in the second round?
So, okay, my buddy texted me a few days ago now.
39.
And he asked me what teams could actually realistically get both the Ruck twins. And I had the Penguins slotted as a team that was less likely because of the fact that they picked 39th. Like, it's still early second round, but I don't know if Marcus necessarily falls there. But maybe there's a little bit of a trade up here near the end of the draft. Maybe there's a trade up a few picks into the early second round to be able to take Marcus now and get both the twins there. We've got quads here now, so I'll bring him on to join the conversation.
What up?
How you guys doing?
Better now that you're here, buddy. Had to kick Arun off, eh? Way to kick a man when he's down.
I didn't mean to do that. What do you mean down? Leafs just got the first pick. They get Gavin McKenna. Come on now. Arun's not down. Arun seemed happy there. That was fun.
Oh, yeah. He was great. No, he was great. I always love having Arun on, because you just throw him a fastball and he just goes with it, right? He'll hit a home run. So, I mean, what's your initial reaction so far? Caleb Malhotra, I know, I haven't checked Canucks Twitter, so I don't know how everybody's thinking about it. The 7-foot guy, right on.
That was my personal draft list.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Dang. That's right. So the reason I'm showing this, for those that missed Canucks Convo, I did my personal draft list. It was, very official on the back of an envelope. And I'll just be honest. Like, I had Caleb Malhotra lower than, you saw that list. I had him lower than Vigo Bjork, Chase Reed, Carson Carrolls on my personal ranking, right? So I'm not going to come out here and say like, oh yeah, I definitely would have done that, because I admitted today that I wouldn't have. And I said it first. So, yeah, what am I going to say? It's, it's a kid and he is a good pick. Like, he's a good pick for the Canucks. I wouldn't have gone that direction. I've said that.
We got
another trade here. Can I announce it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Utah trades 23rd pick to Detroit for Sebastian Cossa. I like that. I like that a lot for Utah. And I don't hate it for Detroit either. That's wow. Okay, we get that one pick before the Canucks. I also have to go as soon as the Canucks make their pick. So let me wrap up my thoughts on Caleb Malhotra. He's a young kid. He's a good pick. Like, that's the thing. He's still a good pick for the team, and I have to stress that. Like, he's got a high enough floor. He's got the work rate that you want to see in prospects. Why did I like Carson Carroll so much? It's that farm boy work ethic, right? Caleb didn't grow up on a farm, but he's got that work ethic, and you hear that from everybody that knows this kid. Tremendous character. You hear that as well a lot. We saw his interview with our pal Jeff Merrick about a month or so ago. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and complain about the pick. And I think, honestly, like, I don't know, man. People that are crapping all over this kid and this pick, I don't think it's right. I don't. I think you can feel like, oh, they should have gone another direction. But, like, this isn't going to go down, knock on wood, I guess. This isn't going to go down as, like, Ollie Levy over Matthew Tkachuk. Like, there was no clear... Hey, if Ivar Stenberg was available and the Canucks went with Malhotra, yeah, maybe you're sitting there saying, like, oh my gosh, this is such a bad pick. This is such a horrible idea. Why would they do this? But the Canucks clearly have some conviction about this pick. This is a guy who feels like a pretty safe bet to play NHL games. Like, this is the thing. If he's going to be almost for sure be a 2C and the potential is there for a 1C, I'd remind everybody that he's super young, right? Like, he's young for this draft class. And I think that matters. That's really important context. So, like, yeah, I wouldn't have gone that direction. I wouldn't have. You saw my personal draft ranking. I'm not going to pretend like I would have. But I'm fine with the pick. Like, I'm now rooting for Caleb Malhotra to succeed. Like, that's what everybody should be rooting for now. If you're a Canucks fan, is like, you've got a good player. This is the number one prospect in the organization now. Like, this is the new thing that you're paying attention to. I don't know if you guys have the broadcast on mute or not, but I'll throw this one at you. Did you hear, I think it was Bukla, I can't remember who it was, talking about the idea of Caleb making the team out of camp or going to the AHL, not playing, not going to the NCAA. I think that'd be wild. I think he should go to BU. But, like, I don't know, the fact that there's anybody having a conversation about, oh, could he be NHL ready now? That's a conversation we were only going to hear about Gavin McKenna, Ivar Stenberg. But hey, like, Ben Kindle did it last year, right? So, Caleb Malhotra, again, this is the guy that's getting thrown around. Also, can I announce the pick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
JP Hurlburt goes to Detroit at 23. So, anything on wait, I'm not hosting this. I'm just taking over. I'm sorry. But who's available at 24 that you guys like?
It's got to be Novotny or Preston for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dave was saying that Novotny, it's funny. Whenever Dave has a guy, I was like, okay, well, for the show purposes, I don't need to do much research on this guy because Dave's just going to carry the load. So I don't know as much as I know about Preston as I do Novotny. So I would prefer Preston, obviously friend of the show. We had him on. He was great. So that would be my pick, but I don't know. I don't think he can go wrong. I do want to kind of mention quickly something on Hurlburt. I don't know. He's a great kid and everything, but I've talked about it before. His skate, like, I just don't know. I think he's a junior scorer. Like, he has one of the best shots in the draft, but his foot speed's awful. He's not going to be able to dangle the way he does in the WHL against NHL defensemen. Anyway, just had to get the thoughts out there as he puts on the jersey. Sorry to shit on the kid.
I said Preston when you guys asked. I don't know. I just watched in the time Tyson was talking. I just watched some Adam Novotny highlights. I think Novotny's the guy. It's my new pick.
I'll tell you, I have my draft rankings in front of me, and I had Novotny in my top 10.
Like, he can rip the puck, eh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Jake, as somebody with a much more special release than any of us, he's got a special release. Like, this guy rips the puck.
Yeah, he's no Jacob Fraser, but
I wonder how his skating is. I'm gonna pull up.
Oh, I like Novotny. Give me Novotny. You got to take Novotny here. Says Unplugged in the chat. You got to take Novotny.
Yeah, I mean that was one of Dave's guys, so that would be a great pick too. And I mean, he's got size. I wonder how his skating is. That's what I'm trying to look up right now. But I mean, at this point, could you see like a Preston falling to potentially 33? I don't know, but I mean, if that's the case, I mean that'd be a home run draft. Malhotra, Novotny, and then Preston.
What did you guys think of San Jose trading up to get Ryan Lynn?
Unbelievable.
I think that's an unbelievable move. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Mike
think
Greer, so good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I called you out earlier. Novotny, according to EP, he was their 14th rated prospect, 7 out of 10, which is in the green. I don't think anybody had higher than like an 8 for skating, so he's up there with the best. In his shot, 6.5, physical 6.5, 6'1", 205 pounds. You're talking me into him. You're talking me into him.
This is the guy. This is the guy. Like this is the guy.
Guys. Yeah.
Do you think the War Room's having a similar conversation? Like someone goes, "Oh, Mathis Preston," and then they go, "No, let's pull up his elite prospects profile," and Adam Novotny becomes the guy. Because Adam Novotny's got to be the guy here. Yeah, why is this taking so damn long?
Your worst case scenario earlier on Convo. What if they're debating about Preston and Novotny for too long and they miss the pick?
That clock's not even moving. Oh, it just started moving. Holy smokes. That's crazy. Why does it take so long?
Do all the prospects go sit on the couch and do the interview? But they don't show them all? Of them. I would assume so.
I think they did last year. So
maybe that's why. So maybe they get him off the screen and then, okay, the Canucks, now you're on the clock.
Yeah, because there's also the ESPN broadcast. Like Manny was on the ESPN broadcast. I'm not sure if you guys saw it. Because I know you're doing the show.
No.
Yeah, Manny was on the ESPN broadcast as well. Also, don't know if you guys caught this, and I fully believe them. Apparently, Caleb didn't know he was getting taken by the Canucks. Like, he found out. And I talked about this on Convo, but, like, when Manny got hired and we had that intro press conference with him, we all kind of talked to Manny afterwards. And I talked to him extensively off the record about kind of what he's doing at the draft. And he said, like, I am full dad mode at the draft. And he did not want to know if the Canucks were taking him. Like, he did not want to know if they were going to take Caleb. And he definitely didn't want Caleb to know. Because he wanted him, like, even when Caleb was in Chilliwack, they could have lived together, but they didn't. He lived with a billet family in Chilliwack because they wanted him to have that full junior hockey experience. And I think that's also a good thing to note about all of this, is that what Manny said on the record is one thing, but then what he said to me when we were just talking as well, like, he really does seem genuinely hell-bent on making sure that his kid doesn't get any sort of special treatment and has a normal hockey career. So, yeah.
He wanted him to have, like, the same experience that he had. He didn't want to have, like, he didn't want to be that hockey dad who, like, oh, yeah, I played in the NHL, so I'm going to show you the ropes, you know? Like, hey, go, because this experience is so awesome, go fend for it yourself. Like, go learn all these things, right? So that's great, and that's probably molded Caleb into the guy that he is. What are you laughing at? What did I say?
No, you didn't say anything. I'm just thinking back to another thing Manny said, which is that he's never complained to a coach. He's very proud of himself that he's never complained to one of Caleb's coaches about ice time.
Right. Yep.
So now other people are going to complain.
Pick is in. I will say, I asked Dave, Novotny or Preston. He said, "Come on, Novotny."
I'm going to meet you guys so that you don't spoil it.
Pick for me.
Oh, they got Spencer.
Oh, Spencer.
That's awesome. Also, I do have to go write about this as soon as it happens.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll get Jacob back on. We'll break it down. Maybe once it comes in, give us your initial reaction, and then you can get going.
Yeah, sounds good.
I'm nervous. Okay, final prediction. Go.
Novotny. I want me some Novotny.
Okay, not what you want. What do you think?
I think they'll go Novotny here.
I think he'd be the good pick. I didn't think he'd be here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you're muted.
Let's go. That's a great pick. That's the guy. That's the one. They nailed it. Yeah,
There
they
it
nailed
is.
this.
Novotny.
They nailed this.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
They nailed this.
Nailed
Yeah.
it. Quads, initial reaction before you got to go.
I mean, we just said it. Like, that was the guy. That was the guy. That's the guy that was sliding. And the fact that they got him, like, what? Jake had him, like, 3 on his draft board or something like that.
10.
You get a great player. You get a great player in Adam Novotny. I'll tell you, there's a guy that I'm pumped to see at Dev Camp. Like, how much this guy's going to stand out. Like, Caleb should stand out too, obviously.
Yep.
But, like, this dude's shot, he's going to stand out. There's going to be so many clips of this guy's shot at Dev Camp in a few days here. Yeah, I'm fired up for that. That's great.
Yeah, I think that's a stellar pick there. Quads, I know you got to go. Now you got to get right in this story. Adam Novotny is a Vancouver Canuck at 24th overall. Quads, thanks so much for joining us.
See you, boys. Thanks.
I don't think
Adam
you saw that last point
Novotny
there.
is the newest Vancouver Canuck. Jake, what do you think? That's great for your draft board.
Yeah, I am pumped about that pick. I think I'm shocked that he was available for them at 24. Like I said, I had him ranked 10 on my draft board. Like I think he's a stud. I think, like, yes, Mathis Preston has that top 6 upside, but I think Novotny has that same top 6 upside, but he can also be like a third line scoring depth as like a floor for him. Whereas Preston, like Jacob said earlier, and actually Jacob's back with us now, so I'll bring him on the screen. But I just think, like, Preston maybe might not work out. Like, there's a slight chance. Like, I have a lot of belief in Preston, but Novotny, I think, is not a sure thing. Obviously, no one's a sure thing, but I think that was safe while also being a swing.
Yep. Yeah, I would agree. I think that's awesome. I know a lot of fans probably wanted Preston, but that's probably because he didn't know Novotny was going to be there at 24. Jacob, your initial reaction to the Novotny pick?
I put it in the chat. He's a grown man. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's like, I mean, he's got the baby face, sure, but like when he took his jacket off and put the jersey on, I'm like, okay, this isn't a kid that needs to grow into an NHL body. He's got an NHL body. And it makes sense because I went back and looked. Obviously, he had a very, very good year with Peterborough in the OHL. Last year, he played in the Czech League as a 17-year-old. Played 41 games in the Czech League as a 17-year-old and 10 playoff games. Now, the numbers aren't great, but like 17-year-olds playing pro hockey, it's a good league, and he's probably not getting a ton of ice time, which would make sense as to why he wanted to come over to North America, go to the OHL. But when you're playing, like, all this talk about NCAA guys and they're playing against guys who are 3 or 4 years older than them, well, Adam Novotny last year was playing against guys that were 10 years older than him. And it shows. Like, you guys talked about his shot. His highlights are impressive. I think, to me, this was a no-brainer when he kept falling. We talked earlier when I said, "Hey, is it have to be Mathis Preston?" I was pretty high on Mathis Preston, but Jake, you kind of convinced me that Novotny probably is the guy, and I think the chat looks pretty happy as well that they got Novotny. Now, I think all eyes are going to look at 33 now, and like, the Canucks still might get Mathis Preston. Maybe not at 33. The chat wants the Canucks to make a trade. Every time a trade gets made and it's not the Canucks, people are upset.
Yeah.
You trade up for Mathis Preston. Because, Jake, you just said, hey, Novotny has that floor where maybe he's a third-line scorer, but he's also probably a good two-way guy. He's going to be able to kill penalties. He's probably going to play physical. That's not Mathis Preston. Do you trade up from 33 to 25? Well, not to 25. We're at 25 now, but maybe 26 or 27, and say, hey, we're gonna take the high swing on Preston as well? I don't know, but like it's not. Could you imagine like one day a line of Preston Novotny with Malhotra in the middle, and then everyone talks about how crazy this day was because the Canucks drafted a first line? I would love to see them make that kind of swing and just kind of put their, have RJ put his stamp on like, okay, we're rebuilding and we're doing it this way. We saw our guys, we got our guys. Whether or not, the fans were as thrilled about Malhotra at 3 as the team was, if Ryan Johnson can do a press conference after this draft and say, hey, the 3 guys we wanted with the picks that we had going into the first round, and I count 33 as a first round pick. It's right off the edge. If they end up with the 3 guys that they wanted, and they're going to say that no matter what, but you can always tell when the GMs are BSing about that and when they're actually serious. It's hard to say that that's not a win, and we'll see who Ottawa takes right here. Ooh.
Yep. See, there it is. No idea who that guy is.
I've never heard of this guy.
Okay, so I was looking at the betting odds because I placed a few bets for the draft today, and this guy was like minus 120 to go in the first round, and I was like, "Who is this? I've never heard of him." So I looked him up. Like, he seemed like an okay player, but I cannot believe that he's gone in the first round. Not to like throw him under the bus, but
I did I not say it when I was on earlier? Someone in this range is going to take someone we've never heard of.
Yeah.
Yep. There it is.
So Stephen Ellis had him ranked 75th overall. Elite Prospects had him 77.
So Sam Cosentino saying he tore his ACL, so he didn't even play this year. Did I hear that right?
He played 9 games in the U20 National League, and actually had unbelievable numbers. Oh, Quads is back.
I see you, Jacob.
That's so funny. Did I just boot Jacob?
Yeah.
Dude, that rocks. That's so funny.
Sorry, Jacob. What's up?
I was just joining because I was done the article, so I thought you guys would want to talk to me.
Now Quads just got booted. Oh, man.
What is going on?
Oh, no. I'm going to cut back to us for now. But what I was saying, he had some unbelievable numbers. He had nine goals, 7 assists in 9 games in the U20 league, and then put up 0 points, but played 2 games in the SHL. So, yeah. I mean, it's pretty impressive numbers, but he only played 9 games. Quad's back again. Oh, man.
Sorry, Jacob. I'm gonna stay for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna do a bunch of other stuff, but
yeah, that sounds
good.
I
like the Novotny pick.
Yeah, it's great. I mean,
did you guys already read Dave Hall's scouting report on him? Because I went back and looked.
No, I haven't, but we do have a message from Dave Hall because I asked for the listeners because this is his guy. He planted his flag in him. He said, "I'd like to thank the people here in Buffalo and the great people of Canucks Nation for believing in me, nailing the pick." So maybe RJ was listening to Dave Hall and CanucksArmy. Who knows? But I didn't think he'd be there. What's his write up on him?
This is what Dave wrote. He wrote, "Draft eligible or not, certain players immediately look pro ready. Adam Novotny, a sizable winger from Czechia, fits that description at 6'1", 205 pounds. His game comes with a ton of size that is complemented by fluid skating and a hefty release. Posted 19 goals and 35 points in just 29 games to lead his team. Beyond the production, and he finished with more than that. Sorry, this was before. This was an old thing Dave wrote. Beyond the production, obvious size advantage. It's his competitive edge that stands out the most. He works hard on pucks, drives to the middle of the ice, and finishes plays with a legitimate release. Novotny plays with pace and purpose, and his versatility gives him a strong chance to climb draft boards as the season progresses. There's a realistic scenario where he plays himself out of the 15 to 32 range entirely, moving up to the top 15. But if he's still available, the Canucks could grab some serious value here. And that's what they did.
Yep. I honestly didn't have high hopes because just going back through previous drafts, like I just remember that, oh yeah, this guy's falling. And then the Canucks always pass on him too, but now this new regime, they're like, they recognize like, okay, this guy shouldn't be here at 24. He fell into our lap. The only thing that I'm kind of worried about, you remember the last time the Canucks had 2 first-round picks? Or the second last time? Because I think the last time was 2014. They took Virtanen and McCann. But the year before that, didn't they have 2? And it was Hunter Schikarek that fell to 24. He was supposed to go like top 10. Remember that?
Oh, yeah. That wasn't the year. Oh, yeah, it was. He was 2013. Yeah.
I think so.
Well,
maybe they didn't
my mind immediately went to, why isn't anyone taking Cole Lind?
Right. Ooh.
Oh, get Jake. Okay, Jacob, get in here. I'm heading out, boys. Vegas trades the 26th pick to Montreal for the 28th pick and a 2027 third. Get Jacob in here. All right, see you, fellas.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks again, Quads.
Take Quads off screen while we wait for Jacob to join back. Man, I wonder what Montreal's doing here.
Who's falling that they need to move up for?
I mean, Preston, maybe Xavier Villeneuve.
No?
Well, no, it's not Xavier Villeneuve. They've already got that.
You got Lane Hudson there.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Jacob's here. Bringing him on.
Yeah, here we go. It's my time to shine.
Sorry about that.
I don't think it's Villeneuve as much as like drafting a French Canadian defenseman sounds great. They've got Hudson. Like I don't see a fit there. I think this could be Mathis Preston.
I agree.
I think this could be Mathis Preston. This could be Montreal looking and saying, like, hey, not that they necessarily need a scoring winger, but this is a good hockey team that is gonna be in a situation to take that kind of swing, right? Like I talked about it on Convo today when we were talking about Verhoff, where we were saying, well, Verhoff, he's still got a high ceiling. He's just not necessarily the right pick for the Canucks, who at the start of a rebuild aren't really in a position to take a swing and potentially swing and miss. Montreal can take a swing and miss. They've got young players, and they kind of did that with Reinbacher already, who I still think is going to be an NHL player. He's not going to be worth the top 5 pick, but when you look at that Reinbacher pick, they passed on Matvei Michkov. They made sure to not make that mistake again, taking Demidov the next year, who is better than Michkov. And I don't think that's my Habs bias talking. I think it's just clear that Demidov is better than Michkov. But I look at Montreal now and it's like, okay, who at this point that you're willing to trade up a few spots for has top 6 scoring potential that other teams might be wary of because they don't want to swing and miss? And that's Mathis Preston.
Now, the one thing that I'll ask you is, we know that Montreal's been in the market for a center for a long time here.
They have, but I don't think you're drafting a center here when you like. They need a center right now.
Yeah,
right. Like Oliver Kapanen was. Yeah, like Oliver Kapanen was really good throughout most of the season. I don't think he's the long-term solution at 2C. I think he's probably a winger. They're in
I think they go
mode.
Rogowski here. That's my call.
Rogowski, yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. I think it's Preston. Nope.
Oh, Gleb Pukachev.
Okay.
Yeah, Interesting.
Did Gary call him Glebe?
Yeah, I think he called him Glebe, but it's
Glebe.
Gleb. Well, they went with the big winger, the really big winger.
Yeah. So initial reaction.
I don't. Did they have to trade up for him? Is my first reaction.
Yeah.
Would he have been available? At I guess they had 28, right?
I
Would
think
he have been
so.
available at 28?
I think so, but I think
he didn't give up a lot to move up.
Yeah, the Canucks take Novotny. He's got size, and then I don't know, like outside of Brooks Rogowski, like who else really has size, and can kind of
now like Montreal's that weird team where they always had like the last 20 years. Everyone's like, oh, the Habs are a small team, and they have small players, but they're not a small team. Like Josh. Okay, actually, now that I think about this, like Josh Anderson, his time in Montreal is winding down. So this is maybe your long-term Josh Anderson replacement, where he's your bottom six, big, can chip in with some offense. And look, Montreal has had no issues drafting Russians, and yeah, they passed on Michkov, but like this has been a thing going back years. And I know that the whole Russian factor is maybe shifting to being more of an American factor, especially for these Canadian teams. But Montreal has never been shy to draft Russian players or Belarusian players. And I know Gleb, I think, was born in Kazakhstan, but he's Russian. He represents Russia internationally. So I look at this and I'm like, okay, yeah, take the big winger. You've got a big winger in Slavkovsky. You've got a big winger for at least one more year in Josh Anderson. And you got a bunch of small wingers in Caulfield, and I guess he's really their smallest. But yeah, I like the pick. I just don't know if they really needed to trade up for him. But look, Montreal's at the stage in their rebuild now where you identify your guy, you go get them. You don't really need to fill your cupboard with third and fourth round picks anymore. They've done that already. They've got those guys, and they have an NHL team that is in win now mode. So, yeah, it's a fun.
I mean, it might have made sense for them to trade up because they traded up over the Philadelphia Flyers, and you know what their kind of brand of hockey is, right?
That's
big,
true. Like
rugged power forward type of player. So
like if you're worried about Philly taking them, then yeah, moving up the two spots, sure. Also, I do have to make a correction in the chat after Ottawa drafted Jonas Lundberg-Hohen. I said he's the first player taken in this draft that doesn't have a Wikipedia page. Well, someone made him a Wikipedia page, so he now has a Wikipedia page, and that stat is outdated. But.
That's funny. KP85.
Who's doing
we
that
love CanucksArmy. We love you too. We love you too. Thanks for hanging out with us and everything. Rick Dollywall just had a couple tweets. Sorry, Jacob, did you have anything else on the Montreal pick before I switch?
No. We can get back to Canucks talk. Obviously, I'm not expecting them to trade back up into the first round, but hey, once we get to the end of this first round, we'll know who's going to be available for them tomorrow.
Yeah.
So we can get back to Canucks talk.
And then they'll be on the clock for what? I don't know the amount of hours, like something like 12 hours
20,
or something.
Yeah, 12.
It starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
So yeah, about 12 hours probably that'll be on the clock.
Yeah. Okay, wait. We'll see who Philly takes. Maxim Sokolovsky. Yeah, 6'8", 6'7" guy. Jeez. Okay, Rick Dollywall.
Quads like this guy.
Well, no doubt.
Yeah.
The guy's 6'7", 6'8". Can't teach size. Rick Dollywall had this quote from Peterborough GM Michael Oak. The Canucks got a good one. Adam plays with power. He is a shooter. He can score and is versatile and plays the right way and a good two-way player. I'm surprised he was available when the Canucks got him. Oak raved about Novotny this season. NHL teams told me about his interviews how impressed they were in Adam as a person. He's a great teammate as well as great character. And that is the type of mold that RJ and this regime is trying to bring in with the Malhotra pick, and that's what they've been talking about pretty much since they got hired, was bringing in those good character type of players. So it fits, and he's also a hell of a player too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I don't know if Quads is still listening, but always being on the big boys, he'd be a great WHL scout. That's like half the dub draft is just picking the tallest kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah, Sokolovsky. Okay, we'll keep on Novotny actually, because in the little study that I did here, Adam Novotny averaged 0.59 goals per game and 1.12 points per game. Novotny of the group here, he was the best goal scorer on a per game basis. So he's got that going for him, and he's got some good comparables here in Mark Scheifele and Travis Konechny. There's also some guys like David Goyeta. I don't know if I really remember him. Ryan Suzuki, Ryan Spooner. So
Nick's brother.
these guys, outside of like a couple guys, like most of them have played NHL games, and have been contributors. And the fact that Novotny is the best goal scorer of the bunch, then I'm actually very impressed with the pick. Oh, looks like who do we got here?
Yeah, Dave's here. I'll throw it to him right now.
Yeah, you can get rid of me. Oh no, he'll get rid of himself.
Dave!
I'll stay on with Dave.
Your boy, Novotny,
We did
baby.
it.
Tell everybody.
We did it. We came here with a mission, and we're coming home with something in our bag here. The Vancouver Canucks get tremendous value at 24 here with Adam Novotny. I just retweeted something that I found I was sitting next to the prospect Don actually, and I retweeted something that I had quote tweeted him back in, I think it was April, saying that he's a target that I'm hoping the Canucks go for, like trade up to get in the teens. So the fact that he drops and they get him at 24 is just unreal to me. So I just thought I'd have to pop in and talk about it quickly.
No, of course. I mean, that's a phenomenal pick, and that was one of your guys that you had mentioned when we were in our last episode when we talked about it. In our mock draft, like we did not have him even sniffing like the 20 range, and so the fact that he fell to 24, like, is there anything to be concerned about that he fell to 24?
Well, no, I mean, I think what you're like, ultimately it's upside, like, is he a top 6 scorer? Hopefully. Like he's got a pro ready shot, ready to score goals in the NHL. I firmly believe that. So, right off the bat, I think you're thinking 25, 30 goal scorer. But I think that's probably what it is. Like, what is the upside? Like, he's not a huge guy, but he plays with a lot of grit. Like, he reminds me a lot of Leo Mogren, great skater, relentless forechecker, heavy shots. So, he's kind of got that profile. So, maybe for some teams it just wasn't for them. I mean, I'm shocked. I will say, like, the value at 24 is quite something. But yeah, I mean, I guess, I wasn't there in the interview, so who knows? But like for me, if he's there sitting at 24, I don't care what he said in his draft interview. I think you got to take him.
So Dave, when the Canucks were going up to make that pick, we were saying, okay, Novotny or Mathis Preston. And then Montreal trades up to 26. And I'm thinking they might be trading up for Mathis Preston. I could see them taking that kind of swing on that type of player. Well, Montreal opts for the big winger in Pugachev. Philly takes the big defenseman in Sokolovsky. Well, now Vegas is on the board with the pick they got from Montreal, who moved up. Is Mathis Preston going to Vegas, or can the Canucks seriously look at this and think we might be able to get Mathis Preston in the second round with pick 33?
I think they can take him. I don't think
this fall seems crazy.
Is it though? Like we kind of like, yeah, like I do agree that I didn't have him sliding to 33, but he is the profile. I mean, we saw Ryan Lynn fall, like, we knew he's a smaller set forward, right? And so we've seen it time and time again that these guys, they slide. Like I said, is 33, did I see that coming? Probably not. But at the same time, I don't know how crazy it is, but it looks like, whether it's him or not, whether it's Tommy Blyle, whether it's Mathis Preston, like there's quite a few like skilled guys still on the docket here that the Canucks could swoop in and get at 33. So I think no matter what, they might be coming home with some pretty good value at 24 and 33.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the top available forwards right now. It's a Mathis Preston, Brooks Rogowski, who I don't know if he has the offense, Marcus Nordmark, Jack Hextall, Igor Shilov, Nicholas Aramolson, who you're also high on. Oh, Vegas made a trade.
Oh, wow.
Is it the Canucks?
Could the Canucks take Igor Shilov and Blackfish get two of their guys?
Anaheim.
Oh,
Anaheim moving up one spot here.
one spot. So they got someone they got their eyes on.
Took pick 117 for Anaheim to move up a single spot. So again, they've got someone. Now, obviously, this was
They already went Klepov.
Yeah, and this was the
Tommy
other
Blyle?
pick they got back from the McTavish trade, right? Well, it's 29 that they've now moved to 28. So
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, Tommy Blyle, maybe Sherbakov, someone They do feel like they always feel like they have a gluttony of defensemen that they end up trading away. So Tommy Blyle or Xavier Villeneuve kind of check, but we'll see.
Well, they just traded Olin Zellweger.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They always have high offensive guys that they end up trading. So,
Well,
so
and
Tommy
and
Blyle.
I was going to say though, the most interesting part of this is who's Vegas trying to get here. They've now traded down twice with this same pick. Like, who do they have targeted that they're comfortable trading down twice for?
Well,
I bet you for them, it's Go ahead.
You go, Dave.
Oh, I just know the way that Vegas is, it's probably like a Brooks Rogowski or something like that, or just someone Sherbakov that they think that could maybe slide a little bit. They don't. I don't know. We'll see. Sorry, I'm just getting pushed out here.
I think
All good.
for them, it's about recouping some assets, right? It's about recouping some of your picks so then you can go trade them later. Because, I mean, right now, they don't have a second round pick in the next 3 seasons. I know they didn't just acquire one, but.
Oh, Marcus Nordmark.
Well, thanks, buddy. Thanks.
I mean, that's the benefit of having boots on the ground at the draft.
Yeah.
Oh, am I super early?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The broadcast is on a delay. Dave,
Oh my
breaking
God.
the
I
news.
mean, there you go. There's the
Well,
breaking
our
news. I
breaking
apologize,
news.
fellas.
You heard it here first.
Our stream is also on a delay going to YouTube, so you didn't spoil it for the listeners, just for Tyson and I.
Okay, sorry guys.
Nikita Klepov and Marcus Nordmark. That's some high
It's a
flying
return for
offense in the
McTavish.
lane.
Interesting,
Mhm.
right?
It's such an Anaheim thing to do.
I thought they were going Blyle for sure, but going back to Vegas, I think it's just recouping assets to then trade later. Because what you pick up, you pick up a fourth. So I guess that's unless you're trading it tomorrow for somebody, it doesn't really hold much value. But maybe restocking the shelves. But Dave, what's your plan right now?
I'm heading back
Where
to
are
the
you?
draft table and I'm going to start writing because I haven't been able to do any of that. So it's time to, plug my face down, and it's 11 o'clock here almost, and we're not even done. So we'll see where it goes, but I definitely got to start my stuff for tonight. So
No Novotny availability?
yeah, right. I guess that's coming up too. Although they're quite behind. Like, I came in for Caleb Malhotra thinking that it might be 5 minutes, and 45 minutes later we finally got him. So we'll see when Novotny is actually available.
It's going to
I'll
be a
let you
late
take
night
one
and early
more
morning
victory
for you,
lap.
Dave.
Oh man, I'm working off. I got in. My flight got in at around midnight. I got to my place at like 1 a.m. Went to bed at like 3 a.m. and was up by 6. So I'm working off vibes here, fellas.
I'll give you one more opportunity to take a victory lap on Adam Novotny before we send you on your way, Dave.
Just know that I called it. I've been manifesting this for a while, and so you can check the tweets, you can check the history, the receipts if you want. He's my guy, and I just think that it's tremendous value at 24. Like, whatever he comes out at, like I just don't think you can knock this pick whatsoever at 24. It's just it's too good. It's too good.
Yeah. So when he busts, I'll blame Dave Hall. All right. Thanks so much, Dave. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Hey,
of
have
the
a great
draft.
show, guys.
And, yeah, appreciate it.
Hey, Dave.
It's awesome. He came on. Thank God I reminded him about, hey, availability. You might want to go to that, talk to the guy.
I will say this is why it sucks having the draft in the Eastern time zone. I remember when the draft was here. Now I was not working with CanucksArmy yet. I was there as a fan. The draft was done at it was basically around this time, 7:45. Went out for dinner after. Had a good time. Everyone left in Buffalo. The arena looks mostly empty, It's almost midnight in Buffalo. What's the fun in that?
Dude, can you imagine if I just feel so bad for the kids. Like you show up to the draft, you think you're going to go in the first round, you don't, and then it's like 12:30, like
12:30 in Buffalo.
Like,
and not,
okay, well,
12:30 in Buffalo, and not 8 p.m. in Vegas or LA or Vancouver.
yeah, where you have
all
stuff
places
to
that
do.
have had recent drafts, or you know what? If it's going to be 12:30 in the morning, make it 12:30 in the morning, Montreal. At least you can go and have a couple drinks and
go out,
drink away the sadness of not being a first round pick.
Yeah, totally.
Tyson, you talk about sitting there waiting. That draft that you were at, Jacob, I had a friend who went to the draft and thought he was going to go in like the 3rd or 4th round. He ended up going late in the 7th round and sat through the entire draft.
Who was that?
Oh.
Do I say who it was?
Yeah, say who it was. Someone can easily go and find it. Look for a BC player that was taken late. I know a BC player that was late in that 7th round, so I'm wondering if it's the same guy.
Yeah, it's Rizzo.
Yeah, okay, it's Massimo. I know Massimo Rizzo. In fact, here I can somewhere on my desk. Oh, hold on. There we go. Yeah, here we go. I've got when I was working with the Express, I've got a season ticket with Massimo Rizzo on it, right there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Did he get taken?
Yeah, he was the second last
pick.
Holy shit! He must have been through the roof, though.
Yeah, he's
in the Nashville organization now.
He is now. Yeah, he's been traded a few times, but yeah, he went into the draft expecting to be like a 3rd or 4th round pick, and fell all the way to the second last pick of the draft. 2 picks after Dustin Wolf, by the way. I'll point that out. The Canucks had pick 215 and took Arvid Kostmar, and I thought they were going to take Rizzo. I thought, I'll take the Burnaby kid, at home, 3rd last pick of the draft, and they didn't. And Carolina took him right after.
Vegas goes with Juho Pipparainen. I understand why they continued to trade down, because I believe him and William Hackison is still on the board, correct? I don't believe he's been picked. So they're kind of similar profiles. They've, defensive defensemen. And so, hey, like, we've got 2 guys we like. We'll just continue to move down one slot until one of them goes, and then we'll pick. But I guess they couldn't find a trade partner with Calgary. But now here's a question. What does Calgary do here? Because they went Carson Carroll, so I think it's undoubtedly going to be a forward. This is where I'm a little worried that Matt Preston's going to go.
I think the next 3 picks, I'm worried Calgary, Carolina, and Ottawa could all take him. Be in the market from Preston.
Well, okay, so which other forwards are available? Because these are all teams that are going to look forward.
Then I think Mathis Preston is for sure gone, because
you've
Brooks
got Ryan
Rudkowski,
Rubrek, Jack Hextall,
Igor
Jack
Shilov.
Hextall, who's kind of your safe center. Yeah, Igor Shilov. Casey Mutrin is another guy that has been getting some first round buzz. I feel like Preston's going to go with one of those 3 picks, but
I'm going to say Carolina. I don't know. He seems like a Calgary pick, though.
The last time, I know Carolina didn't draft him, but the last time Carolina acquired an undersized forward from BC, it worked out pretty well in Logan Stankoven, right? Yeah. They didn't draft him, but they traded for him, and it helped them win a Stanley Cup. So,
Well, and
I thought you were going to say Seth Jarvis.
I'm sure they've interacted.
Seth Jarvis. They drafted Jarvis, but yeah, that's
yeah.
Well, but so now that makes me think. Like, I get that they're not scared of taking the small, undersized forward, but you already have a few of them. Maybe they look elsewhere.
Get a Brooks Rudkowski, 6'7".
Maybe, right?
Well, I could see them going like a Jack Hextall or Casey Mutrin and hope that that's like your Jordan Stahl replacement for the future.
Yeah.
Calgary's picks in. Lanny's back out. Made Lanny stick around for 3 hours to announce the other pick as well. Lanny McDonald's got to be one of the most likable people in hockey history, right? He's just like,
Yeah.
And the fact that he's like kept the mustache all the way through, he's never
Still
wavered.
curls
He
it.
knows, he still curls it. He knows it's his brand.
Yeah.
Whoa, the draft party in Calgary. They got the rave lights going.
I have to put my hand up so the chat doesn't ruin it for me.
Oh, yeah. I might be ahead of you as well, so I'll keep my mouth shut. Okay.
Okay. I like if Preston falls to 33, like that's just the undoubted.
They have to take him, right? They have to like,
Yeah.
Usually it's Bill Daly for day 2, right? So he'll say like, okay, Vancouver, you're on the clock, and like the pick has to be made within 5 seconds, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I hate that comparison you just brought up. You know, smaller winger from BC, Western Canada. Oh, that guy.
So Hextall was like up in the actual crowd. He wasn't one of the guys that got invited into the coach suites down on the floor. Most of the guys have just been from the floor. Yeah.
Jack Hextall. Let's check out his scoring profile. Where's the USHL?
Tyson Krista just says, just accept us telling you guys. I've already accepted it. I just look at the chat now.
No, I can't. It's the fun of the draft when you don't know. You know? Am I blind? I don't have a scoring profile.
I was curious, and they said it on the broadcast there. So Jack's dad is cousins with Ron Hextall. That's the relation. Which, I mean, yeah, the name Hextall, I don't think it's a super common name in the hockey world. So tight that usually when you hear a name that you've heard before, there's some kind of relation. So
yeah, yep, that made sense. Yeah, I don't know. Can't find the scoring profile. Eli Tolvanen maybe, but it's not a perfect one.
I mean, so Preston possibly being on the board at 33, I think that's kind of our consensus, like dream pick for the Canucks. But there's also like Ryan Rubrek, Xavier Villeneuve. I know they have
Villeneuve is another one. Well, yeah. So Villeneuve was one where I thought as soon as they passed up on the defenseman at 3, and they decided they were going with Malhotra, the back of my mind was Villeneuve at 33. And again, I know they have Bouillon. Same reason why I was not expecting Montreal to take Villeneuve. Montreal, obviously, Montreal's got more of the Quebecois players now than they have in recent years, so I don't think they're going to feel as pressured to take the Quebecers just because they're from Quebec. There was a stretch where that was certainly the case because they didn't have any, but they have a bunch now on the roster, so I don't really think it's an issue. It's more about fit, and Villeneuve doesn't seem to fit. But yeah, like again, could the Canucks? Could it come down to those two? We talked about when Novotny got picked. Oh, is it going to be Preston or Novotny? Either would be a great pick. Well, if they get to 33 and it's Preston or Villeneuve, again, either could be a great pick. Or you get to 32 with Ottawa, and you know that, hey, one of those guys will be available for you tomorrow morning. So I could see Villeneuve to Ottawa as well, right? I mean, it's another team that likes to get the French players. They want to build that relationship with their fans in Western Quebec. And they could certainly use an offensive defenseman. They had a really good one for a long time. The last time they were a competitive team, they had a great offensive defenseman in Erik Karlsson. I wouldn't say it's defense is a need for Ottawa, but again, this is a team that's already made, it's already made a pick here. Who'd they take with their last pick? They took
guy with no
Lagerberg Cohen. They already took a winger. So yeah, maybe they do look defense now with pick 32.
I like Tommy Blyle a little bit more than I like Villeneuve.
You think so?
Yeah, I like Villeneuve more, but I see like they're not far off from each other.
Yeah, Tommy Blyle had more points, but I'll probably, I don't know. I'm not gonna. He played on a better team. He played on a better team with Caleb Desnoyers. He went 4th overall last year, so maybe he picked up a couple extra points for there. But their scoring profiles are pretty similar. Right shot, he's a bit bigger. Like he's not like he's still smaller stature, but like Villeneuve's like under 170 pounds, man. Like
yeah, okay. I will say though, Villeneuve is listed at 5'11". Right, it's a lot easier to put on weight than it is to put on height. You can't just
tell Jonathan Lekaramaki that.
Well, I mean, I think part of Lekramaki's struggles is when you're never healthy and you're always having to rehab injuries. It's hard to get stronger. It's hard to build that muscle. Like Villeneuve at 18.
Why do you think he's always injured?
Well, you have to have some muscle to begin with, sure.
He's 140 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah, I mean, like Villeneuve's at 5'11", like if he can get to 185 pounds, like 5'11", 185, like 10 years ago, that's small for a defenseman. That's on the smaller end for a defenseman now, but like I wouldn't consider that. Like that's not the same as Lane Hudson, right? It's not
Lane Hudson's stockier, right?
Yeah, Hudson's a little shorter. I think he's listed at 5'10". He's not really that stocky. I think he's still only about 170 pounds. He's not. I wouldn't call him stocky. Like Quinn Hughes is a little stocky. Hudson doesn't really have that.
Yep, that's fair. I mean, it would make sense. You know, you see Lane Hudson tearing it up in their Eastern Canadian teams, and you're like, hey, we kind of want one of those guys.
Yeah.
And I also think like Villeneuve is like all offense. Like Tommy Blyle, he's offense, but like he can actually play defense a little bit too.
I mean, when Lane Hudson was drafted, he was all offense as well. And I know the
Lane Hudson, I gotta say, he was like I thought his defensive play outside of the one game that he had.
He had a couple rough playoff games.
Yeah,
but overall, he can defend well enough with how good he is offensively to be a legit first pair guy. All right, Quinn Hughes had the same issues, right? We remember what Quinn Hughes looked like trying to defend his first couple of years in the league. Like good coaches can take these super skilled guys and turn them into decent defenders. Oh, a trade.
Nashville.
Okay.
So,
they went Wyatt Cullen, kind of an well, no, he's 6'1", so not undersized, but a skill winger.
Yeah, it's a similar profile. So
defenseman
like
for Nashville.
Yeah. Shabakov, Hagenson. Who else is there?
Villeneuve, Blyle,
possibly Villeneuve. Yeah, Blyle.
They had Jordan Martinook ready to make the pick.
Guy stayed up till midnight. Well, I guess it's not quite midnight yet. It's 11. But
poor guy. That's so funny.
7-7 in the chat says, I fear whenever someone trades up, they take Preston. I think Nashville is one of the few teams that is not going to be trading up to take Mathis Preston here.
Similar profile to Wyatt Cullen.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you guys want to know something crazy here? The last pick. So, okay, there's been one pick since 14, which was Columbus taking Oscar Hemming hours ago. There's been one pick since then that was made by the team that originally owned that pick, and that was Pittsburgh taking Liam Ruck. Every other pick since then has been traded at least once. Some of them have been traded 2 or 3 times.
That's insane, dude.
Well, and Montreal's pick was traded 4 times.
Yes, that pick was traded 4 times. So the Piparainen selection from Vegas, that was like when you go to so the Montreal one was from Dallas. That was Dallas's original pick via Carolina, New York Rangers, and Vegas. So that pick was originally used in the Rantanen trade. It's been to New York, Vegas before going to Montreal on draft night. Vegas's pick from Colorado via the Islanders, St. Louis, and Anaheim. Like,
nobody wanted him. Nobody wanted that pick. There it is.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Tommy Blyle. See, I told you guys. I knew he'd go first.
Well, Tommy Blyle.
It's interesting, though, that there's only really two, like, solid prospects out of the QMJHL, like defensemen, out of the QMJHL. And they're both very similar profiles.
Yeah.
Like, little undersized, but, like, good offensive guys, which is interesting. I did so for my thingy that I did, my study, I didn't read, like, QMJHL, man, is just, like, so far behind. It's like,
yeah,
not great at all.
Okay, so we're at the point now where there's one more pick before the end of this first round. Mathis Preston's still available. Xavier Villeneuve's still available. Who else would you guys say you were very confident was going to be a first rounder that now could drop into the second round? If you guys look at the mock drafts and see if there's any names on there that just you're kind of shocked haven't made it yet.
I honestly, I'm not really shocked that Villeneuve is sliding.
No, I think Villeneuve to the second round kind of seemed like it was
makes
sense.
Preston for sure.
Surprising.
Honestly, like Brooks Rogowski, just because of his size, like 6'7" down the middle.
Well, and I know you guys have taken Rubrick in a few mock drafts in the first round.
I could see him falling. Like that made sense to me.
Yeah. I think Preston might be the only guy for me that I'm surprised didn't go in the first, or hasn't gone yet in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Ottawa can still make that pick here. Ottawa. So this is that pick that Ottawa thought they lost, and the league decided to give back to them and drop to 32. And if they can end up with Mathis Preston out of it, I think you're probably pretty happy because it's a guy that they very easily, would have liked to get at. Like that pick originally, they made the playoffs. So it would have been like late teens, probably 16, 17, 18, somewhere in that range. I mean, wouldn't have been surprising to see Mathis Preston go at 18, where that pick originally would have been.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Canucks fans will probably be pretty pissed off because they weren't supposed to have it, and then they got it. The Canucks were supposed to have 32nd overall, technically, right?
That's true. They for a while the Canucks had 32nd overall.
And then they gave
still 33rd overall. Just 32nd would have been
right.
The 32nd pick,
32nd player. Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, I don't know. Like I would. Obviously, we want Mathis Preston. That would be the perfect pick for the Canucks. But Ryan Rubrick, I like. Casey Mutrin, I like. Jackson Culver, I think, has a ton of upside. I wonder if anybody just is everybody just going to let Marcus Ruck fall to 39?
I think a team will probably call the Pens and say, hey, if you want Marcus, trade up for him.
Yeah.
That's what I would be doing if I was the Canucks.
But if I'm Pittsburgh, do you call the bluff? Right? Or you're like, well, why should we pay up, trade up? Are you going to take him? And they're going to say yes. And if I'm Dubas, I'm going to say, okay, take him then. And then if you call the bluff.
Well, if you're the Canucks or even the Flames, you can do that. I think you can. I think
those are the only two teams where Pittsburgh might actually think they'll take them. But if you're Chicago, Chicago's got 2 picks in this range early in the second round. New Jersey's got 1. The Kraken have got 1 before Pittsburgh. Like if I'm Seattle with the pick right before Pittsburgh at 38, and I'm like, we're gonna take the other Ruck. You want to trade up? Give us like a 4th round pick. I'm calling the bluff. I'm not gonna believe that.
For sure.
Not for a second.
For sure.
But maybe Vancouver, maybe Calgary. I could see that.
But if you're the Canucks and say you take Marcus Ruck at 30, or you do that, and then you actually take him at 33, I mean, Liam is going to eventually want to go there because one, it's the Canucks, like his home province team, and his brother's there. It's like, okay, well now we have the location area advantage on you, and so we're just going to get him eventually. So may as well give it to him now.
My thought on this is, are they going to develop to their full potential if they're not together?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like they've talked about, like there have been other twins in the league that have played on other teams. Like Henrik Lundqvist had a twin brother who played in the NHL.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, Joel Lundqvist. And then he went back to Sweden. But like, and I get one was a goal. Okay, here's the pick for Ottawa. I got more on the Rucks, so we'll see. There's Jackson Cover. So Mathis Preston will be available for the Canucks at 33rd overall.
Mathis Preston is there, everybody. Canucks are officially on the clock now.
They are, yeah. Anything to say about Jackson Cover? Because I do want to finish my thought on the Rucks. Cover was the one from the Cayman Islands who was playing roller hockey, right?
Yeah.
I think he started playing ice hockey like 5 years ago or something. But I mean, I like this. I like this swing. If Preston and Rubrick were gone, because I think those are my two guys that I would like the Canucks to probably take at 33. I was high on Cover at maybe like 41 or 33. Just the upside is I don't know, enormous. Like we don't know what he's going to become, right? He's got the length and everything. So I think that's a great pick. Just because of the unknown, like what he could become, right? And at 32, like who cares if he doesn't pan out, right? Or second round pick, wherever. So I really like the pick, and I know that Dave was super high on him as well.
Yeah. I played roller hockey growing up, so I always have a soft spot for the roller hockey kids. And I actually have a friend I've talked about this a little bit on Blackfish, but I have a friend who has a very similar story. Grew up in the Cayman Islands playing roller hockey, and then came over to Canada. I played U18 with him. And he's like one of the best skaters I know, my buddy. And like Cover, from what Dave said and from what I've seen, he's similar. And also just the skill that he possesses. He's one of the most skilled players in this draft. So I think it's a good swing at 32 for the Senators. It might be a little bit early, but I think he's another one of those guys that has legitimate top 6 upside.
What you're saying, Jake, is that an NHL team needs to set up like a development center in the Cayman Islands, start identifying these guys and getting them on ice a little earlier.
Yeah.
Well, Ryder Cali was Cayman Islands too. He played in the Cayman Islands. So maybe they got some cooking over there.
All right. Okay, I want to finish my Ruck thought, and then I'll drop out. I'll let you guys wrap up the show.
I had one more thing on why it
then,
kind of made. Like Jake said, it was a little early, but the Sens don't have a second round pick. So
sure, they don't. Yeah.
If you really like the prospect this much and believe in his talent and upside, then this is where you had to take him because you weren't going to get him in their third round. So, anyways, Jacob, go on.
So my thing with the Rucks, like again, sometimes you'll get twins who, and I know this because when I was growing up playing hockey, I played with. There was a set of triplets actually, so 2 boys and a girl. The sister was actually the best hockey player of the bunch. She played college hockey. But like they were all close, but they were never that close. Like they had their own groups of friends at school and they'd hang out with others. And like, you know, like you could tell, like they had a regular, what you could probably think of more as like a regular sibling relationship rather than being twins or triplets, right? The Rucks, much like the Sedins, seem like they're inseparable, right? They do everything together. They have their shared Instagram account. You know, they did the twin telepathy video with the NHL on their socials leading into the draft. These are guys that I think need to be together to get the most out of them. And I know they said that was their preference, but like it's not the be all end all. I think it's the be all end all. I think especially for Marcus, who has probably a slightly lower upside. And obviously Liam went in the first round and Marcus is still on the board. I don't think Marcus Ruck becomes an NHL player without being with his brother to develop with his brother. Not to ride coattails of his brother, but to develop with his brother. I think they are a tandem. So if you're a team that's going to now take Marcus Ruck, and Pittsburgh calls your bluff, but you actually take him, I don't know if he's going to be what he could be if he was developing with his brother. I have no reason to believe this. It's just from what I've seen of these guys. I get the sense that you probably get the most out of them if you have both of them together.
Undoubtedly, because they know each other like the back of their hand. It's pretty much their own hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think
it's not the way for all twins, but you can always tell when you've got a set of twins who are just super, super, super close. Sedins were like that, and we have this. I've heard this discussion so many times. The Sedins have both become Hall of Famers had they been drafted by different teams. I don't know. The Rucks are not going to be Hall of Famers, I don't think. But like, are you going to get two like solid NHL players if they're drafted by different teams? I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. And honestly, I don't think that the Sedins are Hall of Famers because, I mean, they didn't honestly like. I think they're, and this is going off the path a little bit, but the Sedins won like a Hart Trophy and that was it. Like they didn't win a Stanley Cup or anything. They both put up 1,000 points, but they're in the.
They got Olympic gold medals. They have
right.
Olympic gold medals. Yeah,
forgot about that.
Hart Trophy and Art Ross.
Yeah. Well, okay, back to the Rucks because then I won't. Well, I said a couple trophies. Trophies, individual trophies. Anyway, the Rucks came out and said they've only spent 4 days of their lives without each other. Like they still at home, I think they still sleep in the same room.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Those guys are so close, man. Like I don't think you can separate them, but that's when you get, I don't know. Like could Liam Ruck be an NHLer without Marcus?
Maybe.
Do you think?
Yeah. Maybe, but I don't think the other way around.
Yeah. But
just from what I've heard people like Dave talking about these guys, I haven't watched them enough, but I'm going to trust someone like Dave who's watched them a lot. And from what he's described both of their games, I think Liam probably is an NHLer regardless, but Marcus's best asset is being a perfect line mate for his brother.
Yeah, that's fair. Riding his coattails a little bit.
Yeah, but like not necessarily. Like he still has to. I mean, like he still put up great numbers. You still have to be able to score goals, right? You can't ride someone's coattails. Like not every goal is a wide open net tap in. You still have to have some talent. But I do think his best asset is being that line mate with his brother. All right, I got to head out though, guys. But I appreciate you guys having me on, and I know you guys are probably going to want to wrap up soon. You've been live for almost 5 hours, but thank you for having me on a few times here. I was glad to be able to kill some time with you guys, and great work, Jake. I don't envy you having to produce for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you coming on, and sorry that
no problem, guys.
sorry that our boss kicked you off. Hey, how rude! I just think he runs the show. Hey,
then Montreal made a trade, so came right back on.
So then you got to kick him back off, which I thought was great theater. Great theater, Jacob. Thank you so much for joining us today and all your insight. I appreciate it.
Sounds good. See you guys.
See you, buddy.
See ya.
We're done. Well, the first round.
Well,
least,
almost.
But
yeah,
we finally made it. To summarize, Caleb Malhotra, 3rd overall to the Canucks. 24. Adam Novotny, he fell. That was a great pick. A lot of people wanted Mathis Preston, but hey, Mathis Preston's still on the board. He could be available. Well, he is available. Sorry. He could be the Canucks' 33rd overall pick tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Starting early, but we got to get up for it. Obviously, we've talked a ton about Mathis Preston, so I don't want to spend too much more time on him. But I think we should kind of go over who are the other options that the Canucks could take at 33.
But before we do that, we just had a comment from BC Trees in the chat, and we didn't really go over this. What's the grades on Malhotra and Novotny? I'll give my grades. I think Malhotra at 3 is a B plus, and Novotny at 24 is an A plus.
Nailed it. I think you nailed it. Like,
Yeah,
I almost feel bad going Malhotra B plus, because he is a good player.
yeah.
I think that's right. I don't know if I can give it an A because our opinion is there's a little meat left on the bone. A lot of other players might have had higher upside and everything, but if you lock up your middle six center depth, that's pretty good in this draft. And then you also open up. I will say, like, I know that I didn't want Caleb, really. I thought there were better players and stuff, but there is something to be said that, like, okay, now, like, if you took a Chase Reed, right-handed offensive defenseman, and say you get first overall pick next year, and then what are you going to do? You're going to take Landon Dupont. But that's a logjam, right? Because now you've got Tom Willander and Chase Reed and Landon Dupont. And I know, you could trade those guys. You could trade one of those guys, right? But now that they take a center and next year say, like, okay, now they're opened up because they can take Landon Dupont if they get one, or if they fall to two, then there's still a bunch of good centers, like you mentioned at the top, Privalov and Joseph, and I think there was another one, Jacob Josephson or something like that.
Jackson Jacobson.
That was close. That do project to be a number one center. And so now, like, you're kind of wide open to your options. So I don't actually hate it as much as I thought I would. And I know, I know the kind of character and everything he's going to bring. He's going to be a leader. And he's got the bloodline. So I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong that Malhotra, kind of maxes out as a second line center. Maybe he can develop into a first line center, and that would be great for the Canucks. So I guess what would you give the draft for the Canucks as a whole in the first round if you were to combine the grades?
I'd give it an A. I think they came out with a really good haul. They got their centerman, potential first line, likely second line centerman of the future, and then in the late first round, they get another guy who's, I think, is going to be a top six winger. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. So all in all, I think it was good. A's good. A's pretty good. I was going to go A minus because I think you kind of want to weigh the third overall pick a little bit higher than the 24th, but I think A is pretty fair.
Mm-hmm. I just think
that
the Novotny pick was such a slam. Sorry, I just think the Novotny pick was such a slam dunk that I give it a little bit more edge than the pick for Malhotra. And I think like a B plus is like maybe a bit unfair to Malhotra. You could call it an A minus, and so that's why I give it an A.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. We'll go with A so far. And I mean, hey, if they're able to get Mathis Preston at 33, I mean, you were going to take him at 24. That's where everybody thought Mathis Preston was going to go. So now if you can get him at 33, then holy crap, that A goes to an A plus in my mind, because then you get 3 first round talents, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to go over some other options for the Canucks at
let's do it.
33. I think, like I mentioned, Mathis Preston is the guy we're looking for. And I mean, I mentioned his name as well, and I've talked about him on the show a bunch. But if they want to get another center, big center, like I really like what you're going to get out of a Ryan Rubrick. We talked a lot about him on the show, as I've already mentioned. 6'4", 216 pounds, 30 goals in 49 games in the OHL this year. He played on the line with Riley Patterson, so they've got the connection and everything. And even with Mathis Preston, it's the same case, right? Like they were projected top 10 picks. Now they slid to the second round. That's official. So, is that going to light a fire under their ass and be like, hey, like we were supposed to go much higher than this. What happened? I'm going to prove to everybody else that they made the wrong choice. So I think he's going to Rubrick's going to have a little bit of that fire under him, and hopefully that can kind of weed out the compete level issues that Dave and other pundits are worried about.
Yeah, I agree. I like Rubrick a lot. I think both of us are higher on him than maybe Dave is. And that's because I think Dave puts a lot of stock into, he talks about it all the time, the work rate and everything. And it's definitely something to be concerned about with Rubrick, is his, like the fact that he seems disinterested sometimes in games. But at the same time, I think, like you said, the numbers, the size, all of that, if he can figure out that work rate, and if the Canucks are building this culture that they're talking about, and I think with RJ, the Sedins, Manny, like they're going to be able to build a culture that I think a guy like Ryan Rubrick can slide into and find his footing as an NHLer at some point.
Yep, I agree, and I hope that's the case. Even if he doesn't go to the Canucks, anywhere, because the talent's undeniable, and if you're picking at the top of the second round there, I think that's the swing you want to go with. Anybody else stand out for you? Because I've got a bunch of names here.
Yeah, I mean, one guy that we haven't talked about at all during this show is Nicholas Aram-Olsson.
Yeah.
He's another skilled winger. Dave really loves him. I like him. I don't know if I'd necessarily love him at 33, but with the other names that I have on my board ranked ahead of him, I'd prefer like a Mathis Preston. I'd prefer Ryan Rubrick. But I think Aram-Olsson could be a good option for the Canucks as well. And then, yeah, there's a bunch of other names I'll let you kind of dive into even more. But yeah, I think Aram-Olsson is a guy that we haven't mentioned that could be a good option for the Canucks at 33.
Yeah, Aram-Olsson. I think if the Canucks didn't select Adam Novotny, I'd be more inclined to take a Nicholas Aram-Olsson, because they're both like goal scorers. That's kind of the name of the game for both of those guys. So now that you have a Novotny, I don't know, there's other profiles that I'd probably be targeting. And obviously you need goal scorers, right? Like that's the name of the game, but to score more goals than the other team. But yeah, it kind of matches Novotny's player type a little bit. 6'1", 187 pounds. Obviously he's got 20 pounds on him, 15 pounds on him, something like that. But I would probably stay away from there. Marcus Ruck, no. Brooks Rogowski, if you want. I that's another guy though. Like, I don't think the Canucks would go with. Like, he's got all the size in the world, and he was actually decent in the OHL, nearly a point per game. But he kind of projects to be that like bottom pairing power forward just because of his size. But he's got skill too. So I don't know if he can develop a full power forward mentality, because the guys nowadays, like you can't necessarily teach that. That's why I see like a lot of 6-foot guys kind of becoming power forwards rather than the big guys. I look at Curtis Douglas as a example. Just because he has size doesn't mean he plays like a power forward, right? And I don't know if that's necessarily Rogowski's game. If they go defenseman, William Hackesson is one, but I think a lot of people would be a little pissed off if they go with Hackesson and leave Xavier Villeneuve on the board, right? Like, he's drawing comparables to Lane Hudson, whereas Hackesson is like, okay, maybe, I don't know, Nikita Zadorov, but less fun.
Yeah, like I think Hackesson is more like a third pairing, like a number 5 defenseman. Like he'll be solid for you, but it's not. I think with the draft, like most people want their team to take a bunch of swings. They don't want the boring picks, like I said, a third pairing defenseman at the top of the second round. Guys, people want to see a guy like Mathis Preston who can be a first line guy potentially. So I understand the disappointment if they were to go Hackesson, but I can also see it from a Canucks perspective where they got their forwards. They have Aziz Bouillon. They don't necessarily need a Xavier Villeneuve, and so you take that third pairing guy who eventually replaces like a Marcus Pettersson. Now your left side's Bouillon, DPD, and Hackinson.
Yeah, and it's weird because like Villeneuve has the much higher ceiling, obviously,
Mhm.
but Hackinson, I think I would put my money on to play NHL games. So
Yeah,
it's kind of, what do you weigh here, right? Do you weigh the high end ceiling, or do you weigh like actually going to be able to contribute to your team? Yeah, we'll see. I don't necessarily know if they're going to go defenseman. Like, they've got a lot in the system already, and you can never have enough. But I just wonder about that. Simus Ignatavicius, I know someone in the comments, and when I was going through it, got mad at me because I didn't know how to say that. I'm sorry. It's a long last name, all right? But I nailed it now after almost being live for 5 hours, so you're welcome. You know much on him?
I don't know a ton on him, if I'm being completely honest. I know what Dave said about him is just he's another guy that's probably going to play NHL games, but he's a big power forward, has a solid two-way game, and, you know, like probably projects as like a bottom six winger.
Yep, that's fair. Igor Shilov. Now, that's kind of one of the more polarizing prospects in the entire draft. 82 points in 63 games. He was awesome, but he's kind of the same where you can see him taking shifts off and stuff. But if you want to take a swing on a high scoring guy, and I believe, is this the team that you have a guy you're really high on, and he played on a center's wing. Is this the guy?
Yeah. So Alexei Vlasov.
Yeah.
He's a 5'9" winger. I think he's projected to go in like the 5th or 6th round, but he's got a ton of skill and like put up similar numbers to Shilov, but kind of the same thing. They're both very skilled. Shilov's obviously bigger, plays the center position, whereas Vlasov plays the wing. So I don't know. Like I think maybe a team takes a swing on Vlasov, but the likelihood of him actually playing NHL games is quite low. But as for Shilov, like, so I didn't think Preston would be available here, and Shilov might have been my guy. But if I'm comparing the two, yes, Shilov had the better numbers, but that was also in the QMJHL, which is a bit of a weaker league as opposed to the WHL. And the foot speed from Shilov is a concern for me, whereas Preston's one of the better skaters in this year's draft. So as much as I like Shilov, I would take the swing on Preston over him, especially at 33. Maybe if you go D-man and Shilov's there at 41, then I think that would be a great pick. But yeah, I think there's a few other guys. Rubrick's another guy. Like, there's a few other guys that I would take ahead of Shilov here at 33.
Yeah, I think I agree. Okay, what happens if he falls to 41 and he's on the board? Say they go Preston. Then are you like, okay, Shilov time?
I maybe, but I just don't see them going 4 forwards with their top 4 picks. I think there's got to be a defenseman in the mix there.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And okay, well, let's talk about defensemen. Oh, I see anyone else right on. Wrong show, but we will read it. Thoughts on Adam Gollier at pick 41. So I do have numbers on Gollier. He kind of scoring profile wise at 41.
No.
Okay. Well, okay, I won't talk about him then.
No, say what you were going to say, because I think he could even be a shout for the Canucks at 33.
See, I agree with you that I don't think they're going to go 4 forwards right off the bat. But I would probably go I'd go Preston or Rubrick there at 33. And then, because I think there's going to be, like, I think a lot of these defensemen are going to fall. Like, I mean, you have 4 right now, like Villeneuve, Hackinson, Gollier, Nikita Sherbakov, that I like. And I mean, even like a Ben Macbeth, Yakov Vanachuk, Alexander Balicki, who he's good, man. He's good. He just didn't get the ice time on a stacked Kitchener team. So if you have all those guys, I want the forward that I think is actually going to change the game a little bit. And then there's going to be guys. There's going to be defensemen there at 41. But yeah, you make a good point. Like Goyer, what is he? Yeah, he's the top rated right now right shot defenseman on the board. So he very well could not be there. And I heard Stephen Ellis was super, super high on him when he had him on for our mock draft. And I think he might have had him in the first round in his rankings. I can't quite remember. But yeah, he projects to be a guy that will hear his name called early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like I think with the forwards on the board right now, you go for another forward at 33, and then you take one of these safer defensemen. Another guy that Dave's been very high on is Jakub Vanacek.
Mm-hmm.
That's another guy that could be a very good pick. So that's the thing. Like, you look at the D-men that are on the board. There's 5 or 6 that are all very similar as far as their projection and their rankings, whereas you have a guy like Mathis Preston on the board who has fallen. So you take Mathis Preston at 33, you would assume that one of those defensemen would be there for you at 41.
Yep, I completely agree. And is there, because I think in our mind there's a clear best forward available, right? And that's Mathis Preston. Do you think that there's like a best defenseman available where you're like, okay, undoubtedly we need to take him here? Because I think that's how we think about Mathis Preston, but we don't necessarily think that about a defenseman.
I would put Villeneuve in a higher tier than the rest of the defensemen, but just because of the profile, I would rather see them go with Preston. And if Villeneuve is there for them at 41, which I don't think he will, I think a team will take him higher in the second round. But if he is there at 41, then that could easily be the guy. But as far as like Sherbakov, Hankinson, Goyer, Vanacek, all these guys that we just talked about, Ben McBeath, I don't put them in separate tiers. Like, they're all kind of in that similar tier to me.
Yeah. So that just says to me that, okay, it has to be a forward there. It has to be Preston. And then if we are going with the philosophy that it is, forward and a defenseman, one of each, then if there's a can't miss forward there, you take them at 33, and then at 41, you can kind of take the pick of the litter, I guess, of defensemen. And I mean, I'm kind of surprised. Like, if I'm looking at this board, Mathis Preston, Marcus Ruck. Well, we won't count Marcus Ruck because I don't think he'll be a fit. Nicholas Aramolson, Brooks Rogowski, Xavier Villeneuve, Simas Ignatavicius, William Hackinson, Igor Shilov, Adam Goyer, Nikita Sherbakov, Casey Mutrin. And so what is that, 10? And then I didn't even include like Bilecki, Ryder Cali, Adam Valentini, Ryan Rubrick. So make that 11. And the Canucks have what? What is that? 11 prospects, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, and then in 9 picks that I would be happy with, right? So the Canucks are undoubtedly going to get their top choice of whoever's left on the board, and then they're still going to get someone who can project to be a good prospect. So Canucks are in a good position, man. Really, really good position here. Tomorrow will be fun. It'll be exciting. It's going to be weird though when you go to the third round and it's like, Canucks only have 1 pick in this round. Like, what are they doing? I mean, they could trade out, who knows? But there are a couple guys. Do you want to kind of maybe we'll just do it quickly. Are you on? I'm just on Tankathon right now, just going through like who they have kind of projected. We'll just go. Who's like a third round target that you like for tomorrow?
Third round target.
I'll start because
go ahead.
Because I got it pulled up and I put you on the spot there. But Ethan McKenzie, he's a double overager, but he just played at the World Juniors for Team Canada and looked great. He was playing heavy minutes there, so he could project to be something. I mean, point per game as a defenseman in the WHL, that's pretty dang good. Zach Olson, I watched him play the WHL Top Prospects game. true power forward, has a heck of a shot as well. I like him as an option. Breck Liskey, I watched him play running mate to Landon Dupont at the Memorial Cup, and he was great. Like, he knows how to play with great players, so he can be a good complementary piece. But then also, like, when it was his time to shine with the puck on his stick, like, he knew exactly what to do with it. So that would be another good option for me in the third round. I'll let you. I'll let you go.
I really like Beckett Hamilton. I think he's just kind of a do-it-all winger. My son's name's Beckett, so it just is written in the stars that a Beckett plays for the Canucks, and then he has someone to cheer for his whole life. But I also like Tyus Sparks. We talked about Sparks a few weeks ago on the show, and he's another guy that, like, I think in the third round you're looking for guys that can play in your bottom six, but still have some upside to potentially, like, if they really, really hit, obviously there's like a 1 in a million chance that it happens, but they have some potential to play in your top six as well. And so I think Beckett Hamilton and Tyus Sparks both have that upside where they produce points at the junior hockey level, but they play with enough grit where you could slot them into a fourth or third line in the future. I like the Zach Olson shout that you gave out there too. Just off the top
Nils
of my head,
Barth
like, I just pulled up
Holdson.
my ranking. Yeah.
Nils Barth Holdson.
Oh, sorry about my dog.
It's okay. We were doing like later round targets, and he was one of them. But he's now moved up. He's in the third round on Tankathon. So that's another good one. Jonas Sievertson, I believe we talked about. Timothy Runso, right D. I believe he's an overager, but he's 6'3", 196 pounds. I hear that the teams really like him as well. A couple guys I saw at the Memorial Cup, they're both overagers, but Liam Lefay, Matthias Vannanen. I was talking up Matthias Vannanen a lot just because he was on a line with a second-round pick and a first-round pick, Carter Bear and Julius Mietin, and he was running the show on that line. So I don't care about him being a year older, getting passed over, whatever. Who cares? If he can play on the ice and carry play and be the main distributor, that's something that's going to stick out to me. I know there was a comment in here, and I just see him in the for a fourth round target, but consider Wego Sorensen in the mid rounds. That's a good one. That's yeah, I've heard a lot about him. I think it was Steven Ellis, right? I asked him who his guy was in the draft, and he brought up Wego Sorensen, and
yeah,
he said that it didn't make a lot of sense because whenever he sees him play, he's playing up against like really, really low level leagues. But then, and he's just dominating. But then when he goes and plays like internationally with, the best of his peers, he still sticks out. So kind of confusing there. Like, I mean, that's kind of when you bring into question, like, oh, how much does he really care? Like, he doesn't care enough to play at the top level. He just kind of wants to dominate, have fun with his buddies. But, I mean, he's got all the skill in the world. He declared for the draft, so he's got to care a little bit. That's
like I just pulled up his stats. He's playing in Sweden Division 2, which is the fourth division in Sweden because you have the SHL and the Allsvenskan and then D1 and D2. He's playing in D2. He's playing for his hometown team, but he did go on loan this year to play in the U20 National League and the U18 League. And he only played one game in each for the regular season. In the U18 League, had 3 assists. In the U20 League, had a goal in his one game. But then he played in the playoffs as well in the U18 League, had 9 points in 6 games. At the U18s this year, 6 points in 6 games. Like, it is really interesting because he, like you said, like, he plays in a pretty weak league. But the fact that he is, like you said, and like Steven said, like, the fact that he's able to produce when he goes and plays with his peers and at a point per game level at the U18s, like, I wonder if there's a team that maybe takes a swing on him earlier than we expect.
Yeah. It says fourth round here, but I definitely wouldn't doubt that. I mean, that, it's unfortunate that he's playing in that league, but if he's beating his peers and being able to put up points against his peers, I mean, that guy's got something special. I mean, 5'11", 181 pounds too. That's not a terrible size profile for today's NHL. Another guy I see in here, Cole Zarowski, my guy, just an athlete. That dude works hard, like him. But yeah, I mean, we're getting to the nitty gritty right now. I'm just going through names to see who sticks out. But the Canucks are going to have a lot of options as the draft goes on. You have anything else, Jake, or you ready to wrap this up? Because how long have we been live for? In 5 minutes, it'll be 5 hours.
Yeah, I was gonna say if we stay for another 5 minutes, we'll hit the 5 hour mark.
Just
now, I haven't been working at. Sorry, I was just gonna say I haven't been working at CanucksArmy long, but I don't know if 5 hours is a record, but it seems like it could be a record for a live stream.
It's got to be, right? It's got to be. But we stuck around because the draft was entertaining. I mean, holy crap, did we ever see some trades? Mason McTavish goes for a pair of picks. Pavel Dorofeyev gets traded and then signs a massive ticket. Like, there's so much that I haven't fully decompressed yet that's happened around the NHL because I've had to be in, streaming mode and hosting mode, right? So, I mean, what a night, dude. What a night. Thank you for sticking around with me producing. Everybody give a round of applause for Jake Fraser, everybody.
Hey, to you too.
It's not easy to produce for 5 hours, and he's brought the insight too. It hasn't been just me. He's given me moments off where I don't need to speak, and he gives his input too. And I mean, this guy almost played in the dub. All right, he knows what he's talking about when it comes to prospects. So yeah, I really and let's clap for the listeners too, man. Clap for everybody that was in 100%. Here. You want to know what's funny? We were hovering around 150. 150 kind of watchers, viewers in the chat. And the chat's been bustling all night. It kind of dipped down when Arun came on, talked about the Leafs. Understandable. I get it. No one likes the Leafs. But yeah, I mean, after the draft, I saw a spike. We were up to 200. So everybody wanted to come in and hang out. But yeah, I think this might be it. This might be over. We talked about top options for tomorrow that we're going to be really, really excited about. Talk about Mathis Preston and Ryan Rubrick, some defensemen, Xavier Villeneuve. They've got options. They've got 11, or they've got 2 picks in the next 9, and we like 11 of them. So hopefully they land at least 2 of these guys. But in the first round, we'll summarize Caleb Malhotra as a Vancouver Canuck now, 3rd overall. Adam Novotny somehow fell to the Canucks at 24. So they've got 2 big forwards, over 6 feet too, for both of them. So they've got some big boys. So we'll see what they come up with in round 2. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, 8 a.m., everybody. So set your alarms because we'll be watching. We'll be covering it all over at CanucksArmy.com. Make sure you check it out. Thank you to all of our guests that came on. Jake, again, thank you so much. Thank you to the listeners for sticking around for 5 hours. For Jake Fraser, I'm Tyson Cole. Thank you so much for listening to the draft live stream episode of Blackfish.